Chapter 2566. Mouths Ajar seeing Feng step forward and chant an incantation. Blue Rainbow and Eldergold were stunned. He still wants to fight. Confusion changed Blue Rainbow's expression when Feng showed no intention of retreating. The difference between their combat power was clear for all to see. The Dark World's invading army was far too strong for any individual power to stop. Based on Feng's behavior, however, he intended to stay in this fight. Blue Rainbow struggled to understand. During its investigations, Dark Rhapsody had obtained quite a bit of detailed information on Zero Wing from the main continent's superpowers and knew the guild had a plethora of astounding trump cards. The Ring of Gospel, a domain treasure, was one of them. When activated on a large battlefield, it had proven miraculously effective. Not only did the Ring of Gospel have large AoE skills, but they were also considerably powerful. However, the ring's effects on this battlefield would be very limited. Zero Wing currently faced Tier 3 personal guards and Tier 4 summon creatures. After all, they had incredible resistance to suppression effects. Moreover, more than 50 Tier 4 summon creatures had joined the fight. Even if the Ring of Gospel could suppress them, a measly 1,000 plus Tier 3 NPCs wouldn't be enough to stop them. The invading army also had over 3,000 Tier 3 personal guards to support it. Even Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa, who watched from a hidden location, were confused. What is Black Flame trying to do? Is he going for broke? They had only come to get a glimpse of the Dark World's strength. They had never dreamed that they'd witness a large-scale war between Zero Wing and the Otherworld. They had been unprecedentedly shocked after seeing Zero Wing's combat power. No one had expected the guild to have the strength to stand up to a force that included every expert from an entire Otherworld. Moreover, Zero Wing had even successfully deterred the Dark World's experts. The guild's strength was unbelievable. When they recalled the relatively amicable relationship between their Extreme Light Shelter and Shelter One, they breathed a sigh of relief. If Zero Wing wanted to, its Night Division alone was more than capable of flattening the entire Dark Denver. On the other hand, Zero Wing's current opponents were bona fide Tier 3 NPCs and Tier 4 Mythic monsters. With such a large difference between the two sides' combat power and numbers, retreating to Stone Forest City was the wisest move Zero Wing could make. Every one of those Tier 3 knights was a part of Zero Wing's foundations, and if they were slain, Zero Wing would be crippled. Zero Wing had already proven its strength. Once news of this battle spread, the various superpowers that wanted to capture Stone Forest City would back down. The Dark World's players and powers wouldn't underestimate Zero Wing again. In fact, they might even avoid offending the guild's members in Cold Spring Forest. While Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa were fraught with confusion, something suddenly changed above the valley. A phantom world gradually descended, growing as it grew closer to the valley floor. In less than 3 seconds, not only had the phantom world grown large enough to cover the battlefield, but it also enveloped the spectating players, including Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa, in the distance. The instant they felt the phantom world's power, both Graceful Moon and Purple Rakshasa felt out of tune with the world around them. It felt like they had become enemies with their surroundings. Not only had their physiques started to weaken, but they also lost a significant portion of their basic attributes. The phantom world's power also seemed to affect the Tier 3 personal guards and Tier 4 summon creatures. They had slowed considerably, and their auras even seemed significantly weaker. What did he do? Blue Rainbow gaped, shocked when she realized how much the Tier 3 NPCs and Tier 4 monsters had been suppressed. She had experienced domain's effects before, which tended to be much weaker than magic barriers. The stronger the target was, the less the domain would suppress it. Yet Feng's domain had destroyed everything she thought she knew about the mechanic. Normally, not even intermediate magic arrays could suppress Tier 4 monsters to this extent, but within Feng's domain, their auras had weakened considerably. This domain could practically rival advanced magic barriers, and it was so massive that it covered the entire valley. She had never heard of such a powerful domain. Before anyone could react, However, Feng began another incantation. Ring of Brilliance. When he finished his chant, a light rippled across the battlefield, stunning every dark player in the area. Crap, this is cheating. Magic Flash cursed aloud, glaring at Zero Wing's Night Division. The intensity of those Knights' auras had skyrocketed, and the combined energy made them feel as if they were truly a legion of Tier 4 monsters. The Knights' mental states had also visibly improved. They looked nothing like they had a few moments ago. The sudden development caused an uproar among the various guilds and adventurer teams' upper echelons, who commanded the Tier 3 personal guards and Tier 4 summon creatures, and they halted their advance, exchanging looks. A deathly silence had fallen over the Dark World's invading army, and the passion and killing intent they had radiated was nowhere to be seen. "Do you wish to continue this fight?" Feng calmly asked after sweeping his gaze over the dark players before him. This time, not one dark player dared to speak up. They simply stared back with angry, reluctant looks. Fight? More like suicide? Determined, they had revealed every trump card they had previously hidden, and yet, thanks to the Ring of Gospel's 2 skills, they hadn't even shortened the gap between their strength and Zero Wings. Rather, it had only grown. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Since no one responded to his question, Feng turned to Dawn Dominance, who still succumbed to his shock. Guild Leader Dawn, since you can speak on behalf of the Dark World, may I know if you wish to continue this battle? Feng asked, smiling at the robust man. Dawn Dominance's countenance turned ashen when he heard the question, and he was at a complete loss for words. If he chose to fight, he'd be sacrificing himself and his guild to oblivion. He had dispatched every Tier 3 personal guard world domination owned for the sake of driving the other guilds and adventurer teams into action. If just one of those NPCs died, his guild would suffer a huge blow. If they all died, world domination wouldn't survive. However, nothing would remain of world domination's hard-won prestige in the Dark World if he admitted defeat. Chapter 2567. Suppressing an army of millions. Upon hearing the question, Feng directed at Dawn Dominance. Silence fell over the battlefield as the various powers' upper echelons turned to look at world domination's guild leader, who served as the Dark World's representative. Zero Wing's strength had far exceeded their expectations. The guild possessed not only an incredibly strong Knight division, but also a domain treasure capable of significantly suppressing even Tier 4 creatures. The combination of the 2 cards meant no power could threaten Zero Wing's Knight Legion at this stage of the game. For a time, silence reigned over the Dark World army of several millions because of Feng's words. This situation stupefied Magic Flash and the others, who were spectating the battle from afar. Arrogance? Ignorance? When Magic Flash and the others thought back to the opinions they had of Feng, they realized how ridiculous those were. At the same time, they celebrated inwardly. This was because they finally saw for themselves what a true monster was today. Previously, in their opinion, single-handedly going up against thousands of enemies simultaneously could already be considered a legendary feat. In fact, 99% of the people who claimed to be capable of such a feat were undoubtedly spouting nonsense. As expert players, Magic Flash and his companions knew just how difficult it was to go up against thousands of enemies simultaneously, especially in a large-scale guild war. The enemy side would definitely have numerous expert players amidst their forces. Trying to fight against thousands in such a situation ramped up the difficulty. Now, however, not only did this legendary feat happen right before their very eyes, but the scale of this feat had even been magnified by 1,000. Feng had single-handedly suppressed an army of millions. Due to just this one scene, they could say with certainty that the name of Black Flame would shake the entire Dark World in the future. Is he really human? Purple Rakshas's heart pounded rapidly as she took in the army of millions remaining motionless before Feng. At this moment, she earnestly doubted Feng was human. He had intimidated several million expert players and several thousand Tier 3 NPCs. Although Shifeng's previous performance at the Extreme Light Shelter had already been plenty shocking, that feat was nothing compared to this. Even standing a great distance away, she had still shuddered upon sighting the army of millions. Shifeng, however, had single-handedly silenced these several million experts. The power and influence he wielded were simply inhuman. It seems Shelter 1 no longer has to worry about its development from now on, Graceful Monarch said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she gazed at Blue Frost, one of her rivals in the Dark Den. Originally, Graceful Monarch thought that, with Crimson Emperor's help, the Extreme Light Shelter could surpass Shelter 1 in the Dark Denver. In light of the turn of events, however, that was categorically impossible. Zero Wing was a guild capable of suppressing an entire world's players to the point where they didn't even dare to breathe. Once news of this feat reached the Dark Den, the experts that revered strength would definitely do everything they could to join Shelter 1 and Zero Wing. Moreover, Shifeng had previously displayed extraordinary individual strength in the Dark Denver. With these two factors combined, Shelter 1 would surely become a sacred land for Dark Den's experts. After the silence on the battlefield persisted for some time, Dawn Dominance walked up to Shifeng with an incomparably gloomy expression. The pride and fighting spirit he had before were nowhere to be seen now. Guild Leader Black Flame, this move of yours is indeed amazing. I'm afraid nobody ever thought that Zero Wing might actually possess so much hidden strength, Dawn Dominant said after taking a deep breath. However, it is wise not to burn one's bridges. I admit that the domain skills you used are very powerful. However, these domain skills will only remain active so long as their user is alive. Once the user dies, the effects of the domain skills will disappear. The Dark World army might not be a match for your army, but we have plenty of people. We have more than enough manpower to spare to kill you, the user of the domain skills. Of course, I also have to admit that we will suffer plenty of losses before we succeed. However, the final outcome is similarly one that you will not wish to see, Guild Leader Black Flame. Instead of suffering mutual destruction, why don't we each take a step back? Our request is very simple. So long as Zero Wing stops having designs on the teleportation gate, everything else is negotiable. Upon hearing Dawn Dominance's suggestion, realization immediately dawned upon the dark players present. Guild Leader Dawn really is the best. How could we have forgotten such a thing? Due to the immense shock they felt before, one simple thing actually slipped their minds. In God's domain, magic arrays and domain skills required a user to sustain them. Domain tools were no exception. If they killed the player using the tool, then the tool would naturally lose effect. Meanwhile, once the Dark Army no longer suffered under the effects of Miniature World, taking care of Zero Wing would be a piece of cake. However, Dawn Dominance was also correct in that they would have to pay a huge price to annihilate Zero Wing if they continued fighting, and this was not something they wished to see. The best solution now was for both sides to each take a step back. What if I refuse? Shifeng asked, smiling. At Shifeng's words, silence filled the battlefield once more. Lunatic. He's definitely a lunatic. The Dark World has already taken a step back, yet he's still insisting on controlling the teleportation gate. Is he really not afraid of losing everything? The spectating experts of the various superpowers found Shifeng's intransigence insane. Previously, the Dark Worlds offered to give up on participating in the superpowers fight for Stone Forest City was already plenty shocking. Now, the Dark World was even willing to take another step back and provide Zero Wing with other benefits in exchange for Zero Wing giving up its designs on the teleportation gate. In the eyes of the main continent's various superpowers, this was an unbelievable opportunity, something any power would wish to obtain. Yet Shifeng had still rejected it without hesitation. They had no doubt that this was the Dark World's bottom line. There would be no more concessions after this. If Shifeng continued insisting on taking control of the teleportation gate, then Zero Wing really would enter an irreconcilable feud with the Dark World. Guild Leader Black Flame, do you really intend to drag Zero Wing into a fight to the death? Dawn Dominance demanded as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart as much as possible. You'll regret it if that happens. Zero Wing's strength thoroughly exceeded Dawn Dominance's expectations. If both sides continued fighting, the only outcome would be mutual destruction, an outcome he was not willing to see. After all, world domination still needed to develop on the main continent. Without sufficient strength, its efforts would be futile. However, he never imagined that Shifeng would actually be so stubborn as to refuse to take a step back even when given an excellent opportunity to do so. Guild Leader Dawn, there's no need to continue showing Black Flame any respect. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate goodwill, I say that we just teach him a lesson. At worst, we'll have a slower time developing on the main continent. That's right. Since he doesn't want the goodwill we're showing him, let's just annihilate Zero Wing and be done with this. Let's see what he can do then. The dark players present similarly grew enraged at Shifeng's response. They had already offered a huge concession to Zero Wing, a condition that even super guilds wouldn't dream of obtaining. Yet Shifeng had still chosen to reject it. This rekindled the various powers' thoughts of annihilating Zero Wing. A fight to the death. Shaking his head, Shifeng said, "Guild Leader Dawn, you're over-exaggerating things. In my eyes, it is at most negligible losses. Good. Since you wish to remain stubborn, you have only yourself to blame, Guild Leader Black Flame. Brothers, no need to hold back anymore." Dawn Dominance snarled as he glared at Shifeng in anger. Negligible losses? Such arrogance. Shifeng was simply too arrogant. However, just as the Dark World army was about to advance once more, Shifeng made his move. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Unsheathing Killing Ray. Shifeng executed a forward slash. Lightning slash. A blue lightning bolt promptly streaked through the area before Shifeng. A bystander would also see a pitch-black spatial tear following closely behind the lightning bolt. Without Dawn Dominance noticing, both the lightning bolt and spatial tear brushed past his body. When the lightning bolt disappeared, the dozen or so Tier 3 experts in its path instantly lost all their HPs. An 18-meter-tall, level 115 mythic monster, standing a short distance behind Dawn Dominance, was also sent flying and crashing into a bunch of dark players. For a time, deathly silence filled the battlefield. Chapter 2568, Dark World Defeated. Zero Wing flourishes after a short period of stunned silence. A gabble of confusion erupted as everyone present stared at Shifeng in disbelief. What happened? How did he send a Tier 4 summoned creature flying? What did he do? Everyone present had seen Shifeng's actions very clearly. In fact, they even felt that Shifeng had moved very slowly. However, nobody could wrap their heads around what had actually happened. All they had seen was Shifeng executing a forward slash at the empty space before him and releasing a streak of blue light from his sword. And by the time they snapped out of their daze, the Tier 4 summon creature that stood over 60 yards away from the swordsman was already in the air. He sent a level 115, Tier 4 summon creature flying with a single hit. Blue Rainbow wore a somber and confused look on her face as she gazed at Shifeng. Just how high are his basic attributes? From previous investigations, she knew that Shifeng possessed ridiculously high basic attributes. Even Rebellious Thunder, who was a demon count and wielded the magic weapon Cruel Darkness, had only a slight edge on Shifeng in this regard. Moreover, that was when Shifeng was in his normal state. In other words, even back then, Shifeng's strength attribute should already rival that of mythic monsters of the same level. Now, however, Shifeng had actually sent a level 115 mythic monster flying with his attack. Something was wrong with this situation. After all, blocking an attack from a mythic monster and sending a mythic monster flying were two entirely different concepts. Unless there was an enormous gap in strength, it was impossible for one to send their opponents flying. Yet not only did Shifeng send a mythic monster flying, but it was even a level 115 mythic monster. The current strength he displayed was starkly different from what the reports mentioned. How is this possible? Furious Heart, who was spectating from afar, was similarly stunned by this situation. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's strength before. However, despite so little time having passed since their last meeting, Shi Feng could now actually send a level 1/15 mythic monster flying with his attacks. For a moment, Furious Heart suspected that the main god system was playing a prank on him. With such frightening strength, let alone Tier 3 NPCs, even Tier 4 NPCs would struggle to deal with Shi Feng. Needless to say, it would be a fool's dream to hope that a bunch of Tier 4 mythic monsters would defeat him. Monsters generally had very low combat standards. In a situation where the difference in basic attributes was negligible, they would be no different from common monsters in front of even ordinary expert players, let alone a domain realm expert like Shi Feng. If all 50-plus Tier 4 summon creatures attacked the swordsman, they would still have an incredibly difficult time inflicting damage on him. Not to mention, Shi Feng still had a legion of Tier 3 knights behind him. How did he get so strong? Hell Rush, who stood among Zero Wing's forces, was similarly astounded as he looked at Shi Feng. Ever since Netherworld Empire had partnered with Zero Wing, Hell Rush had been following beside Shi Feng almost every day. Hence, he had a very good understanding of Shi Feng's strength. Moreover, Shi Feng had spent much less time grinding than Hell Rush. In fact, Hell Rush had rarely ever seen Shi Feng going out to grind for levels, as the man was tied down by all sorts of guild affairs. In contrast, Hell Rush had been frantically grinding every day. And thanks to Stoneforest City's help, not only was he close to reaching level 110 already, but he had even replaced 2 pieces of his equipment thus far. He had also achieved considerable progress in unlocking his mana body. Personally, he deemed that the gap in combat power between himself and Shi Feng should have shrunk by quite a bit. However, contrary to Hell Rush's belief, not only had the gap in combat power not shrunk, but had actually grown instead. As for Dawn Dominance, who originally planned to ridicule Shi Feng for his arrogance and ignorance, he was stunned by this unexpected development as well. When he saw the Tier 4 summoned creature sprawled on the ground, his mind froze momentarily. Dawn Dominance had known that Shi Feng possessed basic attributes rivaling those of mythic monsters, and that the man was considered a peerless monster in God's domain. The swordsman definitely wasn't an existence that ordinary experts could hope to contend with. Even a group of Tier 3 peak experts wouldn't be his match. However, what was up with the current situation? How was Shi Feng just a peerless monster? He was much stronger than even Zero Wing's nigh-invincible Tier 3 knights. In fact, killing several hundred of Zero Wing's Tier 3 knights would be much easier than killing Shi Feng. At this moment, only Shi Feng himself remained unfazed by the latest development. In God's domain, weapons played the biggest role in determining a player's combat power. The Abyssal Blade's recent promotion into a fragmented legendary weapon had boosted Shi Feng's strength beyond that of level 115 mythic monsters. With the Ring of Gospel's assistance, which weakened the Dark Army's Tier 4 summon creatures and improved his own basic attributes by a significant margin, it was only natural that he could send a level 115 mythic monster flying. Guild Leader Dawn, do you still wish to continue? Shi Feng asked the motionless man before him. This time, Shi Feng did not speak that loudly. However, the Dar players found his voice unusually ear-piercing and vexing. This was already Shi Feng's second time asking them this question. It was as if he was ridiculing them for their previous mockery of him, and they could not help but wish they could charge forward and kill Shi Feng right now. Humiliation. This was absolute humiliation. Nevertheless, despite feeling greatly humiliated, none of the Dark players present dared to speak up. Instead, they all stared at Dawn Dominance in silence. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng repeated his question, an indescribably gloomy expression appeared on Dawn Dominance's face. Black flame. Dawn Dominance gnashed his teeth as he glared at Shi Feng. However, aside from calling out Shi Feng's name, he couldn't think of anything else to say. In this situation, the upper echelons of the Dark World's various powers sympathized with Dawn Dominance despite themselves. Previously, Dawn Dominance's bid to increase world domination's influence in the Dark World through this war had exasperated the various powers present. This was especially true for Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. Currently, however, both Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold only felt pity for Dawn Dominance. After all, Surefeng was truly too vicious. By deliberately repeating his question, not only did Surefeng thoroughly humiliate Dawn Dominance, but Dawn Dominance also had no choice but to stomach this humiliation in silence. Guild Leader Dawn, if you wish to continue fighting, I won't object. Only, the outcome will not be within my control, Surefeng said and shrugged as he looked at Dawn Dominance's enraged expression, indicating that he had no qualms whatsoever. Upon hearing Surefeng's words, the upper echelons of the Dark World's various guilds and adventurer teams immediately grew nervous, and they all sent meaningful looks at Dawn Dominance. The Zero Wing members and various superpowers spectating experts present gaped in shock at this sight. The Dark World that had once stricken fear into the main continent's various superpowers was now timorous after a few words from Surefeng. If they were to retell today's tale, nobody would believe them. However, it had happened right before their very eyes. Of course, the various superpowers experts could sympathize with the Dark World's players. The current battle involved the foundations of both sides. If the Dark Army perished, then the Dark World's various powers would lose all the fruits of their efforts, with nothing to show for it. This definitely wasn't an outcome they could accept. Guild Leader Blackflame, I admit that you are very powerful. The Dark World will give up on this teleportation gate. However, don't think you can feel pleased for long. You won't be able to defend this teleportation gate forever. Dawn Dominance said after taking in a deep breath. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As soon as Dawn Dominance finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the teleportation gate. He had no intention of staying in Cold Spring Forest for even a moment longer. Upon seeing this, the members of the Dark World's powers promptly withdrew to the Dark World as well. None of them chose to remain in Cold Spring Forest. Only a few independent players decided to stay behind and take a look at the situation. Zero Wing won, just like that. Purple Rakshasa was stunned when she saw the Dark World's various powers retreating. For a moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. Against an entire world's experts, Zero Wing had actually emerged victorious. Chapter 2569, Gathering for Nothing? Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City. As news of the Dark World's teleportation gates opening had already spread across the entire Cold Spring Forest, the tension in Stone Forest City had increased, and many of the city's resident players had decided to leave and develop somewhere else. This development left the once bustling city quiet. Stone Forest City's previously crowded main street now had less than half the players it originally did. Moreover, it was only because of a newly established Freedom Hotel that this many players chose to remain in the city. However, the majority of these players were actually experts belonging to the various major powers. Very few were independent players. At this time, a group of cloaked players entered the Freedom Hotel's first-floor lobby, the appearance of these players triggering loud discussions among the other players there. The reason for the strong reaction was the Secret Pavilion's experts guiding this group of nearly 100 cloaked players. Standing at the head of the Secret Pavilion's experts were the well-known Yuan Tiexin and a male half-elf who looked to be in his 40s. Amazing! Who are those people? They're actually being guided by an elder of the Secret Pavilion. Those people must be big shots of superpowers. I recall that the Secret Pavilion is a shareholder of Stone Forest City. Now that the Dark World's players have entered Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City faces a very bleak future. Those cloaked people might be reinforcements the Secret Pavilion recruited. Reinforcements? What's the point of calling in reinforcements? That's an entire world we're talking about. That's not something any individual superpower can go up against. Even multiple superpowers working together won't be able to stop the Dark World's invasion. The various major powers experts in the lobby were eaten up with curiosity as they discussed the identities of the cloaked experts. Nowadays, Stone Forest City was already a holy land for players who wanted to develop themselves. After all, the city boasted not only an incredibly high mana density, but also the Freedom Hotel, which greatly amplified the rate at which players accumulated the double EXP buff. It was even rumored that the Freedom Hotel's top-floor rooms could accelerate the removal of foreign energy from one's body and increase the efficiency of one's training in combat techniques. In the current era, where combat techniques have become more commonly available in God's domain, the Freedom Hotel's functions held a fatal temptation to expert players. If a power could develop their expert players using the Freedom Hotel's functions over long periods, the development speed of said power would reach unimaginable heights. Since the Secret Pavilion was one of Stone Forest City's shareholders, the guild naturally wouldn't give up on the city without a fight. Only, now that the Dark World's teleportation gate was open, the various major powers experts found it inconceivable that any power could stop the Dark World's players. Please wait a moment. I'll go rent an advanced reception room, Xianxia said to the cloaked players behind him. He went up to the front desk and presented a gold card to the receptionist there. And upon seeing the card, the various major powers' upper echelons were green with envy. The Freedom Hotel's gold membership card. Due to the Freedom Hotel's amazing functions, the various major powers all sought membership in the Freedom Hotel. The higher, the better. However, doing so was incredibly difficult. Even now, those major powers had managed to gain only a bronze membership. If they wished to elevate their membership status to silver, they would need to accumulate a large number of contribution points in the Freedom Hotel, which could be acquired only by selling rare materials and doing quests. Moreover, each player could sell only a limited amount of materials per day. Meanwhile, a gold membership allowed players to rent the rooms on the Freedom Hotel's top floor. While Xianxia was handling the rental procedures, the cloaked players standing behind him studied the Freedom Hotel's interior. So, this is Zero Wing's Freedom Hotel? This place really is amazing, said a cloaked male youth radiating dense darkness energy. He sighed ruefully when he sensed the density of the mana inside the hotel and the mana's effects. It's no wonder Zero Wing dared to offend our guild before. So what if Zero Wing dared to offend us? In the end, Zero Wing still lost to Vice Guild leader Light, a level 109 elementalist standing beside the male youth and similarly radiating darkness energy, said disdainfully. This time, the Secret Pavilion had not only taken the initiative to invite the various superpowers that Demon's Heart had secretly partnered up with, but also extended an invitation to Demon's Heart. One could easily imagine the direness of Zero Wing's current situation. Unfortunately, even if the Secret Pavilion stepped forward this time, it couldn't do much to change the outcome of this war, as the various superpowers present were hell-bent on obtaining Stone Forest City. As the two experts from Demon's Heart quietly conversed with each other, Illusory Words, who similarly stood among the cloaked players, wore a frown on her face. Illusory, it seems the chances of Zero Wing surviving are slim. So many superpowers have actually gathered to obtain Stone Forest City. I doubt even the Secret Pavilion expected such a development. The fierce man standing beside Illusory Words said, sighing. The Secret Pavilion had invited all the superpowers targeting Stone Forest City to the negotiations. Crimson Emperor had estimated that 6 or 7 superpowers at most had their eye on Stone Forest City. However, the actual number turned out to be more than 10. Even Battle Wolves, which had an irreconcilable feud with Demon's Heart, had decided to join in the fray. If these superpowers banded together, they would have a minimum of 4,000 Tier 3 experts with very high combat standards. If they worked together with the Dark World's forces and attacked Stone Forest City from both the inside and outside, Stone Forest City wouldn't stand chance. Of course, the fierce man could also understand why the various superpowers were willing to go to such lengths to obtain Stone Forest City. After all, the advantages the city brought were simply amazing. This was especially true for the Freedom Hotel. No superpower would pass up the Freedom Hotel's benefits. Moreover, Zero Wing had even taken the initiative to meet the Dark World's army at the Teleportation Gate. That was simply suicide. Now, Even if all of the 5 great super guilds banded together, they still wouldn't be able to save Zero Wing. At this moment, let alone illusory words and the fierce man from Crimson Emperor, even Yuan Tiexin, who had invited the various superpowers secretly targeting Stone Forest City, was surprised by this situation. He never thought that there would be more than 10 superpowers targeting Stone Forest City this time. Aside from Demon's Heart and Starlink, which bore deep hatred for Zero Wing, the superpowers included the 10 Saints Empire's Demon Palace, the Shadow World's Shadowless Empire, and the Super Guild's Battle Wolves and Pantheon. Not to mention Mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds, which wasn't present among the superpowers he invited, was sure to be taking action in secret against Stone Forest City as well. If all these superpowers worked together, they could shake the entire eastern continent. What more measly Stone Forest City? For a moment, Yuan Tiexin could not help but doubt if the negotiations this time would truly yield any results. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is doomed now. Troubled Times, who had come with flaming light, could not help but grow ecstatic as he took in the various superpowers representatives around him. With so many superpowers gathered here, even a super guild won't be able to stop the upcoming assault. Previously, when Shifeng had publicly executed Troubled Times in Demon City, not only did Troubled Times' strength diminish greatly, but his reputation in the Dark Den had also fallen into ruin. Originally, Troubled Times thought that he wouldn't have an opportunity to get revenge on Zero Wing. However, his chance had come so quickly. Everyone, the reception room is ready. Please follow me, Yuan Tiexin said to the cloak group behind him. However, just as Yuan Tiexin was about to lead the group to the Freedom Hotel's top-floor reception room, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The other players present in the lobby gaped in shock at the development. The players the secret pavilion invited might be hiding their identities, but they had not done anything to conceal their auras, and their auras made it clear that every one of these people was a peak expert or above. Anyone that dared to stand in their path had to be tired of living. However, someone actually dared to do so. Moreover, this person was a woman wearing Zero Wing's emblem, and her level was only a pitiful 100. Miss Melancholic, do you have business with us? Yuan Tiexin asked in confusion. He had recognized this woman immediately. This woman was none other than Melancholic Smile, the manager of Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm, as well as one of the Freedom Hotel's managers. Yuan Tiexin had not intentionally tried to conceal the fact that he had invited the various superpowers for negotiations. And in his opinion, Zero Wing should have no reason whatsoever to stop him from doing so. After all, the Secret Pavilion was one of Stone Forest City's shareholders, and negotiating with the various superpowers could reduce the number of enemies Zero Wing would have to face. Now, however, Melancholic Smile had suddenly appeared before their group. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It's nothing important, Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. I'm just following the guild leader's instructions to relay a message to these people. Relay a message? Is he taking the initiative to hand over Stone Forest City's shares now that he knows he can't win? Troubled Times asked, laughing in ridicule. Upon hearing Troubled Times' words, the various superpowers experts present also started laughing. With things having reached this point already, wasn't a little too late for regrets? Our guild leader has stated that if you wish to develop in Stone Forest City with peace in mind, then Zero Wing will welcome you with open arms. However, if you wish to meddle in Stone Forest City's affairs, you'd best return to wherever you came from instead of asking for trouble. Melancholic Smile declared calmly as she swept her gaze across the players before her. Chapter 2570. On the verge of war, Crazy Zero Wing at first, the players in the lobby had paid close attention to the mysterious group Yuan Tiexin had invited, and Melancholic Smile hadn't tried to keep her voice down. Hence, after her declaration, silence had fallen in the hotel lobby as everyone stared at her in astonishment. What's going on? Those people must be big shots from the various superpowers, yet she dares to speak to them like that. Amazing. Truly amazing. Even now, Zero Wing still behaves so haughtily. Since the day I joined God's domain, I've never seen such a suicidal guild. None of these players were fools, and even though they hid themselves under black cloaks, the individuals Yuan Teixin had invited were clearly from the various superpowers. Moreover, they should be the superpower's top-ranked experts based on their auras. Now that the Dark World's teleportation gate was active, it would only be a matter of time before dark players flooded into Cold Spring Forest. The entire level 100 neutral map was in danger, as was Stone Forest City. Yet, even in such a dire predicament, Zero Wing continued to maintain its arrogance before the various superpowers. This was just insane. Miss Melancholic, what are you? Yuan Teixin was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe what was happening. If he hadn't been certain that Melancholic Smile wasn't some spy and an actual core member in Zero Wing, who had worked her way up the ranks, he would have suspected otherwise. Her announcement was practically a dare to the various superpowers and would undoubtedly lead to Zero Wing's elimination from Cold Spring Forest. What are Zero Wing's intentions, old Yuan? Scorching Shine asked from beside Yuan Teixin with a frosty look. He had already surmised that the chances of their plan succeeding were very low. Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel was too tempting to give up, after all. However, it was also the reason that the secret pavilion didn't want other superpowers to stick their fingers in the city. Unfortunately, Melancholic Smile's statement had as good as ruined their plan. No one would be surprised if the various superpowers shed all pretenses with Zero Wing immediately, let alone negotiate. For a moment, Yuan Teixin was speechless. Cold Spring Forest was a lost cause at this point. Even the various superpowers would have a hard time developing in the area, much less Zero Wing. There was simply no way Zero Wing could retain absolute control over Stone Forest City. It'd be a miracle if the guild even kept a portion of the city. Yuan Teixin had worked with Shi Feng many times before, so he knew the swordsman was open to persuasion, not coercion. If he insisted that Shi Feng gave away a significant portion of the city's shares, their discussion would end on a sour note. Knowing this, he hadn't bothered to contact Shi Feng before his negotiation with the various superpowers. He would only try to convince Shi Feng once the negotiations had reached a satisfying conclusion. With things as they were now, Zero Wing would have to sacrifice some of Stone Forest City's shares if it wished to survive. Maintaining full control was impossible. But Yuan Teixin had never considered that Shi Feng would be ruthless enough to send Melancholic Smile to disrespect the various superpowers so blatantly. He had definitely gone insane this time. Ha! Interesting. Zero Wing is truly fascinating. Even now, it displays such confidence. It's no wonder why it dares to offend so many superpowers. It seems my visit to Stone Forest City wasn't a waste. An elderly, crimson-eyed man wearing the Shadowless Empire's emblem and holding a scarlet staff said, laughing, "Old Liu, do you think Zero Wing is just putting on a brave face?" Evil Qilin, who wore Demon Palace's emblem and carried a war axe that radiated strange energy, asked, sneering at the crimson-browed elder. "Zero Wing is digging its own grave by provoking us. I think you still have a grudge over losing to Black Flame, Qilin." The crimson-eyed elder shot back, chuckling at the glare Evil Qilin directed his way. Instead of rising to the crimson-eyed elder's teasing, Evil Qilin simply smiled as he said, "The situation on Dragonheart Island is one thing, but we're in Cold Spring Forest. Moreover, this won't be some small team battle in the fields. We're talking about a conflict with an entire other world. Zero Wing hasn't tried to win us over, but has sent some nobody to spit in our faces. If that isn't stupidity, what is?" Demon Palace's other members nodded in agreement. Due to Zero Wing, Demon Palace's reputation on Dragonheart Island had suffered, but this situation was completely different. More than 10 superpowers had gathered in Stone Forest City. Even without including the Dark World's players, there were more than enough hostile players to end Zero Wing's reign. Instead of negotiating for peace, Zero Wing has sent someone to slap the gathered superpowers in the face. The guild must be giving up. After a brief moment of silence, Troubled Time's smile grew into a grin. He then walked up to Melancholic Smile without any hesitation. "Lady from Zero Wing, we're here precisely to cause trouble. What are you going to do about it?" Troubled Times asked, raising his voice deliberately to ensure that every player in the lobby heard him. Hearing Troubled Time's threat, an uproar shook the lobby. What? Are the various superpowers really going to fight Zero Wing? Zero Wing asked for it. We may be in Stoneforest City, but do you think the various superpowers would let such intentional disrespect slide? Zero Wing truly is doomed now. Now, not only does it have to deal with the Dark World's invasion, but it will also have to face the various superpowers' wrath. The experts that recently joined Zero Wing must deeply regret their decisions. The various major powers members started chatting amongst themselves as they watched the tense conversation play out. They could hardly believe Zero Wing's behavior. None of them had expected the guild to shed all pretenses before the various superpowers representatives. While everyone expected Melancholic Smile to panic, however, she smiled brightly at Troubled Times and replied, "If that's the case, Zero Wing will have no choice but to erase you from Cold Spring Forest." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU again. The lobby fell deathly silent. Melancholic Smile's response even stunned Troubled Times. He couldn't understand why she was so bold. Wasn't she supposed to grovel at his feet and beg for mercy? It seems your instincts were wrong this time, Illusory. That girl is just as insane as her guild leader. She's only pushing Zero Wing further down the path of no return, the fierce man from Crimson Emperor said, admiring Melancholic Smile's bravery. Every one of the various superpowers representatives wanted to declare war on Zero Wing that moment. They hadn't found a good excuse to attack Stoneforest City yet, but Zero Wing had just given them the reason they had been searching for. The fierce man looked over, expecting to see illusory words bitter after misjudging Zero Wing, but he saw that she maintained a neutral expression, focused on a message she had just received. After a moment, she looked up and took a deep breath before informing her companion. My instincts might have been wrong, but her statement isn't. Chapter 2571. Astonished once more. Hotel in an uproar. What do you mean? Illusory Word's statement confused her fierce comrade from Crimson Emperor. What did she mean by her instincts had been wrong, but Melancholic Smile wasn't? The current situation was clear for all to see, and Illusory Words had acknowledged that she had misjudged Zero Wing. How could Melancholic Smile's statement possibly be correct? Zero Wing was struggling to survive. Chasing the various superpowers out of Cold Spring Forest from such a position was a joke. To be precise, my instincts were only partially correct, Illusory Words explained, chuckling at the fierce man's confused look. It's best if you take a look for yourself. I just received this message from Graceful Monarch. Graceful Monarch? Has something unexpected happened at the teleportation gate? Curious, the fierce man opened the message Illusory Words had forwarded. Graceful Monarch and Purple Rakshasa had wanted to see the Dark World's teleportation gate themselves and get a clear grasp of the invading army's strength. Zero Wing had also dispatched quite a few players to the gate, and by allowing the two Dark Den players to spectate, they'd find out exactly what Zero Wing intended. In his opinion, Zero Wing was wasting its time in trying to negotiate with the Dark World's various powers, especially once they'd seen the benefits Cold Spring Forest and Stoneforest City had to offer. Regardless of what the guild tried to offer, the outcome wouldn't change. Retaining a small fraction of the city's shares was the best Zero Wing could hope for. It shouldn't dream of holding more power than that. The Dark World invading army had more than 30,000 Tier 3 experts. No individual power would have the strength to stand up against that. While the fierce man carefully read Graceful Monarch's message, more players had begun to gather in the Freedom Hotel. A large number of independent experts had come to hear what Melancholic Smile had to say. Did she get the wrong message? Dropping all pretense with the various superpowers would only bring Zero Wing more harm. Stoneforest City might not even last 3 days at this rate, much less a week. Galaxy Past, who had just arrived in the Freedom Hotel's lobby, gaped in shock when he heard about Melancholic Smile's interaction with the superpowers representatives. Every player in the city was paying attention to the current situation Zero Wing and Cold Spring Forest faced. Although word of the various superpowers moving against Stoneforest City had long since reached the masses, Galaxy Pass still had a hard time believing that Zero Wing would take the initiative to offend the various superpowers. He, too, knew that Zero Wing would never bend to coercion, only persuasion. He also knew that the guild was insane and acted no differently than a gambling addict. Although Zero Wing's crazy bets had been astonishingly successful thus far, its current opponent was on a completely different level than those it had faced before. If Zero Wing moved against the various superpowers now, it would be caught in a dead end. Zero Wing was no longer the guild it had been. It had nearly as many resources and as much territory as the various superpowers. If the guild could stabilize its hold in Stone Forest City and continue to develop in peace, it would only be a matter of time before it became another of God's domain superpowers. While Galaxy Past found Melancholic Smile's actions perplexing, Demon's Heart's members began to laugh. Troubled Time's laughter, in particular, rang throughout the lobby. He looked at Melancholic Smile as if she were a fool. Truthfully, not even he had expected this development. He had believed this woman would have tried to explain away her statement as a misunderstanding. He had never dreamed that she'd pit herself against the various superpowers directly, removing any room for negotiation. Now that Melancholic Smile had offended the various superpowers, their reputations would suffer if they didn't respond appropriately. Lady from Zero Wing, you certainly are bold. Would you truly kick us out of Cold Spring Forest if we choose to ignore Zero Wing's threat? Do you assume we won't eliminate you just because Zero Wing is the only established guild in Cold Spring Forest? Troubled Times asked, sneering at Melancholic Smile. With things as they were, he didn't mind adding fuel to the fire, ensuring that any trace of Zero Wing would be removed from Cold Spring Forest. It's still going to come down to a fight in the end. Yuan Tiexin could not help his bitter smile at Melancholic Smile's fearlessness. Personally, Yuan Tiexin admired Zero Wing's future and Shifang's strength. Moreover, the Secret Pavilion had gained quite a bit from its partnership with this guild. Hence, he wished to help Zero Wing in any way he could. However, it seemed his recent efforts were for naught. Just as Yuan Tiexin was about to give up and try to find another way to deal with the gathered superpowers, a voice called out from a group of cloaked players, echoing throughout the hotel lobby. "Excuse me, Miss Melancholic, but unlike the other superpowers, Battle Wolves is only here in hopes of allying with Zero Wing. I'd like to avoid a misunderstanding." Everyone in the lobby spun to look at the speaker. Several players broke away from the group and removed their black cloaks to reveal their true appearances. A middle-aged man led the small party. It was none other than Sirius, one of the Battle Wolves' 4 great wolf kings. Crap, Battle Wolves has come too? Sure enough, those cloaked players all have powerful backgrounds, but what is Sirius trying to do? He really doesn't plan to target Stone Forest City? Zero Wing is so lucky. Or maybe the guild has a secret relationship with Battle Wolves, so they've decided to give up on this struggle? Sirius's interruption stunned the players in the lobby. No one had thought that Battle Wolves, a super guild, would forsake the contest for Stone Forest City. Battle Wolves, huh? Even Yuan Tiexin was slightly surprised by Sirius's admission, yet he could understand the reason behind it. Battle Wolves and Demon's Heart had an irreconcilable feud. Since Demon's Heart was moving against Zero Wing, it was only natural that Battle Wolves would interfere. Stepping forward to side with Zero Wing was well within reason. On the other hand, Troubled Times and his Demon's Heart companions were particularly surprised to hear Sirius's declaration. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. As Troubled Times and the others assumed the minor interlude had concluded, another player spoke up from among the crowd. "Greetings, Miss Melancholic. Crimson Emperor is here to negotiate with Zero Wing as well. That is our only intention. Those who have spoken out against your guild only represent certain powers. They have no bearing on Crimson Emperor's will," illusory words announced as she stepped forward. For a moment, everyone in the lobby fell silent. What's going on? Crimson Emperor stands by Zero Wing's side, too. Not only had Battle Wolves declared its intentions to ally with Zero Wing, but Crimson Emperor had as well. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Has Crimson Emperor gone mad? Troubled Times stared at illusory words and her entourage in confusion. While he could understand Battle Wolf's decision, he couldn't even fathom what drove Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was neither a friend of Zero Wings nor Demon's Heart's enemy, yet it was showing strong support for the former. The situation was baffling. Of course, while the two guilds aligning themselves with Zero Wing was unexpected, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Before anyone could overcome their surprise, however, several more players spoke up from among the cloaked group. Shadowless Empire also wishes to form a partnership. We have only come here with this group, due to Old Yuan's invitation. Young lady from Zero Wing, please do not misinterpret our intentions, the Crimson-Eyed Elder from Shadowless Empire declared, stepping away from the group. You really are a sleaze, Old Lu. You make it sound as if Demon Palace has some other reason for being here, Evil Qilin said, similarly removing himself from the group as he rolled his eyes at the Crimson-Eyed Elder. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after the representatives from Shadowless Empire and Demon Palace declared their desire for peace. The other representatives, aside from those from Demon's Heart and Starlink, did the same, insisting to Melancholic Smile that they were only there to seek an alliance with her guild, nothing else. The various major powers members and independent players in the Freedom Hotel's lobby were dumbfounded as they watched the scene play out. What's going on? What has Zero Wing done? Even Yuan Tiexin and Troubled Times watched with their jaws hanging open. They had no idea what was happening, either. Chapter 2572, Stone Forest City Shaken. Darkness disappears the situation even confused Melancholic Smile, to say nothing of Yuan Tiexin and Troubled Times. Only a moment ago, these superpowers representatives had been silent, but based on their imposing auras, they had harbored no intentions of allying with Zero Wing. They now displayed a completely different attitude. Before Troubled Times could say anything to these representatives, a hand shot out and stopped him. His mouth clicked shut as he glanced at Flaming Light in confusion. We're leaving. Flaming Light snapped after one last glance at Melancholic Smile. He turned and left the Freedom Hotel without another word. He made no attempts to win back the various superpowers. Are we just going to let Zero Wing off the hook? Vice Guild Leader? Troubled Times whispered to Flaming Light. They had gone to great lengths to gather so many superpowers. Combined with the Dark World's forces, Stone Forest City, even at intermediate rank, was a fish on the cutting board. Most of the superpowers they had gathered may have abandoned the plan to attack Stone Forest City, but they could still cause enough trouble to cost Zero Wing a fortune and accelerate the city's downfall with Starlink, Demon's Heart, and the adventurer team's mythology controlled, even if they couldn't deal a severe blow. Fool! Do you think those superpowers would suddenly change their minds without a reason? Flaming Light growled as he glared at Troubled Times. Have they unearthed some sort of unexpected information? Troubled Times wondered, realization dawning on him. Those superpowers are all sly foxes. No ordinary news could make them change sides so drastically. Something big must have happened with the Dark World, Flaming Light hissed. Something's happened to the Dark World? How is that possible? Troubled Times could not help his skepticism. The Dark World was home to powerful lunatics, with a strong preyed upon the weak. If the Dark World's players wanted to enter Cold Spring Forest, there was no power strong enough to stop them, not even Flaming Light, who was responsible for opening the teleportation gate. I'm not sure yet. I could be overthinking things, Flaming Light said, shaking his head. In reality, he found the deduction hard to believe. We need to send someone to investigate immediately. I'll contact Elder Heart right away, Troubled Times said, nodding. Even after Flaming Light and his entourage left the Freedom Hotel, the lobby was still silent as the various major powers members and independent players remained speechless. Everything had changed too suddenly. A second ago, the various superpowers had been ready to draw their weapons and declare war on Zero Wing, but in the next moment, they voiced their intentions to ally with the guild. The crowd even wondered if those cloaked players were truly upper echelons from the various superpowers or not. What's going on here, Old Yuan? Why are these superpowers behaving like this? Scorching Shine asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin was just as confused. He, too, wished to know what had just changed. Yuan Tiexin struggled to find an answer for Scorched Shine's question when he noticed that he had received a message from Purple Jade some time ago. Could Zero Wing have done something? Realization dawned on Yuan Tiexin when he saw the message. When he had heard that Zero Wing had rashly sent a force to the Dark World's teleportation gate, he had sent Purple Jade to investigate the situation. Since she had messaged him, he found it likely that Zero Wing had done something at the gate, which had, in turn, caused this unexpected development. The other superpowers representatives must also have received news which had changed their minds. Even if Zero Wing has done something, this outcome shouldn't be possible. Yuan Tiexin felt that something was amiss, and he immediately opened Purple Jade's message. By the time he finished reading her report, he was astounded. "Old Yuan, what's happened? Did you get disconnected?" Scorching Shine asked when he saw his old comrade's slack expression. Not even Scorching Shine's question shook Yuan Tiexin from his daze. He only opened his mouth after some time and stuttered. They won. Zero Wing actually won. Zero Wing won? What did it win? Scorching Shine prodded. Zero Wing won the Dark World. After taking in a deep breath, Yuan Tiexin clearly explained, Zero Wing just won the Dark World at the teleportation gate. Won the Dark World? Yuan Tiexin's abnormal behavior baffled Scorching Shine. The man was, after all, utterly incoherent. Did he have Alzheimer's? For a moment, Scorching Shine thought it might be time to suggest to his guild leader that Yuan Tiexin take a vacation. Brother Shine, I apologize. I got too excited. Yuan Tiexin apologized when he realized that Scorching Shine was looking at him like a mental patient. Chuckling, he explained, a few minutes ago, Zero Wing led a legion of Tier 3 NPCs and repelled the Dark World's invading army. Dawn Dominance, World Domination's guild leader and the Dark World's representative, has publicly announced their retreat. Zero Wing has taken full control of the Dark World's teleportation gate. Zero Wing has defeated the Dark World's invading army? Are you toying with me, old Yuan? Scorching Shine questioned, giving Yuan Tiexin a disdainful look. Since Yuan Tiexin hadn't controlled his voice, everyone in the lobby had heard him clearly. A commotion erupted, and the various major powers experts and independent players stared at Yuan Tiexin as if he were a blubbering fool. No individual power in God's domain was capable of standing against the Dark World's invading army. Although Zero Wing had a large number of Tier 3 NPCs under its command, that only amounted to 600. Trying to stop more than 30,000 Tier 3 players with a measly 600 Tier 3 NPCs was a joke. Even if they included every Tier 3 player in Zero Wing, the guild should have no hope of stopping the Dark World's invading army. Furthermore, the various powers that called the Dark World home had extraordinary powers. If they all revealed just one of their many trump cards, they could easily annihilate every player in Cold Spring Forest 10 times over. With such strength, how could Zero Wing possibly defeat this invading army? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look. This is the battle video Jade recorded, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head helplessly. Yuan Tiexin found the situation just as unbelievable, but with the fact before him, he had no choice but to recognize it as truth. Scorching Shine then watched the video Yuan Tiexin sent him. Silence. Shock. How is this possible? Scorching Shine couldn't believe his eyes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. They were talking about several million expert players. He also saw several dozen Tier 4 summon creatures and several thousand Tier 3 personal guards. Yet, even with such power, the Dark World's invading army had suffered defeat. Shortly after the video ended, a group of players entered the Freedom Hotel's lobby in a hurry, clearly excited. Big news, everyone. Great news. Zero Wings just repelled the Dark World's invading army and has taken control of the Dark World's teleportation gate. Chapter 2573. Popular Stone Forest City, when the group that had just burst into the Freedom Hotel excitedly announced Zero Wing's victory of the Dark World's invading army. The players in the lobby, who had been skeptical about Yuan Tiexin's stunned announcement, were flabbergasted. What? It's actually true? How could Zero Wing have possibly won? We're talking about an entire world of experts. The fact that the secret pavilion held some of Stone Forest City's shares was no longer a secret. Thus, there had been a chance that Yuan Tiexin had been lying to boost Zero Wing's reputation. The players that had just arrived, however, were a different story. Every member of the group was an independent player, and a few of them were well known among the adventurer teams unrelated to Zero Wing in the city. Because of this, they were considered quite credible. Most importantly, they had just explained the sudden change in the various superpowers' attitudes regarding Zero Wing. Even with many players still doubting the news, assuming it was either a lie or outrageously exaggerated, there was no doubt that the guild in question had done something to change the superpowers' minds. That fact alone was enough to shock everyone in the lobby only moments before they were overcome with joy. Without the various superpowers' interference, and with Stone Forest City's defenses and terrain advantage, even the Dark World's players would need a long time before they could capture the city. Meanwhile, resident players like themselves could safely and far faster than those based outside of Stone Forest City. Thankfully, we weren't too rash, but I really doubt that Zero Wing's foundations are this formidable. Demon's Heart's flaming light must be going mad with regret right about now, the fierce man from Crimson Emperor said with a bitter smile. The main reason that the various superpowers were so afraid of Demon's Heart was the key in Flaming Light's possession, which allowed him to open the Dark World's teleportation gate in any location he desired. If not for this trump card, Demon's Heart wouldn't have developed so smoothly in the Ten Saints Empire. Flaming Light had intended to use this trump card to salvage Demon's Heart's reputation and deter the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers. But now, both his threat and plans had gone to the dogs. In fact, Flaming Light's trump card had unexpectedly benefited Zero Wing, increasing both the guild's fame and fortune. It was only a matter of time before word of the Dark World's defeat spread across the main continent, and as it did, everyone would learn about Zero Wing. Not even the various superpowers were capable of accomplishing such a feat, yet Zero Wing had succeeded. Although the guild had relied on a large number of Tier 3 NPCs to do so, those NPCs were considered a part of Zero Wing's strength. In addition, with the Dark World's teleportation gate under Zero Wing's control, even ordinary players knew this victory would usher in an era of power for the guild. No one would be surprised if it instantly became a superpower in its own right. And the one who granted Zero Wing this opportunity was none other than Demon's Heart's Flaming Light. That's right. Without the Dark World assistance, Demon's Heart will have a very hard time expanding in the Ten Saints Empire. Illusory Words agreed, nodding. Demon's Heart had gone out for wool and come home shorn. The Dark World's teleportation gate should have triggered unprecedented change on the main continent. However, Zero Wing now controlled the gate, and the guild had made it clear that it intended to collect a fee from every player that wanted to use the teleportation gate. This would significantly decrease the number of visiting Dark World players and, in turn, reduce the number of Demon's Heart's potential allies. Unless the Dark Guild wanted to face the Ten Saints Empire's various superpowers, it would have to keep a low profile for a considerable amount of time. You've done a great job this time, Illusory. Since the Grand Elders had nearly made such a catastrophic mistake, the guild leader has reclaimed a lot of authority in the guild. The guild leader sent a message ago requesting that you represent Crimson Emperor in the negotiations with Zero Wing. It would also be best if you could rent a few of the Freedom Hotel's rooms long-term. Don't worry about the required money and materials. The fierce man congratulated his comrade. The guild leader's requests are certainly troublesome. Now that Zero Wing has defeated the Dark World, a ton of powers will try to rent a large number of the hotel rooms. Illusory Words grumbled, offering a half-hearted smile. With Cold Spring Forest now free of the Dark World's threat, Stone Forest City was, once again, a sacred leveling ground. It would soon become a holy city for the Eastern Continent's various powers and independent players. And when it did, even entering the city would become a challenge, let alone renting one of the Freedom Hotel's rooms. Shortly after the various superpowers meeting in the first-floor lobby had concluded, News of the Dark World's defeat spread throughout the continent. As they learned of the event, many powers began to regret their decision to abandon Stone Forest City the moment things had turned south. Crap, how is this even possible? Zero Wing is so awesome. Even an entire otherworld of players is helpless against that guild. Who could possibly stand against it? Stone Forest City? It seems like a good place to develop. When the various kingdoms and empires' powers and independent experts learned about Zero Wing's victory, many of them considered moving their bases of operations to Stone Forest City. Aside from the fact that Stone Forest City occupied a level 100 neutral map, the fact that the Dark World's invading army hadn't been able to shake Zero Wing's foundations made the city incredibly valuable. None of the city's residents would have to worry about suddenly losing their bases or another power taking over, which would render all of their investments useless. This concern was precisely the reason that many players developed in NPC cities rather than in guild cities. Now that Zero Wing had affirmed its strength, Stone Forest City's stability wasn't a concern. At the very least, it would be a long while before any power could bring harm to the city. This time period would be more than enough for players to earn back what they had invested in the city. For a time, players from various kingdoms and empires swarmed towards Stone Forest City. The abrupt population boom was easily 10 times larger than the initial wave of players that visited the city once it had reached intermediate rank. Moreover, an astounding number of players had begun to apply to the guild. Zero Wing had already received more than 2 million applicants among its various branches, with many of these experts capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor and beyond. Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Zero Wing's other management personnel were stupefied. No matter how well they had managed Zero Wing in the past, few new experts had applied to join, yet after a single battle, everything had changed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader, Stone Forest City's player population has exceeded 8 million, and I believe even more players are on their way. Should we slightly raise the city's entrance fee? Aqua Rose asked, still blissful after reading the latest statistics report. Their war with the Dark World had ended less than half a day ago, yet Stone Forest City's player population had risen from less than 2 million to over 8 million. The number of players visiting the city had completely exceeded her expectations. No, let's forget about increasing the entrance fee. We still need a large number of independent players to settle down in Stone Forest City. However, we can increase the Freedom Hotel's prices. Don't normal rooms cost 30 silver per day? Raise it to 1 gold. Bronze members will get a 10% discount. Silver members will get 20%, and gold members will get 30%. Surephone decided, chuckling. Nothing in this world came for free. Since the various powers wanted their experts to develop as quickly as possible, he wouldn't be courteous. He was incredibly poor right now, after all. To arm his night division, he had spent almost all of the money he had. I understand. The pricing astonished Aqua rose a little. Not even ordinary experts could afford a daily expense of 1 gold. All right, Guild Leader, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society have contacted me and wish to discuss the offer you made them. They're asking when you'll be free to speak on the matter. Chapter 2574, Ancient Gods Tower, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel's top floor reception room. Blue Rainbow from Dark Rhapsody and Elder Gold from Deity Society sat on a sofa, an awkward silence between them, in a spacious, luxurious reception room. Magic Flash and Old Forest sat beside them, just as dazed. This was simply too humiliating. They had thought that their previous meeting with Surephone would have been their last, and they would never have to see each other again. They had seen Surefang's hope of a stronger partnership between their guilds as nothing more than wishful thinking. However, less than 2 days after that meeting, they had sought the swordsman out again. Meanwhile, Surephone had transformed his brazen declaration into reality, taking control of the Dark World's teleportation gate and the other world's lifeline. If any of the Dark World's powers or players wanted to continue and accelerate their development, they'd have to travel to Cold Spring Forest. However, Zero Wing's teleportation fees were just fraudulent. The guild actually charged 1 darkness crystal or similarly attributed magic crystal per person. Attributed magic crystals were even rarer than ordinary magic crystals, and dark players needed darkness crystals for their growth. In fact, they needed a lot of them. There weren't even enough darkness crystals to go around for the Dark World's various powers and independent players. Yet Zero Wing was cruel enough to charge darkness crystals as its teleportation fee. Worse yet, they couldn't defeat Zero Wing. To secure its hold on the teleportation gate, Zero Wing had established a permanent magic barrier around it, in addition to stationing 2 Crimson Dragon flying ships, 8 combat puppets, 600 Tier 3 knights, and 2,000 Tier 2 knights to guard the gate. The defenses Zero Wing had set up around the teleportation gate were maddening. Sending an army of 20,000 Tier 3 experts would be futile against such high security, much less sneaking through. The only option the Dark World's powers and players had left was to hand over the required fee obediently. After Blue Rainbow and the others waited for a while, the reception room's doors opened abruptly, and Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, walked in. He was the monster that had single-handedly deterred the Dark World army of several million players. However, Shifeng seemed like a completely different person at the moment. When he had stood before the Dark World's teleportation gate, he had radiated an incredible aura that frightened everyone in his presence. But now, they couldn't even detect the hint of an aura, as if he were just an ordinary player. Similar to Blue Rainbow and the others' first meeting with this swordsman, he seemed harmless, rather than contempt. However, they only looked at Shifeng with fear in their eyes. They hadn't paid much attention to him during their last meeting, but now that they did, they couldn't even consider Shifeng as human. He felt more like a plant, nearly non-existent. As Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold began to stand to greet him, Shifeng gestured for them to remain seated, dispensing with the formalities. He then smiled and asked, "I've heard that you've conveyed my proposal to your respective guild leaders. How do your guilds wish to cooperate with Zero Wing?" Magic Flash and Old Forest inwardly rolled their eyes at Shifeng's question. His actions had practically engraved his words on their guild leaders' bones, and they'd remember them for the rest of their lives. Guild leader Black Flame, your proposal has delighted our guild leaders, and they have stated that as long as Zero Wing will waive the teleportation fees for our guild members, we will help the Candlelight trading firm establish itself in the Dark World's major NPC cities. What do you think? Blue Rainbow asked. Although their 2 guilds were reluctant to accept Shifeng's conditions, they had no choice with the situation weighing against them. If they declined, both of their guilds' positions would become more disadvantageous as time passed. Waive the teleportation fee. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, "That's fine, but I'd like to set up a branch shop in every NPC city in the Dark World. Of course, Zero Wing will cover the necessary expenditures. Your 2 guilds only need to resolve the issue of land." Guild leader Black Flame, you are asking for the impossible. The Dark World is even larger than the main continent's ancient empires. While our guilds are 2 of the top 3 in the Dark World, we only control a small portion of the other world. We simply don't have the manpower and resources to ensure that Candlelight can operate in every NPC city, Elder Gold said, shaking his head with an unhappy smile. Dark Rhapsody, Deity Society, and World Domination had a lot of influence on the surface, but the same couldn't be said for their control on the Dark World. In the Dark World, players had partial control of the various NPC cities. As long as a power controlled one of these cities, they wouldn't have to worry about needing funds or resources, and without these concerns, they didn't have to worry about offending the other world's top 3 guilds. To put it simply, helping Candlelight secure branches in the Dark World's major NPC cities was a colossal challenge. Both guilds would have to pull a lot of strings to fulfill their end of the bargain. Unfortunately, helping the trading firms set up shops in every NPC city would be a dream. Even if World Domination cooperated, the feat wouldn't be feasible. There is something else we need to inform you about, Guild leader Black Flame, Blue Rainbow said. Due to your actions at the teleportation gate, the Dark World's various major powers loathe Zero Wing. As a result, our guilds are risking much by allying with your guild. Moreover, Demon's Heart has traveled across the Dark World, secretly persuading the various powers to join its alliance. By the looks of it, They plan to challenge the Ancient Gods Tower in the Dark World. This Ancient Gods Tower is extraordinary, surviving since the Dark World's creation. There are rumors that it's connected to thousands of other worlds. Nobody had been able to clear the tower's trials yet, but as players grow stronger, the various powers will be able to activate a portion of it, if not all. If that happens, the various powers will reach the main continent, even without the teleportation gate. Only, they will have to do so by passing through another otherworld. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who stood behind Sure Foam, frowned at the news. If what the female Dark Knight said was true, wouldn't that mean the effort they had put into capturing the teleportation gate would go to waste? The Ancient Gods Tower. Sure Foam had some recollection of this name. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Ancient Gods Tower was connected to thousands of other worlds. It was also one of the reasons that the Dark World was considered a special otherworld in God's domain. However, since no power had taken control of the Dark World's teleportation gate in his past, none of the Dark World's powers had bothered to challenge the tower's trials. Activating the Ancient Gods Tower was insanely difficult, after all. Of course, while current players had no hope of fully activating the Ancient Gods Tower, activating some of it should be possible. That's right. The Dark World various powers have already turned their focus to the Ancient Gods Tower, and Demon's Heart has quite a bit of resources and information relating to it. I'm afraid it won't be long before the various powers band together to challenge the tower, Blue Rainbow said, nodding. 1 darkness crystal per person was no trivial cost. No one would pay such a high fee unless necessary. What if I can help you secure the Ancient Gods Tower within a short time? Sure Feng asked. Chapter 2575, Crazy Choice. You'll help us secure the Ancient Gods Tower? Sure Feng's question stunned Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold. As long as you secure the Ancient Gods Tower before anyone else, you'll have full control of the tower's teleportation array for a certain time, correct? Sure Feng said. The Ancient Gods Tower had a total of 7 floors, and each housed several teleportation arrays to different otherworlds. Some are even connected to resource-rich secret lands. The first player to conquer any of the floor's trials would become the floor's first floor master. Once a month, players could contest for the title. If Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society could conquer the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor, they would have full control of that floor for the next month, and no one could leave the Dark World through the teleportation arrays during that time. Guild Leader Black Flame, you might not be aware, but the Ancient Gods Tower isn't like the Dark World's teleportation gate. Aside from the intense suppression non-dark players like yourself face in the Dark World, players are prohibited from using tools within the tower. NPCs cannot enter the tower, either. Players will have to rely on their own strength and skills to clear the trials, Elder Gold said. He didn't doubt Zero Wing's strength, but the Ancient Gods Tower was in the Dark World, where non-dark players wouldn't be able to exhibit their full strength. Including the ban on tools and NPCs, Zero Wing wouldn't accomplish anything in the tower. If it were so easy, Demon's Heart wouldn't have bothered to gather the Dark World's various powers in an attempt to conquer the tower, and would have sought the help of the main continent's superpowers instead. The various superpowers certainly had the strength to trample the Dark World's various powers, normally. That's right. Not only do the Ancient Gods Tower's trials have a strict time limit, but we'll also need a minimum of 200 Tier 3 experts to clear them. Without enough players, we won't be able to handle the hordes of monsters within, not to mention capture the tower cities. While our guilds can barely gather 200 Tier 3 experts, the first floor's trial is just as difficult as a level 100 super large-scale team dungeon. Our experts simply don't meet the weapon, equipment, skill, and spell requirements, Blue Rainbow insisted, nodding. There are 2 guilds that considered raiding the Ancient Gods Tower, but the feat was too difficult. No individual power in the Dark World could even clear the first floor's trial. Unfortunately, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society no longer had the option of allying with other powers. After the Dark World's invading army had been defeated, Demon's Heart had exposed their guild alliance with Zero Wing, instantly isolating them from the rest of the Dark World. As a result, both guilds were forced into deepening their relationship with Zero Wing. If they didn't, their guilds would be doomed once Demon's Heart and the Dark World's other powers conquered the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. Relax. That won't be a problem, Shifeng said, chuckling. However, I have an extra condition if we succeed. Shifeng knew far more about the Ancient Gods Tower than any player in God's domain, and as such, he knew that the two guilds had no chance of success, even if they worked together. That was only true for the current Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. However, are you really that confident in our success, Guild Leader Black Flame? Blue Rainbow asked. She knew that Zero Wing had extraordinary Tier 3 experts, but the suppression regular players faced in the Dark World was nothing to ignore. Even ordinary domain realm experts would, at best, exhibit void realm combat standards. This was why the main continent's various superpowers had allied with the Dark World's powers, rather than invade the other world. While I can't guarantee our success, I'm 70% to 80% confident, Shifeng replied. 80%? Elder Gold stuttered, his eyes going wide. If Shifeng hadn't personally captured the Dark World's teleportation gate, he would have assumed the swordsman was an escaped lunatic from a mental asylum. Even without the Dark World suppression, the various superpowers wouldn't be guaranteed to conquer the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. Even with its heaven-defying foundations, Zero Wing should, at best, have a 40% success rate. 70 or 80% was practically ensured victory. May I know of your conditions, Guild Leader Black Flame? Blue Rainbow asked after calming down. Although she didn't know whether or not Shifeng was telling the truth, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society would only benefit if his plan succeeded. They had no reason to refuse. It's quite simple. I want 80% of the Ancient Gods Tower's profits. I also want the authority to manage your guild's main force members. In addition, my command will take precedence over your guild leaders during times of impending danger, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. This, Elder Gold could not help but hesitate. If Zero Wing helped them gain control over the Ancient Gods Tower, their guilds wouldn't mind splitting the profits. They could even accept only 20%, but giving up control of their main force members was absurd. Rest assured, I won't interfere with your main force's daily activities. They just need to follow orders when I need them, Shifeng said. Of course, you can return and take the time to consider my proposal. I don't need an answer right away. We have no need to consider the offer, Guild Leader Black Flame. Dark Rhapsody agrees. In return, Zero Wing must allow our members to travel through the teleportation gate freely. Of course, Dark Rhapsody will do its best to assist in establishing the Candlelight trading firm in the Dark World. Blue Rainbow abruptly interjected. Rainbow, are you insane? You're talking about the management rights for your guild's main force. Elder Gold asked as he stared at the female Dark Knight in shock. Agreeing to this condition was on par with handing Shifeng control of a fraction of Dark Rhapsody's backbone. Claiming that Shifeng would act as a partial guild leader was no exaggeration. I'm still sane. My guild leader impressed upon me the importance of cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, I don't think that Guild Leader Black Flame actually fancies our two guilds' main forces, Blue Rainbow informed Elder Gold via whisper. Realization immediately dawned on the older man. Zero Wing no longer lacked manpower. With every moment, a ton of experts applied to join the guild, and Zero Wing now controlled the Dark World's teleportation gate. Until someone activated the Ancient Gods Tower, Zero Wing had a firm grasp on the Dark World's lifeline. In truth, even Shifeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Blue Rainbow to agree so decisively. Any other large guild's upper echelon would have likely turned and left in a huff. Deal. Deity Society will agree to your conditions, as well, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, Deity Society wants the same conditions as Dark Rhapsody in return, Elder Gold said, sighing. Now that the Dark World's various powers recognized their guilds as Zero Wing's allies, they had no choice but to stick by Zero Wing until the very end. Moreover, an alliance with this guild would ensure that both Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society could develop far faster than their dark counterparts. That won't be a problem. Once we sign the contract, your guild's members may use the teleportation gate to their heart's content, Shifeng agreed, nodding. What do we do once the contract has been signed? Elder Gold asked. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Demon's Heart was already in a rush to find allies to conquer the Ancient God's Tower. Once its team had enough Tier 3 experts, it would challenge the tower's trials. Hence, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society were running out of time. Simple. Send your main force members to Stone Forest City immediately. Zero Wing will take responsibility for their growth, Shifeng said, chuckling. Everything in God's domain boiled down to player strength, including raiding team dungeons and the Ancient God's Tower. As long as he could help the two guilds' main force members grow strong enough, raiding the tower wouldn't be an issue. Their growth. Shifeng's demands stunned Blue Rainbow. She had never thought he'd choose such an option. Where are we going? To the level 120 secret land, Poison City, Shifeng declared. Chapter 2576, Secret Land Exploration. When Shifeng stated his intentions to travel to a level 120 secret land, both Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold were speechless. The various superpowers hadn't even entered level 110,100 man-team dungeons once. In fact, barely any players had reached level 110 yet. While secret lands weren't dungeons, they were even more dangerous. Even the safest secret land could rival super large-scale, hard-mode team dungeons of the same level. Not even superpowers would dare suggest exploring a level 120 secret land. Yet, Shifeng spoke of doing so as casually as if he were visiting the local market. For a moment, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold doubted that they played the same game Shifeng did. What? Is there a problem? Shifeng curiously asked when he saw the two representatives' dazed expressions. And no, it's nothing. Only, Guild Leader Black Flame, we're talking about a level 120 secret land. I'm afraid that with our current levels and equipment, Elder Gold said worriedly, entering a level 120 secret land wouldn't be a problem. Even a level 1 player could do it. The problem was whether or not they could leave the secret land alive. Unlike dungeons, secret lands' difficulty and number of monsters weren't fixed, but randomized. If one were lucky, a 100-man team would be enough to survive. If not, they might need a team of 1,000 players or even 5,000 to make it out. This was why raiding secret lands proved much harder than raiding a team dungeon of the same level. Normally, guilds would mobilize a large fraction of their members to raid a secret land, but after level 100, only Tier 3 experts had any chance of surviving. Tier 2 experts would only hold them back. In other words, guilds couldn't use all of their available manpower to raid level 100-plus secret lands. They'd have to rely on a small number of Tier 3 experts. This was precisely why the various major powers and superpowers hadn't bothered to raid level 100-plus secret lands, even after crossing the level 100 threshold. Relax. As long as everyone follows my orders, we shouldn't have any major problems, Shifeng said. Chukdo, during his previous life, Poison City had been famous for how incredibly dangerous it was. Even when the various superpowers had dispatched a team of several thousand Tier 3 experts, they had failed to complete the raid. The various superpowers had only conquered the secret land after their experts had reached Tier 4. However, Shifeng had no intention of capturing Poison City. He only wanted the fragment of Solomon's sword that hid within. Moreover, he now had the fragmented legendary ranked Abyssal Blade and Ring of Gospel. The ring would be particularly helpful on this endeavor. Once he had become an intermediate master magician, he found he could amplify the Ring of Gospel's effects until it was even effective against Tier 4 monsters, which drastically increased his chances of obtaining the sword fragment. Now, he only lacked numbers. Generally, one would need at least 1,000 Tier 3 experts to raid level 100-plus secret lands. But even with the Hell Legion's 300 Tier 3 experts, he only had around 500 under his command. It was too risky to take such a small team into the secret land. However, if he included Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's 200-plus Tier 3 experts, he'd have a much higher chance of securing Solomon's sword's fragment. Something still fell off to Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold but since they had already signed a contract with Feng, they couldn't go back on their word for no good reason. The two representatives then contacted their guilds, secretly gathering their Tier 3 experts. Meanwhile, Feng gathered Zero Wing's experts and the Hell Legion. In the Dark World, news of the alliance between Zero Wing, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society spread quickly. A commotion rose all across the Otherworld, and when the Dark World's many independent players learned that the two Dark Guilds members could use the Teleportation Gate for free, many of them began to apply. Elder Heart, World Domination, followed Demon's Heart's instructions to spearhead the attack against Zero Wing. And yet, the Guild's reputation is in tatters, and it has become the Dark World's shame. To make matters worse, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society have become incredibly popular after allying with Zero Wing. If you still can't offer anything substantial, we'll have to consider doing the same. Dawn Dominance coldly informed Furious Heart, who sat across from him in the reception room. Please, rest assured, Guild Leader Dawn. We are responsible for inviting world domination into this situation, and we won't let your guild suffer for it. Don't you want to take revenge against Zero Wing, Guild Leader Dawn? Furious Heart asked. Not only does Zero Wing possess the popular Stone Forest City, but it has also taken control of the Dark World's Teleportation Gate. It stands in the limelight on the eastern continent, but the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Many superpowers currently find Zero Wing's popularity to be irksome. I want something practical, not empty promises. Dawn Dominance growled, rolling his eyes. He understood Furious Heart's logic, but the problem was that no one could do anything to Zero Wing right now. However, the problem was that nobody was capable of doing anything against Zero Wing right now. We have quietly received funding from quite a few superpowers. We've also secured a loan of weapons and equipment. If World Domination is willing to join our alliance, we'll lend you 50 sets of level 105 fine gold equipment and 10 sets of dark gold equipment for 10 days without cost, Furious Heart calmly stated, smiling. How about it? Even ordinary superpowers have a hard time acquiring such equipment, but World Domination can borrow it by joining our alliance. With these sets, your guild can raid level 100 team dungeons, obtaining even more top-tier weapons and equipment. In addition, once we've captured the Ancient God's Tower, World Domination will receive 5% of the tower's shares. It's a much better offer than what Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society accepted from Zero Wing, don't you think? 50 sets of level 105 fine gold equipment and 10 sets of level 105 dark gold equipment. The terms of Furious Heart's deal astonished Dawn Dominance. You can get your hands on so much top-tier equipment. Although he knew that the outcome of the war had enraged Demon's Heart and the outside world superpowers, he had never dreamed they would go to such lengths to deal with Zero Wing. With that much top-tier equipment, he could arm an incredibly powerful 100-man team. Even raiding level 100 super large-scale team dungeons and level 110 mythic field bosses would be possible, not to mention level 100,000 100-man team dungeons. What had their goal been in heading to Cold Spring Forest? To obtain better weapons and equipment, as well as rapidly rising through the levels? If they had enough top-tier weapons and equipment, would leveling and securing more still be a problem? Don't concern yourself with that, Guild Leader Dawn. Just sign the contract, and we'll hand the equipment over immediately, Furious Heart urged, chuckling. Deal. I'll agree to your offer, Dawn Dominance declared. Very well. I'll contact my vice guild leader immediately. You'll have the weapons and equipment promised within half a day, Furious Heart said, not surprised in the least by Dawn Dominance's reaction. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. After signing the contract, Furious Heart left World Domination's residence and returned to Demon City. Is everything settled? Flaming Light raised his head and asked as Furious Heart entered his office. It's done. The Dark World's various powers have agreed to join our alliance. We can raid the Ancient God's Tower at any time, Furious Heart reported. Good. Flaming Light nodded, satisfied. Smiling, he continued. Zero Wing must assume I'm helpless now that it controls the Dark World's teleportation gate. Unfortunately, Zero Wing is unaware that its actions have only earned more loathing and anger. Zero Wing had no background, yet it sat on a mountain of wealth and resources. One could even say that it had monopolized all of the Dark World's resources. Naturally, the various superpowers wouldn't let the guild get away with it. Hence, without lifting a finger, plenty of superpowers and corporations had approached him, declaring their intentions to supply all sorts of resources in exchange for dragging Zero Wing down from its pedestal. As long as Demon's Heart secured the Ancient God's Tower, it would usher in dark times for Zero Wing. If Zero Wing had obediently accepted defeat, it would have only lost Cold Spring Forest, but now it would lose everything. The guild's night division was limited to Cold Spring Forest, after all. Elsewhere, Shifeng had reached Poison City alongside Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members. The moment the Dark players set foot in the secret land, they shuddered. Black fog covered the land, and they felt as if they were walking on clouds as they stepped into it. They also felt suddenly cold and hungry, and their five senses and reaction speeds had weakened. Here, they wouldn't be able to exhibit half of their usual combat power. However, the dark fog wasn't the worst part. They were far more afraid of the level 115-plus monsters that roamed the forest outside of Poison City. Even the weakest monster here was a High Lord, and many were Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked wandering souls. These monsters had once been members of the army that guarded Poison City before the black fog had devoured them. The closer they got to these monsters, the more the corrosive energy in the area affected them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sure enough, there are a lot of monsters here. Shifeng was similarly astonished when he saw the wandering souls nearby. Not only did the secret land house far more monsters than during his previous life, but the death energy that enveloped the area was also denser. Of course, that wasn't enough to deter him from exploring the secret land, and he turned to Kola and the others. Start luring monsters, but not too many at once. 500 or 600 will be enough. Shifeng's command rendered Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members speechless. They were sure they'd be annihilated if they took on 100 monsters at a time, let alone 500. The death energy in this map was simply too powerful, and all of these monsters were level 115 or higher. Trying to fight 500 or 600 simultaneously was suicide. Okay. However, Kola, Fire Dance, and the others remained unfazed. They immediately dashed into the forest on their own and began to attract the Wandering Souls aggro. Chapter 2577. Difference of level 120, frightening wealth as Kola, Fire Dance, and the others darted through the silent forest. They caused a commotion. Small groups of Wandering Souls flew toward the offending players, quickly surrounding them. These monsters were so fast that ordinary experts wouldn't have a chance to escape. However, the encirclement was practically non-existent to Kola and Zero Wing's other MTs. Like unstoppable tanks, they charged through the monsters, shoving aside any that stood in their path with their shields. None of the Wandering Souls could stop their advance. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other more agile players maneuvered their way around the Wandering Souls, letting none lay a hand on them. The death energy the Wandering Souls exuded had no effect on Kola, Fire Dance, or their companions. It almost seemed like some kind of invisible barrier protected them from the death energy's corrosion. In no time at all, Kola and the others had pulled around 600 monsters toward the rest of the team. Wandering Soul, Undead, High Lord, level 115 HP 45, 000/45, 000/000, Elite Wandering Soul, Undead, Great Lord, level 116 HP 120, 000/120, 000/000, Crazed Soul, Undead, Grand Lord, level 116 HP 400, 000/400, 000/000, facing the 400-plus Wandering Souls, 100-plus Elite Wandering Souls, and 6 Crazed Souls. Everyone on the team couldn't help but shudder. Unlike ordinary monsters, These wandering souls had once been Poison City's warriors. Even in death, they retained the skills they had used in life. When several hundred wandering souls gathered, they actually formed a battle array, and although it wasn't very strong, it significantly boosted the monster's movement speed and reaction speed. A faint layer of mana had also appeared around the monsters, strengthening their defense and the power of their skills and spells. However, the team was even more surprised to find that these wandering souls didn't employ simple pack tactics like ordinary monsters. Rather, they moved in proper formation. The wandering souls with shields and melee weapons moved to the front of the group, while those with bows and staves stood in the back. The small force gradually and orderly advanced. So, this is a level 120 secret land. Blue Rainbow was shocked as she watched the monsters march like a uniform army. Although she had known that level 100+ secret lands were extraordinary, she couldn't help her surprise as she experienced it for herself. These monsters were already a major challenge since their basic attributes were higher than players of the same tier and level. They also had far more HP and defense. Now that they could fight with as much organization as NPCs, their combat power would drastically increase. If their team hadn't had the numerical advantage, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Even Hell Rush frowned at the incoming force. Normally, the Hell Legion's experts wouldn't have any problems fighting these monsters one-on-one. Not even the Grand Lord-ranked Cray Souls would be too much for the Hell Legion to overcome. But now, these monsters had their own battle array. Not only did this battle array boost the Wandering Souls' physical performance, but also drastically reduced the number of weak points they had, including the monster's level advantage. Even the Hell Legion was in for a tough battle without the help of weapons and equipment with the Ignore levels attribute. Only Surpassing seemed unaffected by Poison City's formidable monsters. This was the true combat power of God's Domain's monsters. All monsters before level 115 were merely obstacles to help players get used to the game. Once players neared the level 120 threshold, however, God's Domain no longer catered to its players. Instead, players had to adapt to God's Domain. Monsters would begin to behave like living beings with their own characteristics. If players couldn't take advantage of these characteristics, even experts of the same tier would fall in a one-on-one fight. This was why level 120 secret lands and team dungeons were true treasure troves for tier 3 players, containing all sorts of ancient inheritances, skill, and spellbooks. As the Undead Legion approached, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's players mentally prepared themselves for a hard fight. Meanwhile, Surpassing retrieved the Ring of Gospel and spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World. The Phantom World descended, and the Undead Legion's basic attributes fell rapidly. Their reaction speed and physique also plummeted. The Dark players on the team were stupefied. They had experienced the Ring of Gospel's power before, but they were still as shocked as they had been the first time. A moment ago, their senses had warned them that these undead were powerful opponents, but now, the monsters seemed relatively easy to defeat. They couldn't help but feel grateful that Surpassing stood on their side, not against them. "All right, attack. Let's end this battle quickly," Surpassing commanded when he realized most of his team was still dazed. The Ring of Gospel was indeed an amazing tool, but it was incredibly costly. Just maintaining Miniature World for 10 minutes cost 5,000 magic crystals. Surpassing's command shook everyone from their stupor, and they began to activate skills and spells against the incoming legion. Now that they had the advantage in basic attributes, the quickest and simplest way to victory was to face these wandering souls head-on. Boom, boom, boom. When the first volley of Tier 3 skills and spells landed, the ground in nearby forest shook violently. The bombardment even transformed the terrain around them. After 10 minutes, over 80% of the Undead Legion had fallen, and the few survivors only had scant amounts of HP remaining. Even without Miniature World suppression, the team could rely on their overwhelming numerical advantage to eliminate the remaining monsters. During the fight, everyone on the team was able to experience what it felt like to face a true monster the main god system had designed. The main god system hadn't restrained the wandering souls in the slightest, and they had incredible control of the death energy wafting off them. If players did not learn how to manipulate their own mana to defend themselves, the death energy would quickly corrode and influence their bodies. Normally, this learning process would be incredibly dangerous. If players failed to defend themselves, the corrosion would temporarily paralyze them. An instant death wouldn't be surprising in that case. Fortunately, the team had more than just an overwhelming numerical advantage. The monsters before them were at death's door, and as a result, their combat power had dropped slightly. Hence, they posed far less of a threat. Every player on the team was a Tier 3 expert, with far greater talent and combat standards than ordinary players. Although they had only experienced such combat for a short time, they had all gained a newfound understanding of mana control and their mana bodies. However, the team was far more surprised to see how much EXP they earned from the slain wandering souls. The monsters granted such abundant EXP that even Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold were shocked. Every member of the team saw a significant rise in their experience bars after just defeating around 600 wandering souls. Some players even rose from level 107 to 108. Their leveling speed here was at least 10 times faster than in the outside world. Moreover, the monsters had dropped a bunch of loot. Items were scattered across the entire battlefield. These monsters' drop rate was more than double that of monsters in the outside world, particularly when it came to weapons and equipment. Even the weakest piece of equipment was level 115 Mysterious Iron rank, and 6 pieces of level 115 Secret Silver equipment had dropped. For a while, the Dark players had bloodshot eyes. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. EU to them, level 115 Mysterious Iron equipment might be subpar, but level 115 Secret Silver equipment was incredibly precious. So long as they equipped level reduction gemstones, they could arm themselves with level 115 Secret Silver equipment after reaching level 110. Naturally, level 115 Secret Silver equipment was slightly better than level 110 Fine Gold equipment. Due to equipment's low drop rate, the various powers were going mad in their search for level 105 Fine Gold equipment. They could only dream of level 110 Fine Gold items. Now, after fighting for less than 15 minutes, their team had obtained 6 pieces of level 115 Secret Silver equipment. If they grinded here for a full day, their harvest would be astronomical. While Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members envied Zero Wing over so much loot, Fire Dance, who was responsible for collecting the items, excitedly ran up to Surephone. Guild leader, it dropped. Chapter 2578. Frightening Zero Wing as Fire Dance approached with a tattered, old tome. Surefeng's eyes widened in surprise. What? It dropped just like that? The monsters wandering around Poison City had a chance of dropping 2 support items when killed, and both were worth thousands of gold. However, no one would willingly part with either support item, even when offered a level 100+ epic item. One of the 2 items was an ancient potion, while the other was a mana battle array. The ancient potion in question could accelerate the process of unlocking players' mana bodies, while permanently improving their mana control. With this potion, even ordinary Tier 3 players could unlock their mana bodies' full potential within 2 months. On the other hand, the mana battle array was even more astounding. Normally, battle arrays had to be engraved in a player's equipment, meaning that once players replaced their battle array equipment, they'd lose the battle array. However, players could directly learn the mana battle array found in Poison City. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about losing the array when they switched to new equipment. Players could use it forever. The mana battle array required a minimum of 12 players to activate. Once active, not only would it increase the mana density around players, but players' basic attributes would rise as well. Most importantly, the battle array would form a layer of mana armor around players, increasing their magic resistance and resistance to foreign energies corrosion. The tome in Fire Dance's hand was none other than the mana battle array. It was no wonder she was so ecstatic. As a mana battle array was akin to a skill, it could be used where tools were prohibited, such as many of God's Domain's level 100+ maps and team dungeons. In these locations, the mana battle array was practically invaluable. In the past, the various powers would spend more than 2 weeks grinding near Poison City without obtaining a single mana battle array. And yet, one had just dropped from a single wave of Wandering Souls. The current drop rate was astounding. When Hell Rush and the others saw the mana battle array's information, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. With a complete set, one could increase a team's overall strength to a whole new level. The mana battle array would be especially helpful when teams explored certain maps or dungeons and didn't meet the equipment requirements. That tome was even more valuable than level 115 top-tier weapons and equipment. Now that they knew the Wandering Souls could drop something as awesome as the mana battle array, Zero Wings members were overcome with fighting spirit. Cola and the others immediately split away from the main team to lure more Wandering Souls. Moreover, they now knew that the team could easily handle 600 Wandering Souls with a Ring of Gospel's assistance, and so they decided to gather even more monsters to maximize the ring's effects. After a short moment, Cola and his comrades ran toward the team with nearly 800 Wandering Souls trailing behind them. Seeing this, the team's members sharpened their focus and prepared for battle. Over the next 3 days, the team restlessly grinded on the Wandering Souls roaming the forest around Poison City. After 3 days, every member of the team had gained 5 levels. Fire Dance, Cola, and the other Zero Wing members had reached level 114, while Surpassing had reached level 115. Meanwhile, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members had reached level 112 and 113. Their levels would even shock the various superpowers. The Dark players on the team wished they could stay in Poison City forever. Leveling 5 times in 3 days was unheard of, especially at their levels. Normally, they'd be lucky to level up once every 5 days. No one would believe them if they told them. Meanwhile, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold finally understood why Surpassing was so confident about helping them conquer the Ancient God's Tower. This leveling speed was simply maddening. Furthermore, fighting these monsters had helped them rapidly improve their combat standards. What Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members didn't know was that Surpassing had spent an astronomical number of magic crystals to make this 3-day grind possible. He had arrived with 600,000 magic crystals in his bag, but now he had less than 50,000 remaining. Moreover, he had used Miniature World sparingly. Otherwise, he would have blown through all 600,000 crystals by now. Of course, the bounty he received in return was amazing. During the past 3 days, he had obtained over 700 pieces of level 115 secret silver equipment and over 5,000 pieces of level 115 mysterious iron equipment. He could easily earn back the cost of this grind by selling the mysterious iron equipment. He had also acquired a total of 87 level 115 fine gold weapons and equipment. Of course, Surpassing had no intention of selling any of the weapons or equipment that had dropped. Rather, he'd make them available to his guildmates. After embedding a level reduction gemstone into every weapon and equipment piece, he distributed them among Blue Frost and Zero Wing's other members from Shelter 1, providing a massive boost to their basic attributes. Now, their attributes were even higher than the Hell Legion's experts. Even in Netherworld Empire, the Hell Legion's members were experts among experts. Every one of them wore level 105 fine gold equipment, with some wearing dark gold ranked items. Their equipment standards even ranked at the top compared to the various superpowers experts. Yet it was 2 whole ranks weaker than the items Blue Frost and his team wore. Of course, Surpassing did not mistreat the Hell Legion, granting the Legion members a portion of the level 115 secret silver equipment. After all, he had a contract with Netherworld Empire, which required him to keep the Hell Legion's equipment up to date. Furthermore, the Hell Legion's members had incredible combat standards. Better equipment would only help them exhibit even more combat power. Aside from weapons and equipment, Surpassing had obtained plenty of valuable items. He now had a total of 46 mana battle arrays and over 80 bottles of the ancient potion. He had also secured over 100 Tier 3 skill and spell books. Combined, all of these items were even more valuable than the weapons and equipment that had dropped near Poison City. Rather than letting these precious items collect dust in his bag, he distributed them among the team as he had with the weapons and equipment. However, he had chosen 46 Zero-Wing members to learn the mana battle arrays. He also decided to give the 50-plus Zero-Wing members who had entered the Truth Realm one ancient potion each. He passed the majority of the remaining 20-plus bottles to the Hell Legion, Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow, and Deity Society's Elder Gold. "We get a share, too?" Blue Rainbow asked as Sure Feng handed her the potion. The ancient potion permanently improved players' mana control and helped them unlock their mana bodies. Unless one were a fool, they'd recognize how valuable the ancient potion was. Its drop rate was only so high now because they were pioneering Poison City. The drop rate would certainly drop to abysmal lows once this period was over. If it were up to her, she wouldn't share any of the potions with outsiders. "Of course. I already told you that I'm going to help you grow stronger," Sure Feng said, nodding. If these were members of other guilds, he wouldn't even give them the ancient potion's remnants. However, the Hell Legion, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society were different. They were Zero Wing's allies. It was a pity that the ancient potion's drop rate was so low, and he couldn't afford to give away too many. Otherwise, he would have given Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society more of Zero Wing's share. The monsters they were currently fighting were the weakest in the Poison City's outer reaches. He would have to travel deeper into the Secret Land if he wanted to obtain the fragment of Solomon's sword. Hence, he decided to help those with high combat standards first. Both Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold were on the cusp of reaching the Domain Realm. If they grew stronger, they could provide a huge boost to the team's overall combat power. The team's Dark players grew excited when they heard Sure Feng's reply. They hadn't expected to receive any of the ancient potions, but knowing they could earn a small slice of the pie was definitely worth celebrating. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Guild Leader, I found the sealed sword you mentioned inside the city. Fire Dance suddenly reported in the team chat while everyone rested. But what? Sure Feng prodded. The fragment of Solomon's sword was inside Poison City. To be precise, it was sealed within the city. If players wanted to claim it, they wouldn't have to go as far as conquering Poison City. They merely need to undo the seal on the sword fragment. Of the fragments Sure Feng had yet to obtain, this was the easiest to acquire. After all, this so-called fragment was only a level 100 epic weapon. Solomon's sword was very powerful, but to reach that power, one would have to reproduce it with all 5 of its fragments. This was why the weapon was so hard to reproduce. Even after obtaining 4 fragments, all players would have was 4 epic weapons. Some might not even realize that their epic weapon was, in fact, a fragment of Solomon's sword. But there's a Tier 5 Sword Saint and 2 Tier 4 NPCs guarding the sword. Chapter 2579, Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint. Upon hearing Fire Dance's report, Sure Feng fell silent for a very long time. What was going on? NPCs? 1 Tier 5 NPC and 2 Tier 4 NPCs at that? According to his information, Poison City had no such NPCs. It was a city of the dead. No living creatures could survive in this secret land. Should we retreat, Guild Leader? Fire Dance asked. They might not have a problem with Tier 4 NPCs. With their numerical advantage and the Ring of Gospel's effects, they might stand a chance against 2 Tier 4 NPCs. But trying to take on a Tier 5 Sword Saint was a joke. A Tier 5 Sword Saint was an apex being in the current god's domain. Not even kingdoms would dare to offend such an individual. And a Tier 5 Sword Saint could slay Tier 3 players as easily as chopping vegetables. A Tier 5 NPC's combat standards were no trivial matter. They could even contend with Void Realm experts. To deal with a Tier 5 NPC, they need several dozen fully armed Tier 4 experts to stand a chance. No, wait there for now. We'll come find you, Sure Feng said, shaking his head. He was most confident of obtaining the fragment of Solomon's sword within Poison City. He had almost no information on the rest. Thus, There was no way he'd leave without getting a good look at this fragment. At this stage of the game, only he had a Solomon's sword fragment. If he didn't take advantage of his chance to claim the rest before others, obtaining the fragments would be as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack. These fragments didn't have a mechanism to detect other fragments. Unless the players that obtained a fragment advertised the weapon, he wouldn't know where to find them. This was why he was in such a hurry. Getting his hands on the sword fragments was relatively easy right now, but as players reached higher levels, doing so would become increasingly difficult. This was why legendary items had been so extraordinarily rare in his past, particularly legendary weapons. Collecting the necessary fragments to reproduce the true item was too much of a challenge. A lot of manpower wasn't enough. One would have to be particularly lucky. Of course, there was an exception to this rule. Players could rely on ancient tomes. With these tomes in hand, players could search through God's Domain's database for any information they desired. However, ancient tomes were almost as rare as legendary weapons, and again, one would have to get lucky to find one. After roughly 2 hours, the team of Dart players, the Hell Legion, and Zero Wings members reached the plaza. Within its center stood a dried fountain. If one examined the fountain closely, they discover a faintly glowing magic array, which suppressed the dull gray longsword half buried in the fountain. Even with the magic array suppression, the dull sword sapped away any life around it, turning the city into a land of death. It was clear that the sword's influence would be even more astonishing without the magic array to bind it. 3 NPCs stood around the dull gray sword in silence, and at the lead was a one-eyed, red-headed man wearing a snowy white cap. Elvos, crimson-eyed sword saint. Human, sword saint. Level, HP, / Crap, a titled sword saint. Shifeng felt lightheaded when he saw the one-eyed man. Tier 5 titled NPCs were like kings among Tier 5 NPCs. They were responsible for miraculous feats in God's domain. In the past, not even a Tier 5 domain realm expert would dare offend a Tier 5 titled NPC. Only Tier 5 heroes could contend with these individuals, but unlike heroes, titled NPCs weren't powerful due to their extraordinary basic attributes, but their superior combat standards and explosive combat power. Because of this, players were more willing to face a Tier 5 hero than a Tier 5 titled NPC. And now, Shifeng stared at such an individual in Poison City, a level 120 secret land. Shifeng's teammates gasped when they noticed Elvos. Even within Imperial capitals, they had never seen such an NPC. If they became that man's enemy, their fates would be sealed, and they might even have to delete their accounts, starting all over. As Shifeng hesitated on whether or not he should continue his personal mission for Solomon's sword's fragment, Elvos turned and looked at the wall his team hid behind. "You've been watching for long enough. Show yourselves," Elvos calmly demanded. The moment the crimson-eyed sword saint spoke, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure bear down on them. Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold struggled against their instincts, which screamed at them to flee. They could feel just how powerful this NPC was. If they made him unhappy, Elvos could render all of the progress they've made in God's domain useless. Such incidents had happened more than once in the Dark World before, and that was precisely why the Otherworld's Dark players didn't dare to offend or casually approach Tier 5 NPCs. In fact, most players actively avoided Tier 4 NPCs. "Don't move," Shifeng suddenly shouted in the team chat. "But, Guild Leader Black Flame, that's a Tier 5 NPC," Elder Gold said. They weren't in an NPC city, and NPCs in the fields were especially unpredictable. The slightest mistake could lead to an unspeakable disaster. "I know, but he's already discovered us. He won't let us get away if we try to run," Shifeng said, offering Elder Gold a bitter smile. "Our best option is to do as he says. Never try to provoke a Tier 5 titled NPC." Not a single player in God's domain had a better idea of the power a Tier 5 titled NPC wielded. Once such an NPC discovered them, there was no chance for escape. Not even Tier 5 Domain Realm experts were guaranteed to outrun a Tier 5 titled NPC. Moreover, Elvo's movement wasn't restricted as the demon god's phantom had been. If this man willed it, Surefeng would die before he could even activate space movement or spatial gate. I understand. With the warning ringing in his ears, Elder Gold abandoned any thought of fleeing. As Surefeng had said, a Tier 5 NPC's movement speed wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, NPCs gained the ability to fly after reaching Tier 4. How could Tier 3 players like themselves possibly hope to outrun such a being? Moreover, the Tier 5 Sword Saint would view any attempt to flee as a challenge to his authority. The outcome of committing such an offense would be far graver than approaching the NPC directly. Under Surefeng's lead, the team emerged from the small alley that had provided cover and approached the crimson-eyed Sword Saint. Greetings, esteemed Sword Saint. We are here to explore this secret land and accidentally discovered this place. Please forgive us for our trespass. Surefeng respectfully apologized to Elvos, who currently sat before the fountain. Exploring this secret land? Elvos smiled. The NPC's tone then turned chilly as he continued. You've come for this sword, right? Well, who command your force? Killing intent. This was the killing intent of a bona fide Tier 5 titled NPC. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Elvo's tone had chilled, Surefeng and all of his team felt the pressure on them increase. They all felt as if lead weights had been tied to their limbs, and everyone struggled to breathe. It felt as if they had plunged into an icy hell. At the same time, they heard a series of system notifications. System warning. Warning. System, you have triggered the epic event, Crimson Wrath. System, you have 30 seconds to make a decision. Kill Elvos, the crimson-eyed Sword Saint, or accept the punishment of death. Chapter 2580, Blade Unsealed, Disaster descends. Everyone on the team, including Surefeng, wore grim expressions when they saw the system notification. What did things turn out like this? This NPC is a lunatic. Magic Flash immediately began to despair. Whenever players triggered an event in God's domain, including epic events, the system didn't send them a warning beforehand. If even the system was warning them, that could only mean one thing: certain death. Moreover, they weren't at risk of suffering an ordinary death. Rather, their souls would be extinguished, thoroughly removed from God's domain. They'd have to restart from the very beginning. Even Hell Rush felt doomed, not to mention Magic Flash and the others from Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. Ordinary deaths were already trouble for the Hell Legion's members. If they all had to start new accounts, their careers in God's domain were as good as over. His superiors might even kill him for this. Guild leader, let's split up and run. There's only one Tier 5 NPC. He can't catch all of us. The lucky ones might be able to get away safely, Blue Frost suggested. They had only one option left: escape. Whether they chose to fight the crimson-eyed Sword Saint or accept their death sentence, they'd meet the same end. They had to go for a third option. Overhearing Blue Frost, the rest of the team nodded in agreement. Sacrifices were inevitable, but that was still better than utter annihilation. They wouldn't have anyone but themselves to blame if they died. Do we really only have one option? As Surefeng sensed Elvo's killing intent growing stronger, he was flabbergasted. They had only come to a level 120 secret land, yet the main god system had set such an absurd trap. Human NPCs were different from demon gods. They wouldn't set a death trap for players for no good reason. Even if they did, they usually gave players a chance to survive. Did I miss some clue? The seconds flew by as Surefeng fell deep into thought. Guild leader Black Flame, what is the plan? We only have 10 seconds left to decide. With only 10 seconds on the system clock, Elder Gold and Blue Rainbow urged Surefeng, anxious. Acting rashly would only lead to a terrible outcome. The team's best chance was to move simultaneously, but even after more than 20 seconds, Surefeng had remained motionless. It was driving them crazy. When only 5 seconds remained, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members grew restless. Just before they split up and ran, however, Surpassing moved. To everyone's surprise and confusion, he took the initiative to approach Elvos. Esteemed Sword Saint, we had no intention of offending you, and we did not come here under anyone's command. This is but a coincidence. If you refuse to believe me, I will challenge you in the name of the Sky Goddess. Surpassing declared as he walked up to the crimson-eyed Sword Saint. After his declaration, silence fell over the entire plaza. Guild leader Blackflame, are you insane? Blue Rainbow stared at Surpassing in astonishment as he issued a challenge. He's a Tier 5, titled Sword Saint. Guild leader Blue Frost watched Surpassing as well, utterly baffled. A Tier 5 NPC was no simple opponent. With the gods in seclusion, Tier 5 NPCs stood at the apex of God's domain. As a current Tier 3 player, just escaping a Tier 5 NPC would be miraculous, not to mention challenging one. You wish to challenge me? Elvos laughed. I'm afraid you don't yet qualify for such a fight, young man. Of course, I am quite open-minded. Since you wish to prove that you're not following anyone's command, I'll give you all a chance. Hearing Elvos offer another option, the team members took a deep breath, their eyes glued on Surpassing. This is actually possible? Blue Rainbow muttered, shocked. They had been on the brink of death, yet Surpassing's statement had opened a path for survival. His courage and capabilities were amazing. It is. The system notification was a hint. While defeating a Tier 5, Sword Saint seems impossible at first glance. That word has many meanings. The system never specified that we have to kill him to defeat him, so we don't necessarily need to clash with the NPC to defeat him. Issuing a challenge was the best solution, Elder Gold said, realization dawning as he read the system notifications again. He then returned his gaze to Surpassing and continued. However, Black Flame is incredible. Even in such a tense situation, he found the right solution to this problem. Just how brave is that man? Does he really think he can defeat a Tier 5 Sword Saint? Elvo's killing intent was no laughing matter. Even as a peak expert, Elder Gold felt his mind numb when subjected to the lethal energy. He couldn't get past the desire to flee. Logically, a domain realm expert shouldn't be any more immune to the killing intent than he was. Fear was a basic instinct for all creatures, after all. With only 10 seconds on the system clock, Elder Gold and Blue Rainbow urged Surpassing, anxious. Acting rashly would only lead to a terrible outcome. The team's best chance was to move simultaneously, but even after more than 20 seconds, Surpassing had remained motionless. It was driving them crazy. When only 5 seconds remained, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members grew restless. Just before they split up and ran, however, Surpassing moved. To everyone's surprise and confusion, he took the initiative to approach Elvos. Esteemed Sword Saint, we had no intention of offending you, and we did not come here under anyone's command. This is but a coincidence. If you refuse to believe me, I will challenge you in the name of the Sky Goddess. Surpassing declared as he walked up to the crimson-eyed Sword Saint. After his declaration, silence fell over the entire plaza. Guild leader Blackflame, are you insane? Blue Rainbow stared at Surpassing in astonishment as he issued a challenge. He's a Tier 5, titled Sword Saint. Guild leader Blue Frost watched Surpassing as well, utterly baffled. A Tier 5 NPC was no simple opponent. With the gods in seclusion, Tier 5 NPCs stood at the apex of God's domain. As a current Tier 3 player, just escaping a Tier 5 NPC would be miraculous, not to mention challenging one. You wish to challenge me? Elvos laughed. I'm afraid you don't yet qualify for such a fight, young man. Of course, I am quite open-minded. Since you wish to prove that you're not following anyone's command, I'll give you all a chance. Hearing Elvos offer another option, the team members took a deep breath, their eyes glued on Surpassing. This is actually possible? Blue Rainbow muttered, shocked. They had been on the brink of death, yet Surpassing's statement had opened a path for survival. His courage and capabilities were amazing. It is. The system notification was a hint. While defeating a Tier 5, Sword Saint seems impossible at first glance. That word has many meanings. The system never specified that we have to kill him to defeat him, so we don't necessarily need to clash with the NPC to defeat him. Issuing a challenge was the best solution, Elder Gold said, realization dawning as he read the system notifications again. He then returned his gaze to Sure Phone and continued. However, Black Flame is incredible. Even in such a tense situation, he found the right solution to this problem. Just how brave is that man? Does he really think he can defeat a Tier 5 Sword Saint? Elvo's killing intent was no laughing matter. Even as a peak expert, Elder Gold felt his mind numb when subjected to the lethal energy. He couldn't get past the desire to flee. Logically, a domain realm expert shouldn't be any more immune to the killing intent than he was. Fear was a basic instinct for all creatures, after all. However, after everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Elvos continued. Accursed City Lord runs Poison City. Since you are here to explore this city, facing him is inevitable. Why one of you is simple. Slay the City Lord and free him of his curse. None of you will leave this city before fulfilling this task. If you try, I will personally dice you in a mincemeat. System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Beginning of the End. Quest content, slay Poison City's City Lord. If all players within the Secret Land are slain, all souls will be extinguished. Rewards unknown. Hearing their new task, the team members' gloomy expressions returned. An inferior legendary quest. Moreover, this quest required them to conquer a level 120 secret land. Conquering a level 120 secret land was easier said than done. With their team's current strength, doing so would take around a fortnight. Failure was also likely. A level 120 secret land would be just as hard to raid as a level 120 super, large-scale, Hell Mode team dungeon. Aside from the high weapon and equipment requirements, players would need sufficient combat standards. To make matters worse, they couldn't leave the secret land until they succeeded. Before they could process this abrupt development, the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint began to chant an incantation. Pitch black, threefold magic arrays then appeared on the stone ground, releasing dense death energy. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall man in exquisite armor emerged from the lethal energy cloud. Crotia, Poison City City Lord, Undead, Superior Mythic, Level 120 HP 3, 700 000/3, 700 000/000. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU is at the Secret Land's final boss. Hell Rush's complexion paled when his eyes rested on the City Lord. Even for their team, a level 120 mythic monster would be extremely difficult to defeat. A superior mythic of the same level was no more than a natural disaster. Not even a 3,000-strong army of level 120 Tier 3 experts would be more than a warm-up for such a creature, much less a team of 1,000. Monsters at that rank commanded their own powerful domains. Players of the same level had no chance against them. While the team was shocked over Crotia's statistics, the City Lord approached the dried-up fountain and reached through the barrier. He grasped the dull gray sword's hilt and yanked it out of the stone. As Crotia removed the long sword from its prison, the blade's death energy began to flood into its surroundings. The thick cloud of black fog swept toward the team, and the players backed away. The black fog corroded everything it touched, and even the ground decayed, visibly darkening to a dull gray. You may begin. Elvo's soft voice broke the silence as he gazed over Sherphone and the others. Chapter 2581. Fighting a Superior Mythic? Startled by Elvo's command, everyone fell silent again. How are we supposed to beat that? Kola muttered, watching the dark cloud of death energy envelop Crotia. Crotia's aura had already been strong enough, and with his statistics, their team wasn't even certain they could kill him. After taking hold of the dull gray longsword, however, the City Lord's aura had grown even stronger, and his statistics had undergone a significant transformation. Crotia, Poison City City Lord, Undead Superior Mythic, Level 120 HP 5, 400 000/5, 400 0.0000000, just under 5.5 billion HP, was simply absurd. He could recover 54 million HP every second with his battle recovery alone. That was more than 10 million HP per second. To make matters worse, now that Crotia held the dull gray sword, the weapon's death energy had formed a domain that enveloped a 30-yard radius around him. Even from outside the domain, Kola could sense how powerful that death energy was. All life within this domain rapidly decayed, crumbling to ash. Even the stone ground turned into sand before their eyes. The domain didn't contain even a trace of mana, either. They could easily imagine what would happen to players that stood within that dusky cloud of death. Hell Rush and the others were just as dumbfounded. None of them had ever thought Poison City's final boss would pull such a move. Monsters didn't normally use weapons or equipment, which meant they didn't receive item bonuses, relying on their own basic attributes. Even then, monsters presented a challenge. Now that Crotia had a weapon and his set of armor, how are they supposed to fight him? The system really isn't giving us any chance. Surefeng watched Crotia with a disheartened smile. Under normal circumstances, Surefeng would have some confidence of defeating the city lord with his ring of gospel. But seeing Crotia now, he didn't have much hope of winning this battle. Within Secret Lands, players couldn't summon their personal guards, and the team's average level was still 5 levels lower than this boss. They might not even last through the boss's first phase, much less slay the undead. While the team member silently wondered how they should face this superior mythic monster, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold turned deathly pale. Has something happened? Surefeng asked when he saw the two dark players' strange expressions. Our guilds have just received reports stating that the Alliance team Demon's Heart has killed the second boss on the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. They're only 2 bosses away from clearing the first floor's trial and becoming the floor master, Blue Rainbow explained with a twisted frown. Thanks to their alliance with Zero Wing, both Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society were developing far faster than the Dark World's other powers. This was the reason that the Dark World's various powers and players didn't dare move against their guilds. However, that wouldn't be the case if Demon's Heart's team succeeded in activating the Ancient Gods Tower. Unlike Zero Wing, their guilds didn't have unstoppable NPC armies. If the Dark World's various powers and players decided to turn against their guild's members, only annihilation would await them. They've already started to raid the third boss. The news stunned Surefeng. Raiding the Ancient Gods Tower was as difficult as raiding a level 100-plus super large-scale team dungeon. The Dark World's players should have needed at least 10 to 15 days before they'd have a chance of conquering the first floor. Yet within 3 short days, the Alliance team Demon's Heart had already defeated the first 2 bosses. Their progress completely surpassed Surefeng's expectations. What should we do now? Guild leader Blackflame. At this rate, Demon's Heart's Alliance team will conquer the first floor within 2 or 3 more days, Elder Gold asked anxiously. They hadn't expected Demon's Heart to be this powerful. Logically, even with the clues Demon's Heart possessed, the Alliance team shouldn't have made such astounding progress. Conquering the Ancient Gods Tower's trials would require a large number of Tier 3 players and sufficiently powerful weapons and equipment. Worse yet, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members were stuck in Poison City. Even if they somehow managed to defeat Crotia, catching up to the Alliance team was unlikely. We have no choice. We have to try, Surefeng declared, turning to the City Lord. Do you have a plan, Guild Leader? Aqua Rose asked. Their team only had a little over 700 players. Every member would need to deal at least 15,000 damage per second just to overcome Crotia's battle recovery. However, they were facing a superior Mythic. Even under normal circumstances, Tier 3 experts, who hadn't unlocked their mana body's full potential, would only deal a little over minus 10,000 damage per second to this boss. Since Crotia had grown even stronger with the gray longsword in hand, they'd likely deal even less damage. Even factoring in Surefeng and the several other players that had fully unlocked their mana bodies, they wouldn't have enough total damage per second to defeat the City Lord. MHM. This boss has a weakness we can take advantage of, but I don't know if we'll succeed or not, Shifeng said, nodding. Shifeng usually wouldn't be in such a hurry to fight Crotia. Rather, he'd help his team continue their grind in Poison City first. The Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint had only demanded that they defeat the City Lord. He had said nothing about slaying Crotia immediately. They should be able to roam the city and increase their strength. However, Shifeng did not have that luxury right now. Demon's Heart was moving faster than he had expected. If they couldn't kill Crotia quickly and allowed Demon's Heart to occupy the Ancient Gods Tower, only Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, this was very bad news for Zero Wing too. Shifeng had been able to rely on the Teleportation Gate to drastically restrict the number of dark players moving to the main continent. Without that restriction, however, the Dark World's residents could do whatever they wanted outside of Cold Spring Forest. This was exactly why he had wanted to control the Teleportation Gate. He only had one night division, and there was a limit to the territories he could protect. Shifeng turned toward his team and began assigning tasks. Cola would remain close to the boss, while the rest of the team would hide in the city's alleyways. Melee players would set up all kinds of traps, and ranged players would attack from the rooftops of various buildings. Remember, everyone, only 100 players can be within 200 yards of the boss at any point. All melee players must stay away from Crotia. Healers, focus on the MT tanking the boss. Damage dealers just attack at will. MTs, switch positions once you've accumulated 3 stacks of death energy. Shifeng reminded his team once everyone was in position. If there aren't any problems, let's start the raid. Normally, they need a 1,000-man, Tier 3 team to raid Poison City's final boss, but when they had fewer than that, they could take the City Lord on in 100-man teams. By doing so, they'd lower the boss's HP to a minimum. In exchange, the 100-man teams would face more stringent requirements. With most of the team members not being able to fulfill those requirements, they'd have higher chances of success raiding this boss with 100-man teams. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, Cola charged at Crotia. Everyone on the team was stupefied the instant Cola moved within 200 yards of the City Lord. The boss's maximum HP dropped to just 1 billion, falling by more than half. However, the team now had a different problem. Rather than 700-plus players attacking a boss with 5 billion HP, they had to face a boss with 1 billion HP with no more than 100 players at a time. The raid difficulty had increased, not decreased. Suddenly, Crotia appeared before Cola with so much speed that not even the peak experts had time to react. The City Lord swung his longsword at Cola, the weapon leaving a black spatial tear in its wake. Cola flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground roughly 20 yards away from the final boss. Even after blocking the attack with his shield, Cola still lost 50% of his HP. Fortunately, the attack had put quite a bit of distance between the Guardian Knight and the City Lord. Cola responded by activating Protection Blessing and running to a nearby alley. Meanwhile, 3 healers 50 yards away began to heal Cola in a frenzy, Sacred Lights and Healing Lights landing on the Guardian Knight, one after another, and restoring his HP to 2/3 of his max. 2 seconds later, Cola took another strike, throwing him into a nearby wall and robbing him of another 1/3 of his HP. Even after another round of healing spells, the 3 healers only restored his HP to half. After being thrown a few more times, Cola finally lured Crotia into the alleyway. Due to the alley's complex terrain, Crotia had a much harder time landing an attack. Just as the City Lord was about to hit Cola again, he stepped on one of the landmines the team had planted in the alley earlier. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU boom. A loud explosion echoed throughout Poison City, and a damage of over -1 million appeared above the undead's head. After taking a few more steps, Crotia triggered another magic trap and took more than -700,000 damage. Just before Crotia turned to search for the player responsible for the traps, Cola charged forth and used his Tier 3 Justice Roar, causing another -50,000 plus damage and recapturing the boss's aggro. Good. It's doable. Everyone mind your positioning. Ranged players, attack with everything you have. Melee players, keep setting up traps. Feng shouted once Kola had solidified his hold on Crodia's attention. He then activated Miniature World. Chapter 2582. Lightshadow improves. Tough Ferocious Beast. When Feng activated Miniature World, Crodia's movement speed, reaction speed, and basic attributes decreased as if the boss had stepped into a quagmire. But as a superior mythic, his resistance to the effects was quite high. Even as an intermediate master magician, Feng's Miniature World only reduced Crodia's basic attributes by 15% rather than 30%. After activating Miniature World, Feng quickly followed up by activating Ring of Brilliance, enhancing every ranged player's basic attributes. Meanwhile, the 90-plus ranged players within the city lord's vicinity began to bombard the boss with skills and spells. Tier 3 spell, Darkness Burn. Tier 3 skill, Solitary Light. Tier 3 spell, Consecutive Earthen Spikes. Spells and arrows tore apart the area, while explosions shook Poison City. Damages exceeding minus 20,000 appeared above Crodia's head, one after another. Including the damage from the traps, the team dealt more than enough to overcome Crodia's battle recovery. Every member of the team was ecstatic to see this. When they had first seen Crodia, they had despaired. They had known they couldn't overcome the boss's battle recovery with their attacks alone. Killing the city lord had seemed impossible. Now that they knew they could carry his battle recovery, however, they knew what to do next. They needed to whittle away at Crodia's HP. Of course, that wouldn't be an easy task. To maximize their damage, Kola would have to lure Crodia into the traps the melee members had set up. Unfortunately, setting up traps required a long time, and they had very short durations. When no more than 100 players could be near the boss, their timing and position had to be perfect. Claiming that a single mistake could render all of their effort worthless was no exaggeration. As long as more than 100 players stood within 200 yards of the city lord, his maximum HP would return to 5 per billion. If that happened, Crodia would regenerate 54 million HP every 5 seconds. Even with Miniature World suppression, the superior mythic would still regain 50 million HP over 5 seconds. 100 players simply couldn't deal that much damage in so short a time. Fortunately, the team was composed of experts among experts. Even the weakest player had reached the flowing water realm. With Feng's wise command, none would make such devastating mistakes. Feng heaved a rueful sigh upon seeing the team's flawless coordination. He had to admit that it was truly wonderful for a guild to have a team of such prowess. Even though the team's equipment standards didn't meet the requirements, they still completed their tasks efficiently. This undoubtedly made the raid much easier. As time passed, Crodia gradually lost HP. 95%, 75%, 50%. When Crodia's HP fell to 50%, his fighting style changed as he stomped a foot, cracking the stone as the ground sank. The death energy around him began to spread, corroding everything within a 45-yard radius. Aside from Kola, who had activated a life-saving skill just in time, over a dozen Tier 3 experts evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Crodia bellowed furiously, and the death energy rapidly gathered above him. After a moment, the dense, black death energy transformed into the shadow of a 50-meter-tall nether dragon, flapping its foggy wings. Nether Dragon's Shadow, Ferocious Beast, Mythic, level 120 HP 6, 000 000 000 000/6, 000 000 000. How is that possible? Everyone cursed aloud when they saw the Nether Dragon Shadow. They had never thought that the boss monster could actually summon another boss. Ferocious beasts weren't like wild or demonic beasts. Their very existence was akin to a natural disaster. Some ferocious beasts were even stronger than dragons. While the Nether Dragon's shadow before them might not be as powerful as a true dragon, it was more than enough to instill despair. Crodia alone was almost too much for them to handle. Now, they had to take on 2 bosses of Crodia's caliber with just 100 players. This was a joke. Crotia had grown considerably weaker after summoning the Nether Dragon's shadow, but he still wasn't an easy opponent. The Nether Dragon's shadow descended and slammed a clawed foot into a nearby building, shattering the structure and leaving a black hole in its place. The Tier 3 Elementalist position on the building had tried to use Blink, but he had still died in the attack. Not good. This boss's attacks have the spatial imprisonment effect. Hell Rush, who saw this from afar, grimly shouted. The spatial imprisonment effect was fatal to magical classes and players with teleportation skills. Once a being sealed the space around them, players could only physically evade an attack. However, magical class players had far less dexterity and speed than melee players. With the spatial imprisonment effect, even an ordinary mythic monster could instantly kill Tier 3 magical class players, let alone a mythic ranked ferocious beast. Just as the Nether Dragon was about to attack another player, a bolt of blue lightning struck its claw. Boom! With the sound of another explosion, the bolt diverted the Nether Dragon's claw into the street, the impact instantly forming a crater. Enraged over the interruption, the Nether Dragon's crimson eyes turned to glare at the figure that had launched the counterattack. Flapping its wings, the dragon's shadow sent a vortex of death energy at its new target. The vortex had a very large AoE and was basically impossible for players to avoid quickly. Wherever the vortex passed, even space shattered. Just as the death vortex was about to reach its target, the player in question raised his pitch-black longsword and swung it down in a vertical arc. The phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared in the sky, slicing space and the death vortex in half, which then vanished into the void. Guild leader? Stunned, Aqua Rose turned to Shurfeng, the player responsible for the interrupting lightning bolt. The Nether Dragon's death vortex had definitely been more powerful than an ordinary Tier 4 spell. Yet Shurfeng had bisected it with a single swing. It was unbelievable. Aside from Aqua Rose, Hell Rush, Blue Rainbow, and everyone else watching from afar were similarly astonished. They were talking about a full-powered attack from a Tier 4 ferocious beast. Even an MT like Kolo would die instantly if he tried to block such an attack. Yet Shurfeng had countered it. Just how high was the swordsman's strength? Don't panic, everyone. Continue attacking Crotia. I'll distract this Nether Dragon, Shurfeng instructed, glancing at the players nearby. In truth, even he had been surprised by the power of his attack. He had thought he'd be lucky just to block the death vortex, yet his Lightshadow had shattered it. He had to admit that his upgraded Abyssal Blade was perfectly suited for the mana technique. Shurfeng's command rekindled everyone's confidence, and they resumed their responsibilities. Although the Nether Dragon had killed a few players, team members quickly filled the vacant spots. They still had several hundred Tier 3 players on standby outside of Crotia's influence, so they had no worries about lacking manpower. For a time, one man and one dragon fought in the air, repeated shattering space around them. This looked nothing like a fight between a player and a monster, but a decisive battle between two heaven-defying monsters. Meanwhile, it was business as usual as the rest of the team kite Crotia around the city, steadily chipping away at his HP. Of course, they weren't careless in their attacks. After all was said and done, Shurfeng was only a player. Even with healer support, there was a limit to his stamina and concentration. His fight with the Nether Dragon was insanely intense, and neither his stamina nor his concentration would last long at this pace. The team was in a race against time. Fortunately, the density of the death energy surrounding Crotia had decreased significantly after he had summoned the Nether Dragon's shadow, which, in turn, lowered the City Lord's magic resistance. This considerably increased the team's total DPS. However, Crotia had begun to launch even fiercer attacks. Every hit shattered a building and killed anyone caught unprepared. As a result, the team steadily lost members. Even as players died, however, Crotia's HP gradually decreased. 40%, 20%, 10%. Finally, when Crotia's HP fell to 1%, the Nether Dragon's shadow roared and transformed into over a dozen streams of death energy that returned to the final boss. Don't you dare think you can heal him. The sudden development didn't surprise Sherfone in the least. This was Crodia's trump card, which he would use when he was on the brink of death. Each stream of death energy could restore 3% of the superior Mythic's HP. To make matters worse, Crodia would summon the Nether Dragon's shadow once more after the healing process ended. This move had abruptly ended many superpowers raids in the past. Sherfone quickly activated the Abyssal Blade's Darkness Domain and executed Sword's Orbit, using the 36 streams of power of darkness to prevent the death energy from approaching the City Lord. Quick, attack with everything you've got. I can't hold them back for long. Sherfone shouted as the streams of death energy began to move faster. Players didn't have the power to destroy this death energy. They could only do their best to stop the energy from reaching the boss. But as more time passed, not only would the death energy move faster, but these streams would also multiply. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU attack. Zhao Yuru and the others shouted as they desperately bombarded Crodia with whatever spells they had available. They only had a small amount of mana remaining, and they had exhausted all of their powerful moves. All they could do was manipulate their mana to increase their spells' power and accuracy. 0, 5%, 0, 3%, 0, 1%. Boom! With one last explosion, Crodia transformed into a thick cloud of death energy, rapidly dispersing from the alley and spreading throughout Poison City. The team's survivors then heard the sounds of multiple system notifications. Chapter 2583, Clear Reward, S-Rank Rating System. Congratulations. You are the first team of players to complete Poison City's Secret Land Crusade. Rewarding level +1, 50 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, 1 exotic legacy potion, 20 God's Domain reputation points, and 40 Poison City reputation points. System, congratulations. You're the first team of players to challenge Poison City while below level 120 successfully. Rewarding 100 Poison City reputation points. System, congratulations. Your Poison City reputation has reached 100 points. Unlocking Poison City Exchange Merchant. You may now purchase Poison City's specialty items. System, congratulations. For completing the inferior legendary quest, Beginning of the End, in 1 day, you've received an S-Rank clear rating. Rewarding level +1, 10 legacy skill points, and 1 silver legacy treasure chest. The series of system notifications momentarily stunned every survivor on the team. These rewards were simply too abundant. Even without the quest rewards, Crodia had awarded enough EXP to add another 40%, at least, to everyone's experience bars. Including the various quest rewards, everyone on the team rose by at least 2 levels. Even the players that had fallen in the battle and later resurrected had reached level 114. These rewards just saved us more than a fortnight of grinding and dungeon raids. If the others back in the guild find out about this, they'll likely die from envy, one of Dark Rhapsody's main force members said as he looked at his own level and available legacy skill points. Even the various superpowers peak experts would be lucky to reach level 110 by this stage of the game. Yet the lowest level player among Dark Rhapsody's main force members had reached level 114, with many already at 115. In other words, they were one minor threshold ahead of the various superpowers peak experts. While a gap of 5 levels might not seem like much, it was massive after factoring in the difference in equipment and weapons. Furthermore, level 115 players could equip level 120 items. Aside from the significant increase in levels, the team members were elated when they saw how many legacy skill points they had earned. With 15 legacy skill points, they could learn a new Tier 3 legacy skill, which would elevate their combat power to a whole new level. That's nothing. Take a look at the exotic legacy potion and silver legacy treasure chest. Now those are truly amazing. A level 115, Tier 3 Dark Shield Warrior exclaimed as he pulled an ink-black potion and silver chest from his bag. When the rest of the team examined the 2 items' descriptions, an uproar swept through the team. Exotic Legacy Potion, Grandmaster Potion, Consumable, grants user guidance for 1 hour in unlocking the mana body or gaining mana control. Limit 1 per player. Silver Legacy Treasure Chest. Players have a high chance of obtaining a top-tier weapon or equipment piece catered to their class and level, a small chance of obtaining a Tier 3 skill or spell book catered to their class, a very small chance of obtaining a piece of epic equipment, and a minute chance of obtaining a unique legacy or legacy weapon catered to their class upon opening this chest. Time limit: 1 natural day. All of God's domains Tier 3 players dreamed of unlocking their mana body's full potential and gaining more mana control, but accomplishing either of these tasks was incredibly difficult. Even now, the various superpowers hadn't found a reliable method to accelerate the process and had to rely on their members' talent and skills. And yet, these players had just received a potion that offered an opportunity to make significant progress in both challenges. This was an astoundingly rare opportunity. If they took advantage of this opportunity properly, they might even become peak or apex experts in God's domain. The Silver Legacy Treasure Chest was just as astronomically valuable. Even with crappy luck, the worst item they would obtain was a top-tier weapon or equipment piece suited for their classes and levels. Such a weapon or piece of equipment would provide a massive boost to their combat power, and if they got lucky, they might even acquire a piece of epic equipment. When the guild leader finds out about our rewards after working with Zero Wing, he'll likely laugh himself mad, Blue Rainbow said, sighing ruefully as she gazed at the open treasure chest before her. Her Silver Legacy Treasure Chest had granted a piece of level 115 Dark Gold equipment. Yet this was the worst possible outcome. Dark Rhapsody had sent over 100 members to participate in Zero Wing's expedition, which meant that their team would return with more than 100 pieces of level 115 Dark Gold equipment, and that was if everyone had bad luck. To secure such a haul, they'd have to repeatedly raid level 115 team dungeons for more than 20 days. After all, only 100-man Helm mode team dungeons and above had a chance of dropping Dark Gold equipment, and the drop rate wasn't even 100%. Yet, they had only tagged along with Zero Wing for a little over 3 days and gained such a bountiful harvest. When she reported this to her guild leader, he'd assume she was delusional or was acting as a spy for Zero Wing. The situation even dumbfounded Sherfone. The rewards are so abundant. Sherfone could not believe his eyes as he read the system notifications. Unlike everyone else, however, Sherfone wasn't focused on the exotic legacy potion or silver legacy treasure chests. Instead, the amount of Poison City reputation points awarded and the fact that they had unlocked the city's exchange merchant had caught his attention. Normally, earning Poison City reputation points was an incredible challenge. Players could only earn so many points by killing the final boss during the Secret Land's first clear. Subsequent kills yielded far less. Hence, players would need a very long time to gain enough points to get access to the exchange merchant. However, once the merchant had activated, players could purchase Poison City's specialty potions, potion recipes, and forging designs for weapons and equipment with magic crystals. The most famous of Poison City's specialty potions had to be the Misfortune Potion. Each bottle cost 1,000 magic crystals. When consumed, players had a 30% chance to gain a 12-hour mana boost, a 60% chance for no effect at all, and a 10% chance to suffer 3 hours of mana deficiency. Unlike the exotic legacy potion, players could consume as many misfortune potions as they wished. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Once players had activated Poison City's exchange merchant and had enough magic crystals, quickly unlocking their mana body's full potential was entirely possible. Unfortunately, the Misfortune Potion was bound on purchase. In other words, only the players that had earned enough Poison City reputation points would have the privilege of using the potion. This was why the various superpowers of Sure Feng's previous life had desperately raided Poison City again and again. Now, however, Sure Feng's entire team had access to this highly sought-after privilege after clearing the city once. Once he suppressed his excitement over activating the exchange merchant, Sure Feng glanced at the last system notification, which only he had received. System, congratulations. For completing the inferior legendary quest, Beginning of the End, with an S-rank clear rating, you have been awarded the Disaster Blade. You may seek out the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint for legacy guidance once or request the Sword Saint strengthen the Disaster Blade. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chapter 2584, Final Decision. Road to Tier 4 Surefeng could not help but hesitate when he saw the system notification. Both the Legacy Guidance and the Disaster Blade Strengthening were incredibly rare opportunities. Not only would the Legacy Guidance help players unlock their mana body's full potential, but it would also help them reach beyond the 100% threshold. The knowledge a titled Sword Saint like Elvos had was especially valuable. With the Tier 6 gods in seclusion, a titled Sword Saint stood at the very apex of God's domain's powerhouses. Of course, the chance to strengthen the awarded weapon was just as precious. This opportunity involved imbuing one's mana in a weapon, granting the weapon a portion of their abilities. This wouldn't change any of the weapon's attributes, but the weapon's power and skill effects would receive a considerable boost. This could even grant the weapon hidden effects. If a titled Sword Saint imbued an epic weapon like the Disaster Blade with his mana, the weapon would be able to rival fragmented legendary weapons. Even the various superpowers experts would consider such a weapon godly. They'd essentially be able to use it for their entire careers in God's domain. The weapon's level limitation wouldn't be a concern, either. It was possible to raise a level 100+ epic weapon or equipment piece's maximum level through certain means, although it would be more costly with a level 100+ epic weapon. However, if one could continue to use an epic weapon that rivaled fragmented legendary rank, the cost would be worthwhile. While Surefeng hesitated, he heard the sound of another system notification. System, you have 1 minute remaining. If you fail to make a decision before the time limit has ended, both options will be considered abandoned. With so little time remaining, Surefeng gritted his teeth and approached Elvos. Esteemed Sword Saint, I hope to obtain your legacy guidance, Surefeng earnestly declared. Are you certain? You have already unlocked your mana body, and based on how you accomplished that feat, you must have received legacy guidance from another powerhouse. I doubt my guidance will be of any significant help to you. In contrast, strengthening the Disaster Blade will certainly increase your strength, Elvos calmly informed Surefeng. I'm certain, my lord, Surefeng replied, nodding. While he had unlocked his mana body's full potential, 100% wasn't enough for his future goals. He'd only reach greater heights by surpassing that threshold. Every powerhouse trod a different path, and obtaining more legacy guidance would definitely help him break past the 100% threshold. Most importantly, opportunities to receive legacy guidance were incredibly rare. If he missed this chance, he might never find another. Even after learning from the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy guidance, he had only unlocked his mana body's full potential after combining what he had learned with the God's Heart's effects. Naturally, crossing the 100% threshold was far more difficult than reaching it. If he had to do so on his own, it would take ages before he made a breakthrough. He might never actually succeed. He had an epic ranked mana body, and going beyond 100% at that rank would be much harder than it would be with lower ranks. If he did not have enough help, his chances of making a breakthrough were minuscule at best, even with the help of a God's Heart. Thus, he had no choice. Strengthening the Disaster Blade would give him immediate access to a pseudo-fragmented legendary weapon and boost his combat power. But the Disaster Blade was a fragment of Solomon's sword. Once he found 5 sword fragments, he would have to combine them to reproduce Solomon's sword, which would render the strengthening useless. Moreover, Surefeng now had the fragmented legendary ranked Abyssal Blade. He no longer lagged behind others when it came to weapon standards. More importantly, Tier 3 wasn't the end for true experts, only a transition. Reaching Tier 4 was a far better option than obtaining another fragmented legendary item. As players reached higher levels, the strength differences between tiers would only grow. Sooner or later, the gap would grow so large that not even 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items would make a difference. Surefeng had also reached level 117, only 3 levels away from the level 120 threshold. Level 120. Naturally, the Tier 4 promotion quest would be much harder than the Tier 3 quest. The two weren't even on the same level. The Tier 3 promotion quest would be like a normal mode party dungeon, while the Tier 4 quest would be as challenging as a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Most mainstream experts were capable of reaching Tier 3. Even if they couldn't do it at level 100, they could complete the quest after reaching level 120 or level 130. Tier 4, however, was a different story. If one truly couldn't complete their Tier 4 promotion quest, they'd never do so, even after reaching level 200. Because of this, Tier 4 experts have been incredibly rare in the past, even among the various superpowers. Anyone that successfully reached Tier 4 instantly became a guild upper echelon. Moreover, completing the Tier 4 promotion quest took a very long time. According to the statistics players had collected in the past, completing a Tier 4 promotion quest could take anywhere between 1 and 2 months. However, Shurfeng also had to face the Silver Divine Dragon, Auerbach's trial, so he was in a rush. If he couldn't reach Tier 4 before he had to undertake the Divine Dragon's trial, his chances of clearing the trial would be all but zero. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to lose Auerbach due to the many benefits the Divine Dragon's companion enjoyed. It also helped him secure a foothold on the Western continent. In his current state, Shurfeng estimated that his chances of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest were only around 10% or 20%. He had no choice but to grab a hold of whatever opportunities that would help him increase his chances as soon as possible. "It seems you have already decided on your path," Elvos said, and he seemed to look at the swordsman before him in a different way. He no longer viewed Shurfeng as a weaker being, but as an equal. He then retrieved a crystal ball and handed it to Shurfeng, saying, "This is the experience I have gained over the years. I hope it will be of some help." After handing Shurfeng the crystal ball, Elvos transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Poison City. The two Tier 4 NPCs who had accompanied him also disappeared, and the dull gray longsword Crotia had wielded returned to the fountain. Removing the disaster blade from the fountain, Shurfeng stored it in his bag. He had no intention of using the weapon at all. Unlike ordinary weapons, the disaster blade would convert its user's mana into dense death energy, which would affect everyone that came into contact with it, aside from the user. Just having the weapon passively equipped would influence the carrier's surroundings. The weapon's properties made it utterly unsuitable for ordinary players. Only dark players that preferred to work solo could wield the blade properly. This was another reason that Shurfeng had declined the chance to strengthen the disaster blade. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Guild Leader, we've finished collecting the boss's loot, Aqua Rose excitedly reported once Shurfeng had finished his conversation with Elvos. We've gained quite a harvest this time. Aside from the fragmented legendary ranked mage robes, Undead's Will, we've acquired 2 epic weapons, a staff and a dagger. The complete nether set, a Tier 3 set equipment for magical classes, also dropped, as well as a bunch of materials and recipes. According to your instructions, we held an internal auction for the epic weapons. Blue Frost won the staff, while Flying Shadow won the dagger. What should we do with the Undead's Will and Tier 3 set equipment? Give the Undead's Will to Blue Frost. He still has to command the situation in the Dark Denver. It'll make things easier for him when he has to stand up against the various superpowers, Shurfeng said after giving the matter some thought. Before Shurfeng and Aqua Rose could continue their conversation, though, Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow approached Shurfeng. Worried, she informed him, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I've just received a report stating that Demon's Heart's Alliance team has reached the first floor's 3rd boss and begun the raid. By the looks of it, they have a very high chance of taking it down. The Ancient Gods Tower's 1st floor had 4 bosses in total. If Demon's Heart's Alliance managed to defeat the 3rd boss, they were almost guaranteed to defeat the final boss as well. Their raiding speed is astonishing." Shurfeng was similarly surprised to hear this. Each of the Ancient Gods Tower's floors was as large as a small resource map. Finding the bosses wasn't easy. However, Shurfeng chuckled and assured her, "Fortunately, we've completed our task here. It's time we return." Chapter 2585, Small Problem, Raid begins. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City. After acquiring the Disaster Blade, Shurfeng decided to leave Poison City immediately, using a return scroll to teleport back to Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel. As he and his team appeared in the hotel lobby, they attracted a lot of attention from the hotel's guests. Although most of the team members had hidden their statistics and auras under black cloaks, some hadn't. As a result, a heavy pressure bore down on the players in the lobby when the team returned. It was even stronger than that of level 110 Great Lords, with some players radiating even more pressure than level 110 Grand Lords. Crap, aren't these players' auras a little too strong? They feel even stronger than superpowers teams I've met before. Who are these people? Look, those NPCs are acting so respectfully before the swordsman in the lead. Could that be the grinding Team Black Flame let out of the city earlier? You might be right. Usually, those NPCs are even indifferent toward gold members. I suspect they'd only show respect to someone of Black Flame standing. The players in the lobby fell into a heated discussion about Shi Feng's team, and many independent players watched on in envy. Now that Zero Wing controlled the Dark World's teleportation gate, Stone Forest City was officially a sacred leveling ground for regular players. Countless players from various kingdoms and empires swarmed toward the city. Just entering the city had become a problem, not to mention renting a room in the Freedom Hotel. Zero Wing's members, however, did not have these problems. They didn't have to stand in line to enter the city or fight for a room in the Freedom Hotel. Their guild had already reserved rooms for its members. Moreover, Zero Wing's normal members received a 40% discount if paid for their rooms with GCPs, while core members received a 50% discount. These were the reasons that more players constantly sought to join the guild, and to ensure that the guild could continue its normal operations while providing the same benefits. Zero Wing had further increased the recruitment requirements. Countless players regretted not joining sooner. Meanwhile, it wasn't long after Shi Feng's team had returned that the various powers within the city heard about it. Black Flame's finally back. Dawn Dominance, who had concealed himself with a black cloak and rested in one of the Freedom Hotel's rooms, sneered as he read the latest report from his subordinate. It seems he's increased the combat power Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members by quite a bit. It's a pity that he's too late. Demon's Heart's team has almost pinpointed the third boss's weaknesses. It's only a matter of time before they defeat it and move on to the final boss. Guild leader Flaming Light has reported that those people are now in Cold Spring Forest. Should we leave? A level 109, Tier 3 Elementalist asked from beside Dawn Dominance. Good. Yes, we'll head over immediately. I want to see just what kind of powerful individuals Flaming Light has invited to declare that he can help world domination take control of the Dark World, Dawn Dominance said, nodding. Following which, Dawn Dominance left Stone Forest City with his subordinates, making his way to Cold Spring Forest's outer region. At the same time, the various superpowers operating secretly in Stone Forest City only snickered at Shi Feng's return. So what if Zero Wing controlled the Dark World's teleportation gate? In the end, the Dark World's players would still reach the main continent in droves. And now that Zero Wing was their enemy, the guild would suffer once they arrived. Nowhere would be safe for Zero Wing's members outside of Cold Spring Forest. Upon his return, Shi Feng instructed the NPC manager to arrange an advanced lounge for the team to rest. Guild leader Black Flame, Demon's Heart has already begun to raid the third boss. You want to rest here? Blue Rainbow anxiously complained. Although they were fatigued from their trip to Poison City, players would recover a significant fraction of their stamina and concentration when they leveled up. After that final boss, they had all leveled twice, so the team was in relatively good condition. They were more than capable of starting their raid in the Ancient God's Tower. Yet, Shi Feng had told them to rest for now, almost as if he were afraid that Demon's Heart didn't have a strong enough lead. No, your stamina and concentration might be fine, but the secret land's death energy is still corroding your bodies. The Ancient God's Tower also has powerful foreign energy. On the off chance that these energies cause too much damage before you clear the trial, all of your efforts will go to waste. It'd be better to rest here for a while, rather than take such a risk. You can use the time to drink the exotic legacy potions you've obtained, as well, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. But the time. Shifang's insistence did nothing to calm Blue Rainbow's worries. The future of their two guilds was at risk. If Demon's Heart's Alliance captured the first floor before they could, their guilds wouldn't survive in the dark world for long. I doubt there will be any issues if you take full advantage of that potion, Shifang said, chuckling. Neither the dropped weapons and equipment nor the awarded legacy skill points were the team's greatest reward. Instead, it was the exotic legacy potions. When players normally slew Poison City's bosses, each boss only dropped 1 or 2 exotic legacy potions. Furthermore, those bosses only respawned after 3 days. Knowing this, it was easy to imagine how valuable the potions were. However, because the team had completed the inferior legendary quest, every member had been awarded 1 bottle. Although a single exotic legacy potion might not help someone fully unlock their mana body, in combination with the Freedom Hotel's astounding environment, it would help these players unlock a sizable percentage. That percentage alone would grant a massive boost to their combat power, since it tremendously improved their skills and spells power. However, Shifang's advice confused Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold. What did he mean by take full advantage? Of course, he had a point. While their consecutive leveling had cleansed them of a portion of the foreign energy, much still remained. If this energy and the energy within the tower corroded too much of their bodies halfway into the raid, they'd be doomed. Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold immediately stopped wasting time. They instructed all of their players to move to the reserved lounge, rest, and consume the exotic legacy potions. In total, the team rested for over an hour. Once they felt refreshed, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold hurried toward the Dark World's Ancient Gods Tower with their respective guilds' main force members. By the time the group arrived, another 4 hours had passed. The Ancient Gods Tower had 7 floors and was over 1,000 meters tall. Players, whom the Dark World's various powers had stationed to guard the entrance, didn't try to stop the group when Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold arrived. They simply stepped aside and let the force enter the tower, notifying the team within of their arrival. Meanwhile, a 6-meter-tall, level 113 Mythic ranked or lay lifeless before Demon's Heart's team within an ancient city on the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. Elder Heart, our scouts have located the 4th ancient city. A level 110, tier 3 Dark Ranger reported, approaching Furious Heart. In addition, our brothers at the entrance have informed me that Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members have entered the tower. They finally decided to show up? The report surprised Furious Heart. How many people did they send? Are Zero Wings members with them? Their team had already defeated the first floor's 3rd boss and located the final boss. He found it surprising that the 2 guilds would bother to show up now. They must have brought powerful support with them and were confident of surpassing the Alliance team's progress. Just a little over 200. We didn't see any of Zero Wings members or the Outside Worlds players among their team, the Dark Ranger reported. Just a little over 200? Have those guilds lost their minds? For a moment, Furious Heart wondered if he had misheard the Tier 3 Dark Ranger. Demon's Heart's Alliance had sent over 1,000 Tier 3 experts just to increase their chances of raiding the Ancient Gods Tower. What could a measly 200-plus Tier 3 experts possibly accomplish? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, should we send our spies to find out more? The Dark Ranger asked. No need. To think they would dare enter the tower with so few players. Do they think this is some kind of playground? Furious Heart said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, let them struggle. They're only fools if they thought they could rely on Zero Wing. Once we finish our raid, we'll make them regret their decision. With that, Furious Heart commanded his team to head toward the final boss. He completely disregarded the matter involving Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. In the meantime, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members stopped before the doors to the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. All right, let's start the raid, Blue Rainbow exclaimed, glancing over the team. Chapter 2586, Surpassing Logic, Ancient Gods Tower Unlocked Dark World, Ancient Gods Tower. A team of over 1,000 players fought the wandering barbaric Oars as they advanced across a gravel wasteland, but due to the high number of the Oars, the team's progress was quite slow. From afar, it looked like the team was drowning in a sea of ores. Aside from the area the players occupied, the barbaric ores covered every inch of the wasteland. Barbaric or humanoid creature, High Lord, level 112 HP 57, 000, 000 / 57, 000, 000, barbaric or warrior. Humanoid creature, Great Lord, level 113 HP 140, 000, 000 / 140, 000, 000, barbaric or captain. Humanoid creature, Grandlord, level 114 HP 500, 000, 000 / 500, 000, 000, Elder Heart. Too many monsters are swarming out of the ancient city. If we get any closer, I'm afraid we'll alert the or guards on the city walls. One of the level 110, tier 3 shield warriors on the front lines called back. Although the first 3 cities had been difficult to raid, none had had this many monsters. The 4th ancient city was home to at least 100,000 ores. If their team hadn't been entirely comprised of tier 3 experts, these barbaric ores and barbaric or warriors would have long since eliminated them. Why is this city so much harder? Furious Heart frowned, watching the barbaric or captains on the city walls. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Everyone, change formation. Prioritize the ores here before we continue." While their team was more than capable of dealing with level 114 Grand Lords, there were more than 30 Grand Lords stationed on the walls. In the outside world, such a force could effortlessly demolish guild towns. There were simply too many ores and or warriors for a team of their size to handle. With Furious Heart's command hanging in the air, the team moved out of their V formation into a block formation. The MTs and melee players held back the swarming ores, while the ranged players attacked from within the block's inner layer. Once everyone was in position, the team's magic class players began to chant long incantations. More than 100 gigantic magic arrays appeared above the ore force, blotting out the sky. For seconds later, the arrays had taken shape and rained fire, ice, and lightning down on the ores below. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the gravel wasteland. By the time the last large-scale destruction spell came to an end, the surrounding terrain had transformed. Easily over 4,000 barbaric or warrior corpses littered the deformed land. Nice! A team with plenty of large-scale destruction spells is awesome. I know, right? My usual team only has a few people with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, yet we currently have over 100. I doubt even superpowers can field such a powerful team. It's a pity that the tower's monsters don't drop any loot and grant almost no EXP. Otherwise, we would have hit the jackpot. The various major powers experts were astonished at the carnage around them. They knew that Demon's Heart had gone around the dark world, borrowing manpower from the various major powers to raid the ancient god's tower and prioritizing players with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. However, only a few players at a time had cast these spells during their prior battles. They hadn't been allowed to cast these spells simultaneously. The shock they felt after watching over 100 large-scale destruction spells go off at once was on a completely new level. The team members also realized how important players with such devastating spells were. They had to admit that these magical class players were walking cannons in large-scale combat. I wonder what Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's people are thinking. I can't believe they're trying to race us to the final boss with just 200+ players. Their full team is smaller than the number of players we have with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, a tier 3 ranger said, laughing at the destruction around him. I doubt they have any idea how many large-scale destruction spellcasters we have on our team. If they knew, they'd likely just give up, a tier 3 elementalist added, chuckling. Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society were formidable guilds in the Dark World, but they weren't strong enough to compete with the combined might of the other world's various major powers. Even the weakest member on the Alliance team was a refinement realm expert in full level 105 fine gold equipment. Even the various superpowers only had a few experts with such high equipment standards. Yet every member of the Alliance team wore such equipment. How exactly did Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society plan to compete with them? Enough chit-chat. We need to eliminate these barbaric ores quickly. If we take our time and they respawn during the boss fight, we'll be in trouble. Furious Heart shouted, chuckling. He hadn't been worried about the two guilds' attempt to raid the ancient god's tower since the very beginning. Not even Zero Wing could help them now. Not only did the Alliance team consist of peak combatants from the Dark World's various major powers, but it also had support from the main continent's various superpowers. Finally, after over a dozen hours of fighting, Furious Heart and his team had obliterated the barbaric or army on the gravel wasteland and in the ancient city. Now, only the final boss and a few guards remained. Barbaric or King, humanoid creature, archaic species, Mythic, level 114 HP, 3,500,000, 000/3, 500, 000, barbaric or guard. Humanoid creature, specialized Grandlord, level 114 HP, 600, 000/600, 000. When they saw the barbaric or king and 8 barbaric or guards in the ancient tower within the city's heart, Furious Heart and his companions gasped. An ordinary mythic boss was already a major challenge due to their incredibly high basic attributes and combat standards. However, a mythic ranked archaic species was even more powerful in both regards. Meanwhile, the system would enhance one aspect of specialized monsters. In other words, they could transcend tiers in a specific way. Hence, specialized Grandlord's combat power could sometimes rival that of ordinary mythic monsters. Now, their team had to face 8 pseudo-mythic monsters, and including the boss, a total of 9 Tier 4 opponents. This force could even destroy guild cities. Elder Heart, the guards and the boss are too close to each other. If we attack one, all 9 will respond, a level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination warned, frowning. Then we have no choice but to fight them all at the same time. Once we begin, lure the 8 monster guards aside and kill them first. We'll focus on the boss afterward, Furious Heart decided after giving the matter some thought. His teammates nodded when they heard his plan. While quite a few mobs surrounded the boss, they had over 1,000 players and could easily afford to split up their combat power to distract the boss, while the rest finished off the guards, who had significantly less HP. Once the plan had been agreed upon, everyone got to work. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Just as the team's MTs were about to split up and lure the boss and its 8 guards. However, they all heard the sound of a series of system notifications. Ancient Gods Tower Region System Announcement. A team has successfully completed the trial of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. The teleportation arrays on the first floor have now been unlocked. Ancient Gods Tower Region System Announcement. A team has successfully completed the trial of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. All players on the first floor will be automatically teleported to the first floor's inner sanctum in 3 minutes. Please make the necessary preparations. How is this possible? After hearing the system announcements, the central tower went quiet. Chapter 2587. One step ahead. Frightening levels. We haven't even started on the boss, yet the trial's been cleared. Did another team get ahead of us? Did some power send a team into the tower in secret before we got here? Impossible. No one can feel the team powerful enough to clear the tower without anyone noticing. No one on the Alliance team could believe their ears when they heard the system announcement. At the same time, they all wondered which team had just conquered the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. But even after racking their brains for a long moment, they couldn't think of anyone who could pull it off. They had first-hand experience with the first floor trial, so they knew just how challenging it was. Not only would a team need at least 1,000 Tier 3 Refinement Realm experts, but they'd also have to be fully armed with top-tier equipment. Their Alliance team had even been forced to borrow their top-tier weapons and equipment from the main continent's various superpowers. Procuring enough of these items was simply impossible for the Dark World's various major powers. Could it be Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's team, Elder Heart? The level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination wondered. Impossible. Furious Heart's reply was instinctive. They only entered the tower less than half a day ago. With just 200+ players, they won't even be able to handle the outer area's monsters, much less the monsters within the 4 ancient cities. I guess you're right. Even with top-tier equipment, they need a lot of time to figure out the boss's patterns and weaknesses. They'll be lucky to raid the first boss so quickly, not to mention all 4, the assassin said. He silently scolded himself for being stupid enough to think Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society could be responsible for capturing the first floor. Since they couldn't do it, who just did? Everyone in the Dark World knew that Dark Rhapsody, Deity Society, and World Domination were the 3 strongest guilds in their other world, and no other guild could compare. Hence, he found it hard to imagine that some hidden power, capable of accomplishing such a feat, existed. I don't know who foiled our plans, but it's fine as long as it wasn't Dark Rhapsody or Deity Society, Furious Heart commented after taking a moment to calm his rage. We'll figure out who they are when the system teleports us to the inner sanctum. The appearance of a third faction certainly surprised Furious Heart, but it wasn't something to make a fuss over. Plenty of major corporations had invested in God's domain, and there were bound to be some who secretly developed their powers, waiting for an opportunity to shine. That was, after all, Demon's Heart's situation. This wasn't the worst possible outcome. With how much influence Demon's Heart and the various superpowers possessed, they weren't afraid that this third faction wouldn't cooperate. Rather, allying with them will be the wisest move this faction could make. The other powers members nodded in agreement. Their team represented the majority of the Dark World's major powers. Refusing to cooperate would be tantamount to suicide. The Ancient God's Tower wasn't the only way out of the Dark World, and players could contest for its ruling rights once a month. The easiest way to determine the tower's new owner once that month was up was to host a battle between players, not a simple contest of who could raid the tower the fastest shortly after Furious Heart fell silent. A teleportation array appeared under everyone's feet, sending all of them to the tower's inner sanctum. Ancient God's Tower, first floor's central hall. A flash of white light filled the central hall's plaza as all players on the first floor teleported in. The first floor's central hall was roughly the size of 3 sports stadiums. Aside from the stone golems that maintained security, the hall contained a large number of hotels, restaurants, and shops. This place could easily accommodate 100,000 players. Quick, find those people, Furious Heart commanded as soon as he arrived. Although getting a clear view of the plaza with a glance was possible, they couldn't do anything to stop the third faction's members from fleeing. Players weren't allowed to fight within the Ancient God's Tower's inner sanctum, and players could freely use return scrolls in this area. However, the Alliance team members were stunned by what they found in their search for the mysterious third faction. Aside from Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's 200+ members and themselves, the plaza was empty. Where are they? Furious Heart also looked around, confused. Have they already escaped? No. Impossible. Everyone teleported at the same time. Even if they used return scrolls the moment they arrived, we should have still seen them. While Furious Heart and his team frantically searched for this third faction, 2 figures approached them. However, Furious Heart and the others instinctively ignored them. The 2 figures were none other than Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow and Deity Society's Elder Gold. Long time, no see, Elder Heart. Blue Rainbow greeted Furious Heart as she walked up to him. Long time, no see? If I recall, we met only a few days ago, Furious Heart rudely responded. He had visited the 2 guilds personally to persuade them to join with Demon's Heart. Blue Rainbow had received him when he visited Dark Rhapsody, but both guilds had foolishly and definitively refused Demon's Heart's goodwill, siding with Zero Wing instead. Furious Heart didn't doubt that these 2 were here to ridicule the Alliance team for failing to capture the Ancient God's Tower's first floor. Is such behavior necessary, Elder Heart? I'm only here to pass on a message from Guild Leader Black Flame, Blue Rainbow said, unfazed by man's attitude. Relay a message? I hadn't realized that Dark Rhapsody's honorary elder had become Zero Wing's errand girl. The world really has changed, Furious Heart said, sneering. That's right, the world has changed. Some people just refuse to acknowledge it, Blue Rainbow responded, not angered in the least by Furious Heart's provocation. Chuckling, she continued, Guild Leader Black Flame's message is simple. Develop yourselves quietly, and don't cause unnecessary trouble. If you refuse, there will be consequences. Consequences? With just zero-wing strength? Demon's Heart's foundation and strength are leagues beyond what zero-wing can imagine. Furious Heart growled disdainfully. While I admit that we failed to secure the first floor's first clear, can't the same be said of you? The same of us? The question surprised Blue Rainbow. After a moment, she simply shook her head before turning and leaving without another word. Elder Gold, who had stood beside her, just chuckled before he walked off. What are you laughing about? Furious Heart bellowed, after the older man. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU didn't receive a reply. However, in the next moment, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members pulled return scrolls from their bag as they prepared to leave the Ancient God's Tower. Just as Furious Heart was about to say something else, he heard a voice. Something's not right, Elder Heart. Look at their levels. The assassin from World Domination exclaimed. Everyone from the Alliance team turned to examine the other players' levels, and what they saw left them utterly flabbergasted. Level 115. How is that possible? Chapter 2588. Inhuman Abilities Dark World Shaken. Furious Heart was dumbfounded at the levels of Blue Rainbow and the others. Even the peak experts of God's domain had only reached level 110 and were still a far cry from level 111. Nevertheless, the majority of Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's members present here were at level 115 already, with even the lowest leveled player among them at level 114. How are their levels so high? What did Zero Wing do? Furious Heart's eyes were wide with astonishment as he gaped at Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold. Furious Heart had personally met Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold just a few days ago. Back then, both of them were only at level 109. Now, in less than a week, they had actually leveled up 6 times and reached level 115. The only explanation Furious Heart could think of for this situation was the expedition Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's main force members had gone on with Zero Wing. However, no matter how he cudgeled his brains, he simply couldn't figure out how Zero Wing could fast-track the 2 guilds' main force members leveling that much. Past level 100, leveling up became incredibly difficult. Even Tier 3 experts would need 2 or 3 consecutive days of relentless grinding to level up once. However, the 2 guilds' main force members had disappeared for just a little more than 3 days, yet every one of them had gained around 5 or 6 levels, which meant they leveled up nearly twice a day. Even a super guild mobilizing all of its available strength to help just one individual level up couldn't accomplish such a feat. Zero Wing, on the other hand, had done so for more than 200 players. Just what kind of resources and manpower would such a feat entail? Elder Heart, look at their equipment, the Tier 3 assassin from World Domination said, pointing at the gear of Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's members. When Furious Heart did as the assassin suggested, he gasped in shock. Am I dreaming? Furious Heart muttered. Previously, his attention had been fully occupied with searching for the supposed third faction that had captured the Ancient God's Tower. Hence, he had instinctively ignored the members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. However, after scrutinizing the 2 guilds members, he noticed that the majority of them wore secret silver equipment mixed in with some fine gold and dark gold equipment. In terms of rank, the 2 guilds members' equipment couldn't even compete against that of the Alliance team members, who were fully geared in fine gold equipment. However, Furious Heart still felt an incredibly powerful pressure coming from the 2 guilds members. Logically, this shouldn't be possible even with a 5-level disparity. The only explanation Furious Heart could think of for this situation was that the 2 guilds members boasted level 115 plus weapons and equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 110 secret silver equipment was roughly equal with level 105 fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, although players would gain some basic attributes from leveling up 5 times, the increase wouldn't rest carrot in a huge gap in basic attributes. At the very least, there needed to be a 1-rank difference for such a disparity to exist. Hence, the only logical explanation was that the secret silver equipment Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members were using was level 115. Currently, level 110 equipment was incredibly rare even for the various superpowers, while level 115 equipment was something nobody dared to dream of obtaining right now. After all, obtaining level 115 equipment required killing level 115 plus monsters. And, generally, only monsters at the Great Lord rank or above had a chance of dropping secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, all 200-plus members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's team were fully geared in level 115 secret silver equipment or better. This was simply ridiculous. Guild leader, it seems we really made the wrong choice. The level 110 assassin from World Domination could not help a bitter smile as he gazed at Blue Rainbow and the others. A third faction capturing the Ancient Gods Tower? That was merely their arbitrary wish. In reality, the ones responsible for capturing the Ancient Gods Tower were none other than the joint team of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. However, the only reason why the two guilds succeeded was Zero Wing's help. Meanwhile, just because of Zero Wing's help, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society had gone from being inferior to World Domination to surpassing World Domination by a large margin. In fact, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society were now at a level where World Domination could only look up to them in awe. With the two guilds having captured the Ancient Gods Tower, it was already obvious that they would experience tremendous development in the Dark World. In the future, the two guilds would definitely become the rulers of the Dark World. Meanwhile, after their conquest of the Ancient Gods Tower, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold did not place any more attention on the tower, making their way back to their respective headquarters to rest instead. After all, they didn't need to manage the tower. Currently, the only option the Dark World's various powers and players had to leave the Dark World was the teleportation gate connected to Cold Spring Forest. As for using the Ancient Gods Tower's teleportation arrays, that would simply be a waste of time and resources. After all, they would first have to transit through another otherworld to get to the main continent. Shortly after Blue Rainbow and the others left the Central Hall, news of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society capturing the Ancient Gods Tower also started spreading like wildfire across the entire Dark World. For a time, the Dark World was in an uproar. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Demon's Heart allied with the various major powers to raid the Ancient Gods Tower? Those two guilds are that strong now. Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society actually took control of the Ancient Gods Tower. With this, it seems that everyone in the Dark World will have to listen to those two guilds. Seeing as not many people are joining those two guilds now, let's use this opportunity to join them quickly, while we can still do so easily. At the news of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's achievement, some players celebrated while others felt disappointed. Nobody had ever entertained the thought of such an outcome. The alliance that Demon's Heart formed with the Dark World's various major powers had actually suffered defeat. This outcome solidified Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's position as the top two guilds of the Dark World. Now, the dissatisfaction of the Dark World's many players no longer mattered. Nobody would be able to stop the two guilds' development. Trying to do so would simply be suicide. After all, the two guilds could easily prevent their enemies from ever setting foot outside the Dark World. While players could grind and level up inside the Dark World, it was sorely lacking in level 100+ resources. Players restricted to grinding in the Dark World would experience extremely slow leveling speeds. If this situation continued over a long period, the gap between the two guilds' members and those barred from leaving the Dark World would only widen. Meanwhile, among the Dark World's players, the ones most surprised by this outcome would have to be the members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society, especially the upper echelons and guild leaders of the two guilds. However, what truly surprised the upper echelons and guild leaders of the two guilds wasn't the successful capture of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor, but the levels and equipment of Blue Rainbow, Elder Gold, and the others. With such levels and equipment, no power would be capable of contending against their two guilds even on the main continent, much less in the Dark World. However, only Blue Rainbow, Elder Gold, and the members of the two guilds' main forces knew that, In reality, their greatest gains from partnering with Zero Wing weren't these things, but the exotic legacy potions they obtained. Due to the exotic legacy potion and the Freedom Hotel's effects, every member of their team had successfully unlocked 40% of their mana body's potential on average. As for Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold, the two of them had even managed to release 60%, only 40% away from fully unlocking their mana bodies. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel, Guild Leader, this is terrible. Now, not only have Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society taken control of the Ancient Gods Tower, but their main force members are also far ahead than ours in both levels and equipment. At this rate, I'm afraid a level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination said worriedly to Dawn Dominance, who is currently resting inside the Freedom Hotel, through a video chat. It seems I really underestimated Zero Wing. I never thought that it would possess such capabilities. Those two guilds sure have found themselves a powerful backer this time, Dawn Dominance remarked, his mood indescribably calm despite having read his subordinate's report regarding Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's achievements. His reaction made it seem as if this matter was completely unrelated to him. In fact, a faint smile even graced his face right now. Guild Leader. The Tier 3 assassin was confused when he saw Dawn Dominance's reaction. I admit that Zero Wing is very powerful. However, Zero Wing's era will end very soon, Dawn Dominance said, chuckling. Guild Leader, do you have some method to deal with Zero Wing and the two other guilds? The assassin asked, curious. Zero Wing, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society currently controlled all the exits from the Dark World. The daily growth of the three guilds was no laughing matter. He found it truly hard to imagine that World Domination had some way to oppose Zero Wing. Take a look at this, Dawn Dominance said, his smile widening as he took out a dark gray crystal ball and displayed it through the video chat. As soon as Dawn Dominance took out the crystal ball, the space around it started darkening, the corrupted space giving off an indescribably strange feeling. In fact, even space itself started cracking, due to the evil energy the crystal ball released. What dense energy! It can practically rival the energy in 7 Luminaries crystals. The assassin exclaimed in shock. I need you to do something for me. Take this crystal and harvest the lives of the Dark World's players. Harvest as many as you can. Once this crystal has collected enough energy, it'll be the end of Zero Wing and those two other guilds. Dawn Dominance said, Understood. I'll get it done right away. The assassin nodded before disconnecting the call. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in the meantime, when the main continent's various superpowers found out that Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society had taken control of the Ancient Gods Tower, they could not help feeling surprised at Zero Wing's capabilities. As for Feng, after resting sufficiently, he returned to Starmoon Kingdom's White River City. White River City, Adventurers Association, 2nd floor VIP reception room. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? Senior Administrator Lorraine asked, smiling as she entered the room. I wish to transfer the Lost Town under my name to the Ten Saints Empire's Demon Wolf Mountain Range. May I know if that is possible? Feng asked her. The loot from raiding Poison City included not only excellent equipment and materials, but also a town transfer order for level 100+ maps. Now that Stone Forest City had already taken root in Cold Spring Forest, it should not be moved casually. However, to ensure that he could travel between the two main continents consistently, he needed to establish a stronghold in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range as well. Moreover, this stronghold had to remain a secret. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that the Lost Town was the best option. Chapter 2589, Medium Teleportation Point. The Lost Town served as Zero Wing's secret stronghold for nurturing talents. Even now, very few guild members knew of its existence. Generally, only core members with great potential had the qualifications to set foot into the town. Moreover, these core experts needed to undergo multiple inspections before receiving the approval to enter the Lost Town. After all, the Extraordinary Tower's function was simply crucial. Now, the Phone wished to establish a stable teleportation point inside the Demon Wolf Mountain range. The Lost Town was his best option. Firstly, the teleportation point linking the two main continents could not be disclosed to too many people. Hence, the stronghold established in the Demon Wolf Mountain range should have as few players operating within it as possible. Secondly, the size of a stronghold should not be too large to limit the manpower and resources required for its upkeep. Otherwise, concealing it would be very difficult. Other powers keeping an eye on Zero Wing would definitely grow suspicious if a significant portion of the guild's funds was disappearing for no good reason. The Lost Town fulfilled both conditions perfectly. Of course, the act of transferring a guild town to a level 100+ neutral map was also incredibly insane. After all, the dangers lurking in level 100+ neutral maps were no laughing matter. If the guild town in question lacked sufficient defenses, it might not survive the first monster tide that assaulted it. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, so long as Phone did not move the Lost Town too deep into the Demon Wolf Mountain range, defending it from the periodic monster tides was still feasible. Lord Bronze Legatee, transferring your town to the Demon Wolf Mountain range is very dangerous. Once your town is transferred there, it will no longer be protected by any kingdom or empire. Are you sure you wish to go through with the transfer? Lorraine asked. I'm sure, Phone replied with a nod. Very well. Please specify your exact transfer location, Lorraine said as she took out a map of the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Let's move it here, Phone said as he pointed at a gravel hill in the Demon Wolf Mountain range's inner area. In the past, the Demon Wolf Mountain range had been incredibly famous in God's domain for having two teleportation points connected to the western continent. However, unlike the first teleportation point Phone secured, which was the magic gate hidden beneath the frozen lake, the second teleportation point was a medium teleportation point with special circumstances. The medium teleportation point was inside a demon wolf den. Players that wished to activate the teleportation array there had to clear out the monsters within the den first. However, the monsters inside this den would respawn periodically. Moreover, they would grow stronger with each respawn. In addition, nobody could truly take control of the teleportation point. So once the gate was activated, any player could make use of the gate so long as they had sufficient magic crystals. Due to this reason, the various superpowers had desperately fought to monopolize this teleportation point. The fires of war had never once ceased after the teleportation gate's discovery. Even after a decade had passed in God's domain, the situation surrounding the teleportation point remained extremely volatile. Currently, Phone was urgently trying to secure more teleportation points linking the two main continents. However, he would need to invest a lot of time if he wished to activate and secure the other teleportation points he knew of, as activating those teleportation points involved a series of quests. Either that, or the teleportation points were small ones that could send only a handful of players with each use. Hence, the medium teleportation point located in the Demon Wolf Mountain range was his only option. Moreover, the Demon Wolf Mountain range's medium teleportation point was in a level 120+ area, which was still a blind spot for current superpowers. He could use this opportunity to thoroughly stabilize his rule over the area. Thus, going for this teleportation point wasn't a particularly bad choice. Location verified. Please produce your town transfer order. In addition, you have to pay a transfer fee of 80,000 gold, Lorraine said. Once you complete the payment, we will transfer your town to the desired location as soon as possible. 80,000? Phone was astonished at this price. Although transferring guild towns and cities to level 100+ neutral maps generally cost a lot of money, the transfer fees were scaled based on the target's rank. Meanwhile, the Lost Town was merely a basic town, yet it cost 80,000 gold to transfer it to the Demon Wolf Mountain range's inner area. This was completely outside of his expectations. If he were transferring a basic city instead of a basic town, the transfer would most likely bankrupt him. That's right. Not only is the location you have selected far, but it is also somewhat special. Hence, the transfer fee is slightly more expensive. However, Please rest assured that the additional charges we collect are fair and reasonable, Lorraine said, smiling. All right, here is the town transfer order and 80,000 gold. Feng answered as he passed the document and the funds to Lorraine. He inwardly celebrated the fact that Stone Forest City had been raking in the profits recently. Despite the substantial increase in Zero Wing's daily expenditure due to the number of guild experts increasing to 220,000, the guild still managed to save up a liquid fund of 170,000 gold. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to afford the transfer fee this time. Payment received. The transfer will be done in 30 minutes. You have 1 day to complete the handover procedures. Our security personnel will leave the site after 1 day, so please complete the handover procedures as soon as possible, Lorraine reminded after receiving payment. At the same time as Lorraine finished speaking, the lost town in the distant Boneless Land suddenly disappeared. Now, only a bunch of confused Zero Wing members remained in the barren wasteland. And in no time at all, Feng received a call request from Aqua Guild leader, big trouble. The lost town disappeared. Aqua reported anxiously. The lost town was Zero Wing's secret training ground for nurturing expert players. Although the town currently housed only several hundred players, all the experts that successfully reached the Truth Realm were more adept at fighting against monsters than even Refinement Realm experts. The only problem was that the players being nurtured at the Lost Town were all very low-leveled newcomers. The majority of them hadn't even reached level 100 yet, much less Tier 3. Nevertheless, so long as these players caught up in levels and tiers, they would become mainstays of Zero Wing. And with the help of these players, Zero Wing would finally gain the qualifications to stand toe-to-toe with the various superpowers. Hence, the Lost Town's sudden disappearance would have a significant impact on Zero Wing's future development. It's fine. I did it, Feng said, chuckling. Feng's words confused Aqua. You made it disappear? The Lost Town was serving its purpose just perfectly. So why did Feng make it disappear right when Zero Wing was rapidly expanding its scale of operations? The guild needed to nurture plenty of expert players to ensure normal operations. I transferred the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area. In the future, we wouldn't have to worry about the trainees sacrificing their levels to improve their combat standards, Feng said, nodding. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area? Isn't that a level 120 grinding spot? Aqua's eyes widened in shock when she heard Feng's statement. She felt that he was simply insane for carrying out the transfer. Level 100-plus maps were incredibly dangerous. This was especially so for the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Transferring Stone Forest City into Cold Spring Forest had been incredibly risky. Fortunately, there was the Night Division. With the Night Division's strength and the city's defensive capabilities, they were able to cope with the monster tides. In fact, the Night Division even took the initiative to wipe out any approaching monster tides. The Lost Town, on the other hand, was only a basic town. Its defensive capabilities were pitifully weak. Even though Zero Wing had strengthened the town repeatedly and constructed plenty of defense turrets and arrow towers, as well as a defensive wall, the Lost Town was still a basic town. Without the protection of an NPC kingdom or empire, it would face destruction very quickly. Relax. It should be able to hold against the monster tides, Feng said, understanding Aqua's concern. But that's a level 120 neutral map. Despite Feng's reassurance, Aqua still could not help worrying. After all, the Lost Town did not have the protection of a Night Division. Right. How is the collection of the disabled guards coming along? Feng asked, changing the topic. The collection of the disabled guards is progressing relatively smoothly. We have over 100 of them already. As per your instructions, we gathered only those with growth potentials above 20. However, even the strongest one only has 32 growth potential, Aqua said. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, that many already? Feng was surprised when he heard Aqua's report. Gather them all at the residence immediately. It's about time we put them to work. Previously, although he had strengthened plenty of personal guards using the Ancient Gods literature fragment, they were still far from sufficient for Zero Wing's needs. However, collecting the soul essences necessary for soul strengthening was not an easy task. Moreover, NPCs with high growth potential were incredibly rare. Since locating the last batch of NPCs until now, Zero Wing had barely found any NPCs with high growth potential. This could also be said to be the literature fragment's limitation. However, the Tree of Life's Water of Life was different. Not only could it raise the growth potential of NPCs slightly, but it could also resurrect dead NPCs or heal heavily injured NPCs within a short time. The Water of Life was mana from heaven for NPCs that had their growth potential drastically reduced due to heavy injuries. After Feng finished speaking, he took out a guild transfer scroll and immediately teleported back to Stoneforest City. Chapter 2590, Water of Life's Effects, Stoneforest City. Zero Wing's residence. Inside the residence's large conference room, over 100 NPCs exuding despondent and listless auras currently stood in line. These NPCs were either crippled or civilians with extremely weak life auras. As for clothing, they wore either battered armor or tattered linen clothes. And even the highest level person among them was just a little over level 50, with the lowest level person being level 20. Due to the presence of these NPCs, the gorgeous conference room looked more like a refugee camp. Guild leader, everyone's here. Aqua Rose reported as she approached Feng. Do you really plan on using the precious water of life on these people? At this point, she had already found out about the Tree of Life planted in the Freedom Hotel's top-floor courtyard because, during Feng's absence, 3 other people were tasked with ensuring the courtyard's normal operation. She was one of those people. Back when she first saw the fragmented divine artifact ranked Tree of Life, her mind had frozen in shock. She had never dreamed that the guild she belonged to was so amazing. Currently, the various superpowers of God's domain didn't even possess legendary items yet, let alone fragmented divine artifacts. Zero Wing, however, had a fragmented divine artifact. Moreover, the Tree of Life could even produce 17 drops of Water of Life daily. The Water of Life was an incredibly precious item that was obtainable only by luck in God's domain. After all, the Water of Life could be used to resurrect dead NPCs. For the various powers who were extremely worried about their personal guards dying, the Water of Life was an absolute treasure. After all, personal guards were far more powerful than players, capable of feats that were beyond current players' capabilities. Only obtaining a few drops of Water of Life was an incredibly difficult task, even for the superpowers. As a result, the superpowers did not dare to casually field their personal guards on risky operations. Zero Wing, however, produced 17 drops of Water of Life each day. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about losing their powerful personal guards at all and could freely deploy these NPCs on all kinds of quests and expeditions. However, even for the current Zero Wing, the daily production of 17 drops of Water of Life was still a little too low for the guild's needs. If they needed to heal these 100-plus NPCs, they would have to expend the entire stockpile they had accumulated thus far. It might be fine if they were spending all their Water of Life on healing NPCs with high growth potential, but the NPCs gathered here were all NPCs with very poor growth potential. Even if they recovered to peak condition, their growth potential wouldn't increase by much. Using the Water of Life on these NPCs would simply be a waste. MHM, I want to test my luck, Feng said, smiling when he saw the reluctance on Aqua Rose's face. Test your luck. Feng's answer exasperated Aqua Rose. While testing one's luck was fine, doing so at the cost of Water of Life was simply an extravagance. If God's domain's various powers heard about this, they would definitely go crazy and try to choke Feng to death. You never know what we'll get, Feng retorted, chuckling. In any case, it's a waste to let the Water of Life simply sit in storage doing nothing. Spending Water of Life to heal these crippled NPCs was indeed prodigal. However, nobody could guarantee that these NPCs would remain mediocre after they recovered to their peak. Moreover, he didn't have Aqua Rose randomly gather injured NPCs, either. Instead, he had her select injured NPCs that were at Tier 3 or above. At the same time, these NPCs also needed to have a growth potential of 20 or higher. In God's domain, any NPC capable of reaching Tier 3 would not possess a low growth potential. Meanwhile, the 20-point mark for growth potential was a major turning point for Tier 3 NPCs. In the past, the various superpowers had experimented with using Water of Life on crippled Tier 3 NPCs. The result they obtained was that all crippled Tier 3 NPCs with a growth potential lower than 20 had failed to reach a secret Silver Guard rank, even after recovering from their injuries. Of course, this did not mean that all crippled Tier 3 NPCs with a growth potential of 20 or higher would reach the secret Silver Guard standard once they recovered. The chances of success were just much greater. Fortunately, aside from Zero Wing, no other power was currently searching for such NPCs. As a result, Zero Wing managed to locate quite a number of these NPCs. And with the growth potentials of the gathered NPCs, the odds of there being excellent NPC guards among them were quite high. In fact, so long as 2 or 3 fine gold guards emerged among these 100-plus NPCs, Zero Wing would have hit the jackpot. After all, NPCs capable of reaching the Dark Gold Guard standard were incredibly rare in God's domain. Although Shifeng had known about quite a few Dark Gold Guards during his previous life, he didn't know where to find them, as the superpowers had kept a tight lid on all information about those NPCs. He had only known about Kite's whereabouts and circumstances because Kite had originated from Starmoon Kingdom, and his owner was a merchant player with loose lips. Following which, Shifeng provided 1 drop of Water of Life to every NPC present, his actions giving Aqua Rose a heartache. Every drop of Water of Life was equivalent to the life of an NPC with high growth potential. The Water of Life could also drastically increase the leveling speed of their guild members. The guild could raid mythic field bosses without worrying about the price necessary to do so. These 100-plus drops of Water of Life could easily elevate the strength of Zero Wing's main force to a whole new level. Upon receiving the Water of Life from Shifeng, the despondent NPCs immediately brightened up as if they had just seen the light of hope. Once all the NPCs gathered had received their share of Water of Life, they took one last look at Shifeng before consuming the Water of Life without hesitation. A dense life aura immediately filled the room. It was so dense that the cells in Aqua Rose's body felt invigorated, her mind gaining greater clarity. After this phenomenon continued for 3 seconds, a powerful aura swept the entire room as if a dragon had awoken from its slumber. Aqua Rose could not help stumbling a few steps back. How is this possible? Aqua Rose's eyes filled with shock as she gazed at the NPCs, who still looked like a throng of beggars standing in front of her. At this moment, however, the feeling she got from the NPCs was nothing like the aura of a beggar at all. Instead, they felt like battle-hardened warriors that had fought on innumerable battlefields. Even though they were still wearing battered armor and tattered linen clothes, their tempered auras and overflowing mana deterred ordinary people from approaching them casually. It seems we really hit the jackpot this time. Shifeng also grew a little excited when he sensed the aura of the NPCs before him. Originally, he thought that he would be lucky to get even 2 or 3 fine gold guards out of these 100-plus NPCs. However, it would seem that he was sorely mistaken. The strength of the combined aura these 100-plus NPCs were currently releasing could already rival that of a 100-man team of Tier 3 knights, despite these NPCs being geared in extremely shabby weapons and equipment. If they were fully equipped with epic weapons and equipment, their combined aura would definitely be much stronger than that of a 100-man team of Tier 3 knights. Following which, Shifeng and Aqua Rose started inspecting the updated statistics of these NPCs to get a better idea of these NPCs' standards. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Once they completed their inspection, Aqua Rose was stunned. Of the 100-plus NPCs gathered, even the weakest one was at the mysterious Iron Guard standard. These mysterious Iron Guards numbered only 47, but every one of them possessed very high growth potential for mysterious iron guards. With the help of the Ancient Gods literature fragment, Shifeng had an excellent chance of elevating them to the secret Silver Guard standard. As for the remaining 57 NPCs, 49 of them were secret Silver Guards, 6 were Fine Gold Guards, and 2 were Dark Gold Guards. This outcome was simply ridiculous. While Aqua Rose stared at the 2 Dark Gold Guards, Shifeng's focus was on an elderly man clad in gray robes. Despite this elderly man's growth potential being only at the secret Silver Guard standard, Shifeng's eyes glowed with astonishment as he gazed at him. A Tier 4 Great Wizard. Chapter 2591, Zero Wings, New Residence. Shifeng could not believe his eyes as he gazed at the elderly man in gray before him. Tier 4. This was a bona fide powerhouse, an individual that stood at the apex of God's domain. Noticing Shifeng's shock, Aqua Rose's attention drifted to the Tier 4 Great Wizard. At first, she had been surprised, but disappointment quickly followed. She had just noticed the elderly man's growth potential. What a pity, Aqua Rose said, sighing. Tier 4 is amazing, but his secret silver ranked growth potential will hold him back. Normally, bronze and mysterious iron guards hit their limit at Tier 3. While secret silver guards were stronger than bronze and mysterious iron rank, they would hit a wall at Tier 4, with minuscule chances of making it to Tier 5. More of God's Domain's players hit Tier 3 every day, and it wouldn't be long before the various superpowers peak experts began to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. Once they completed those quests, Tier 4 NPCs' power would become quite limited, especially that of Tier 4 Secret Silver Guards. A Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard's combat power was only on par with a Tier 4 peak expert in full, top-tier equipment. They might be strong, but they weren't invincible. A pity. Shifeng shook his head and laughed, but he didn't bother to say more. We've gotten so lucky this time, Guild Leader. We now have 2 more Dark Gold Guards, a Guardian Knight and an Oracle. If your 2 guards participate, you could form a well-rounded raid party to take down high-ranked field bosses, Aqua Rose delightedly reported. Shifeng was one of White River City's counts, so he had the authority to recruit 4 personal guards. If he accepted these new Dark Gold Guards, he could use his 4 guard slots to their maximum efficiency. Dark Gold Guards were incredibly rare. Most, if not all, superpowers didn't even have one. I'll pass on these 2 Dark Gold Guards. You and Snow will each nurture one. Both of your accounts, too, so you should have some extra slots, Shifeng said, shaking his head. I'll take this gray-clad elder. Dark Gold Guards were extremely useful, especially when players wouldn't have to worry about dying. Forming a standard 4-man raiding party with only Dark Gold or better guards would be a dream. However, he almost always operated alone. Rather than take the 2 Dark Gold Guards for himself, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could make better use of them. The 2 women frequently led grinding teams and dungeon raids. A Dark Gold Guard would greatly enhance their respective team's strength. But, Guild Leader, that elder is only a secret Silver Guard. Shifeng's decision surprised Aqua Rose. Shifeng was Zero Wings Guild Leader, role model, and face. Even if he didn't want the 2 Dark Gold Guards, he should, at least, take a Fine Gold Guard. Picking a secret Silver Guard, even a Tier 4 Great Wizard, would make him a laughingstock. A secret Silver Guard is quite powerful, Shifeng said, chuckling. He is also a Tier 4 Great Wizard. He could serve as a magistrate in a major city in any kingdom or empire. He is a true powerhouse in God's domain. Aqua Rose only saw secret Silver Guards as worthless due to the fact that Zero Wing had more than 30 Fine Gold Guards. But even the various superpowers wouldn't have more than 2 or 3 Fine Gold Guards at this stage of the game. Some had even fewer than that. Normally, the various superpowers treated secret Silver Guards like their own children, not to mention a guard that had already reached Tier 4. It should be known that secret Silver Guards only had a chance of reaching Tier 4. Their success wasn't guaranteed. Tier 4 wasn't just a major turning point for players, but for NPCs as well. Reaching Tier 4 was an incredible feat for all in God's domain. Not even Fine Gold Guards were guaranteed to reach Tier 4. They merely had a higher chance. Based on past players' collected statistics, Fine Gold Guards only had a 30% chance of completing their Tier 4 promotion quest. Dark Gold Guards' chances were roughly around 40%. Of course, even if a personal guard failed their Tier 4 promotion quest, they could challenge it again. Players would only have to invest more resources to boost their strength. However, challenging the Tier 4 promotion quests was a time-consuming process for both players and NPCs. Personal guards would have to wait a full month before they could challenge the quest after failing it. Hence, it was easy to imagine how much time it would take to nurture a Tier 4 NPC. As for recruiting a Tier 4 NPC as one's personal guard, that was simply unheard of. Shifeng hadn't heard of a single player recruiting a Tier 4 NPC. At best, some had recruited Tier 3 NPCs. If he revealed this elderly man's information, the various superpowers would likely die with envy. While the gray-clothed wizard's growth potential was somewhat lacking compared to Dark Gold Guards, Shifeng wasn't concerned. He had plenty of items that could raise an NPC's growth potential, and this old man's was on the high end for Secret Silver Guards. With a little effort, upgrading him to Fine Gold rank was entirely possible. Following which, Shifeng recruited the elderly man as one of his personal guards. Verge, Yifeng's personal guard, gender, male age, 76 loyalty, 75 growth potential, 74 level 112 class. Tier 4 Great Wizard. When she saw Versailles statistics, Aqua Rose was speechless. After recovering, the other Tier 3 NPCs had climbed to, on average, level 120. The Dark Gold rank Guardian Knight she had recruited was even level 121. Yet Versailles was only 112? Versailles hadn't even reached the level required to challenge the Tier 4 promotion quest. He was also a much lower level than mainstream personal guards. It's almost time. The Lost Town's transfer should be complete by now. Gather the main force members immediately, as well as all of the potential newcomers and core members who have signed our confidentiality contract. From now on, the Lost Town will be our developmental headquarters, Shifeng said as he glanced at the time. Is that all, guild leader? What about the Lost Town security? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range was a far more dangerous place than Cold Spring Forest, so defending a stronghold there would be a much greater challenge. Moreover, the Lost Town wasn't a basic city, only a basic town. Yet, Shifeng only wanted to station the guild's contracted recruits and core members. Even with the guild's main force, the town would only have around 5,000 players. It was far more than what they had stationed in the Lost Town before this, but the town had only occupied a pre-level 100 neutral map. The small number of high-level NPCs and players had been more than enough to deal with the occasional monster tide. However, they wouldn't have a level advantage in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Normally, security might have been a problem with so few members, but we have time now, Shifeng consoled his companion as he gestured to Versailles. With him there, we won't have to worry about security. But he's only level 112 and a secret silver guard, Aqua Rose argued. Relax. He'll be more than enough, Shifeng said, not bothering to explain. Definitively, he continued, just relay the message. All right then, I'll go notify them. Aqua Rose despondently agreed, leaving to notify the guild members Shifeng had requested. Since he was so confident, insisting would be inappropriate. Before half an hour had passed, all of Zero Wing's contracted recruits and core members used the guild transfer scroll Shifeng had provided and arrived in the Lost Town, which had transformed into a wintry Wonderland Chapter 2592, natural training ground as Zero Wing's members teleported to the Lost Town's residence. The residence's plaza quickly became crowded. What is this place? Why do I feel like a foreign energy is trying to invade my body? My senses feel so dull, and I'm suddenly starving. Didn't the higher-ups say they were bringing us to a sacred training and leveling ground? What's going on here? My friends were still jealous that I got chosen to join the guild's special training, and they didn't, but why does this place feel lesser than Stone Forest City? Upon their arrival to the Lost Town, Zero Wing's new recruits and core members, all of whom had high potential, were curious about the situation, falling into heated discussions. The recruits were especially confused. They knew nothing about the Lost Town, and now they had been thrown into such a harsh environment. They couldn't bring themselves to believe this was a sacred training ground. Just surviving in this town long-term would be a problem. The situation began to worry Aqua Rosen. The town's new location was nothing like what she had imagined. Even Tier 3 players like herself would struggle to survive here, much less the guild's latest trainees who hadn't yet reached Tier 3. Needless to say, training and fighting the random monster tides would be nearly impossible. Players would be fortunate to exhibit their normal combat standards in such a severe area, much less improve their combat standards. During her previous visit to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, she had stayed in the neutral map's outer region, where the environment hadn't been particularly harsh. But now that she stood in the inner region, she felt sluggish, and her senses had considerably dulled. The constant hunger assaulting her mind and body was also quite uncomfortable. Most importantly, the mana here felt like an icy hell. Violent, ice-type mana filled the area, and Aqua Rose could sense scant amounts of other elements. Manipulating mana in this zone would be almost impossible. When players couldn't manipulate mana, how were they supposed to improve? Guild leader, you don't intend these Tier 2 members to remain here for their training, do you? Blue Frost anxiously asked Sherfone. Blue Frost recognized the area as the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region and knew that the lowest level monster was level 120. This would be an amazing area to level and train for players of his tier and level, but Zero Wing's new recruits and Tier 2 members would only waste their time here. These members were Zero Wing's future. Sending them to such a place to waste their time would cost the guild. Remain here for their training? Shaking his head, Sherfone said, such a wonderful thing isn't possible. Sherfang's reply confused Blue Frost. He couldn't understand what was so wonderful about this frozen hellscape. Sherfone didn't explain his statement, however. Instead, he met with the Adventurers Association's NPCs to complete the handover procedures. Once complete, the NPCs promptly left the Lost Town, making the already desolate town even more lonely. At that point, the sound of a system announcement rang in everyone's ears. Lost Town Region System Announcement. The town's new location is subject to a mysterious curse. Wraiths will absorb the excess mana players radiate, transforming into monsters. Please be wary of these monsters' attacks. Shortly after the system announcement ended and before Zero Wings members could digest the information, translucent humanoid ghosts started to manifest around some of Zero Wings members. These humanoid ghosts appear to be clones of the players they stood by. They even had the same levels as their human counterparts. The moment their forms were complete, these ghosts attacked the players. Not understanding what was happening, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, they were all Zero Wing experts, and although their levels and tiers weren't up to standard, they commanded expert combat standards. Even the weakest player there could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They had no trouble responding to the ghosts' attacks appropriately. Meanwhile, the players who hadn't been attacked joined the fray, targeting the ghosts near them. After a moment, however, something else surprising occurred. The ghostly clones had the same combat standards as their human counterparts. Moreover, other players' attacks proved utterly ineffective. Your official training begins now. Be careful of the ghosts that will appear beside you. No one, other than the player the ghosts copy, can do anything to them. If these ghosts kill you, not only will you lose a level, but you won't be able to log in for a day. Sherfone warned as he watched Zero Wings members fight these phantom monsters. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range was no ordinary location. The map's inner region was actually considered a forbidden land. Every forbidden land in God's domain has some mechanic that made survival particularly difficult. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region had this curse. Sherfone neither knew exactly what this curse was, nor did he know who was responsible for it. But he knew that an endless stream of ghosts would appear to attack and harass any player resting within a town or city established in this area, preventing anyone from remaining in the region long term. Zero Wing's many members gasped when they heard Sherfang's warning. How was this training? This was simply an execution. They had now fought these ghosts, so they knew the spirits had the same combat standards as the players they cloned. Unlike players, however, the ghosts weren't affected by the harsh environment. Hence, the monsters commanded their players' peak combat power. In other words, the ghosts were stronger than the clone players. To make matters worse, they would lose a full level and be banned from the game for a full day if they died. Just how are they supposed to catch up with mainstream experts in this situation? While many of his guild mates complained to themselves, Blue Frost, who was engaged in a bitter battle with his ghost, realized something, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Players were at a disadvantage against these ghosts, and they couldn't even manipulate the ambient mana due to its violent, biased nature. The only option they had left was to find a way to manipulate and use the mana within them to defeat the Phantom clones. Since these ghosts mimicked both the player's behavior and combat standards, players could also predict their opponent's moves in certain situations. With this thought in mind, Blue Frost found his ghost counterpart much easier to fight. He also discovered many of his own flaws, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, these fights wouldn't benefit Tier 2 players as much as it did Tier 3 players like himself. However, Tier 2 players could still use their skills and spells in this harsh environment, where Tier 3 players struggled. As long as Tier 2 players steadily trained their combat standards and skill and spell completion rates, they were more than capable of defeating their ghosts. Not only weren't these ghosts the problem they had all assumed, but they were also the perfect training partners for experts like them. Only this kind of training was a little too risky. It wasn't long before the rest of Zero Wings members realized the same, and many stopped complaining, fully immersing themselves in battle. Guild leader, this place is amazing. It is like a natural training ground. Although using it is costly, everyone's training efficiency will be several times greater than normal. The Tier 3 experts who haven't unlocked their mana body's full potential will likely do so after spending a month here. Aqua Rose said, her eyes glowing brightly as she watched the Zero Wing members before her grow steadily stronger. Zero Wing's main force members had already unlocked a sizable fraction of their mana bodies. If they trained here, they'd complete the task in no more than 10 days. Once they did, the guild would have over 100 Tier 3 experts with 100% of their mana bodies under their command. Just thinking about this elated Aqua Rose. Training here was brutal and dangerous, but compared to its benefits, the cost wasn't overly high. Even if players died, they'd only lose a level and some time. Zero Wing's main force members were already much higher levels than the various superpowers peak experts, so the loss wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Lost Town now occupied a level 120 neutral map. Grinding for levels would be easy here, and trading levels for progress in unlocking their mana bodies was certainly a worthwhile exchange for Zero Wing. While Zero Wing's members worked hard to improve, Shurfeng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower. He didn't pay everyone's battles much mind. The mysterious curse was only an additional benefit for relocating the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf Mountain range. The Extraordinary Tower was still the town's most valuable aspect. The Extraordinary Tower had always been the best location for players to grasp the realm of Truth's principles. Training in this tower could shuttle players from the Truth realm all the way to the Transcendental realm. However, Shurfeng had only been able to unlock the tower's 2nd floor, which offered guidance for reaching the Ascension realm, due to a lack of magic crystals. As a result, he hadn't gained any guidance or clues about progressing to the next realm. Now, however, Zero Wing's magic crystal income had skyrocketed due to Stone Forest City's popularity and the Dark World's teleportation gate. After the past few days, the two sources had provided more than 300,000 magic crystals, utterly surpassing Shurfeng's expectations. And this now allowed Shurfeng to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor. Once he reached the tower, Shurfeng called up the tower's interface and unlocked the 3rd floor. As he did, he heard the sound of a system notification. System: the Extraordinary Tower's first 2 floors have already been unlocked. Do you wish to pay 1 million magic crystals to unlock the 3rd floor? Unlock it. Chapter 2593. Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor unlocked. the instant Feng chose to unlock the extraordinary tower's third floor. 1,000,000 magic crystals disintegrated inside his bag, transforming into a stream of mana that flowed into the tower itself. As the torrent of mana flowed into the extraordinary tower, the carved divine runes on the inner walls lit up and repaired themselves. While the divine runes became more complete, the tower's exterior changed significantly. With the extraordinary tower in the center, the violent mana that filled the lost town began to obey. The mana around the tower became denser, and the tower itself released an old, sacred aura that spread throughout the town, instilling anyone it touched with serenity. What an amazing aura! My hungers even disappeared. That's not all. My mind feels much clearer, and my stamina and concentration have begun to recover as well. I feel like I can fight these ghosts for an entire day without rest. As the sacred aura filled the town, Zero Wings fighting members rejoiced. They had been at an absolute disadvantage against their ghost counterparts, and they had known death was only a matter of time. The foreign energy was corroding their bodies too quickly. However, the situation had changed. Although their surroundings still lacked any elemental mana other than ice, this sacred aura had cleansed the area of foreign energy. As a result, their minds had cleared during their fight, which would prolong their survival. Meanwhile, every ghost had spawned with a mana life buff, which indicated their remaining lifespan and only had a 6-hour duration. If they could last against these phantoms for more than 6 hours, the ghosts would automatically disappear, even if they couldn't defeat them. In addition, Feng had informed them that these ghosts only appeared for each player once a day. If they held on for the full 6 hours, they could spend the rest of their day resting easy in the Lost Town. Of course, players who wanted to dedicate themselves to growing stronger, especially those with high combat standards, wouldn't be satisfied with 6 hours of training. As a result, these players cherished their 6-hour combat session even more than the rest. Moreover, ghosts wouldn't appear for everyone. At the end of the day, these ghosts' appearances were the result of a curse. The stronger a player was, the less effective the curse would be. Ghosts might not even appear for the stronger players and would almost never appear for players who had already unlocked their mana body's full potential. While everyone was surprised and elated about the new changes to the Lost Town, the extraordinary tower's sacred aura had finally filled the town. At the same time, a translucent barrier formed around the Lost Town, isolating it completely. This barrier also calmed the violent, ice-type mana in the town, creating a stable mana environment. The mana wasn't very dense, but it was enough to clear the players' minds of unhelpful thoughts. What did the guild leader do? Aqua Rose was shocked when she sensed the changes. She had felt this strange sensation before. To be precise, she had experimented with it during her travels within the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate. The only difference was the town's much lower mana density, which resulted in a much smaller boost to her mental capacity. Overall, the Lost Town's training efficiency was barely 1/3 of the Legacy Gate's. Even so, that was astounding. The Lost Town could accommodate far more players than the Legacy Gate, and while it wouldn't be quite as helpful, it was an ideal training ground for Tier 3 players as they try to unlock their mana bodies. Moreover, the magic barrier substantially increased the town's defenses. With the barrier in place, defeating the monster tides would be far easier. While Aqua Rose and Zero Wings, other members fortunate enough to enter the Legacy Gate, were shocked over the Lost Town's transformation. Something else within the extraordinary tower had shocked Feng. This is the result of unlocking the extraordinary tower's third floor. He was at a loss as he sensed the ancient aura filling the hall. Normally, only an ancient fortresses could contain all 7 mana elements, yet the extraordinary tower brimmed with all of them. Moreover, the mana here was even denser than in the Starlight Fortress. If Tier 3 players trained here, breaking past the 100% threshold would no longer be just a dream, not to mention fully unlocking their mana bodies. He had been worried about crossing that threshold himself, but the tower's new environment had just increased his chances by 10%. If his chances had only increased by 10%, others would have an even greater boost. If players who hadn't yet unlocked their mana body's full potential trained in the Extraordinary Tower, they could definitely accomplish the task in a short time. In fact, their training efficiency here might be twice as high as it was against the humanoid ghosts. Fighting in an area with all 7 mana elements would yield completely different results than fighting in an area with almost none of them. Players would have a much easier time recognizing and controlling the flow of mana in the former. Unfortunately, while this environment was idyllic, there was a limit to the number of players who could take advantage of it. This mana was contained in the Extraordinary Tower's training grounds. The first floor could only accommodate 100 people at a time, while 50 could fit on the second floor, and only 10 would fit on the third. In total, only 160 people could use the Extraordinary Tower at the same time. That was only under ideal circumstances. In reality, far fewer players could train in the Extraordinary Tower at a time. If players wanted to use the second or third floors, they have to clear the previous floors first. Feng didn't give the matter much thought before he instructed Zero Wing's main force members to train in the tower during their free time and to ignore level grinding and raiding monster dens. Unlocking their mana bodies was far more important than raiding monster dens and level grinding. Furthermore, they had unlocked a considerable percentage of their mana bodies after consuming the exotic legacy potions they had obtained from Poison City. Normally, unlocking their mana bodies would require, at most, 2 full weeks, but with the tower's third floor unlocked, they could accomplish the feat in even less time. Once all of Zero Wing's main force members unlocked their mana body's full potential, the team's grinding efficiency would improve. Securing the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation point would also become easier. With his guild mates desperately training, Feng made his way to the tower's second floor to begin his ascent. He had reached his limit during his last visit to the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, unable to improve further regardless of how hard he had tried. Even after creating Sword's Transmigration, he hadn't been able to reach the top of the second floor staircase, and had been thrown after reaching the 30th step. Now, however, he had fully unlocked his mana body and gained a newfound understanding of mana. He had even learned a mana technique, and he was ready to challenge the second floor again to push himself through that final barrier. Neither his Tier 4 promotion quest nor the Divine Dragon's trial would be easy to complete. If he failed, he would suffer unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, both trials focused on testing players' individual strength. Advancing through the realms of truth would undoubtedly provide immense help in both upcoming trials. This was why he had decided to activate the Extraordinary Tower's third floor now. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. EU controlling his emotions. Feng climbed the first step on the second floor staircase. 2 silver-armored swordsmen then appeared, charging at him with the intent to kill. As Feng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower's third floor, a group of level 110 experts arrived before Stone Forest City's gates, causing a commotion at the city's main entrance. So, this is Zero Wing's Stone Forest City. An elegant, middle-aged man amidst the group commented as he gazed at the magnificent city before him. With a surprised tone, he continued, "It is truly extraordinary. With such dense mana and natural terrain advantage, wonder should have grown much stronger here. Don't forget our orders, Elder Hermit. We are not here to sightsee." A bald, middle-aged man in black robes scolded, rolling his eyes. "No matter how much stronger she's grown, wonder must return with us. The time for her willful rebellion has come to an end." "I know. Isn't that why I tagged along in the first place?" Hermit replied. Instead of getting upset at the bald man's comment, he breathed a deep sigh as he led his team into Stone Forest City. Chapter 2592, Natural Training Ground. As Zero Wing's members teleported to the Lost Town's residence, the residence's plaza quickly became crowded. What is this place? Why do I feel like a foreign energy is trying to invade my body? My senses feel so dull, and I'm suddenly starving. Didn't the higher-ups say they were bringing us to a sacred training and leveling ground? What's going on here? My friends were still jealous that I got chosen to join the guild's special training, and they didn't, but why does this place feel lesser than Stone Forest City? Upon their arrival to the Lost Town, Zero Wing's new recruits and core members, all of whom had high potential, were curious about the situation, falling into heated discussions. The recruits were especially confused. They knew nothing about the Lost Town, and now they had been thrown into such a harsh environment. They couldn't bring themselves to believe this was a sacred training ground. Just surviving in this town long-term would be a problem. The situation began to worry Aqua. The town's new location was nothing like what she had imagined. Even Tier 3 players like herself would struggle to survive here, much less the guild's latest trainees, who hadn't yet reached Tier 3. Needless to say, training and fighting the random monster tides would be nearly impossible. Players would be fortunate to exhibit their normal combat standards in such a severe area, much less improve their combat standards. During her previous visit to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, she had stayed in the neutral map's outer region, where the environment hadn't been particularly harsh, but now that she stood in the inner region, she felt sluggish, and her senses had considerably dulled. The constant hunger assaulting her mind and body was also quite uncomfortable. Most importantly, the mana here felt like an icy hell. Violent, ice-type mana filled the area, and Aqua could sense scant amounts of other elements. Manipulating mana in this zone would be almost impossible. When players couldn't manipulate mana, how were they supposed to improve? Guild leader, you don't intend these Tier 2 members to remain here for their training, do you? Blue Frost anxiously asked Surpassing. Blue Frost recognized the area as the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region and knew that the lowest level monster was level 120. This would be an amazing area to level and train for players of his tier and level, but Zero Wing's new recruits and Tier 2 members would only waste their time here. These members were Zero Wing's future. Sending them to such a place to waste their time would cost the guild. Remain here for their training? Shaking his head, Surpassing said, such a wonderful thing isn't possible. Surpassing's reply confused Blue Frost. He couldn't understand what was so wonderful about this frozen hellscape. Surpassing didn't explain his statement, however. Instead, he met with the Adventurers Association's NPCs to complete the handover procedures. Once complete, the NPCs promptly left the Lost Town, making the already desolate town even more lonely. At that point, the sound of a system announcement rang in everyone's ears. Lost Town Region System Announcement. The town's new location is subject to a mysterious curse. Wraiths will absorb the excess mana players radiate, transforming into monsters. Please be wary of these monsters' attacks. Shortly after the system announcement ended and before Zero Wing's members could digest the information, translucent, humanoid ghosts started to manifest around some of Zero Wing's members. These humanoid ghosts appeared to be clones of the players they stood by. They even had the same levels as their human counterparts. The moment their forms were complete, these ghosts attacked the players. Not understanding what was happening, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, they were all Zero Wing experts, and although their levels and tiers weren't up to standard, they commanded expert combat standards. Even the weakest player there could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They had no trouble responding to the ghost attacks appropriately. Meanwhile, the players who hadn't been attacked joined the fray, targeting the ghosts near them. After a moment, however, something else surprising occurred. The ghostly clones had the same combat standards as their human counterparts. Moreover, other players' attacks proved utterly ineffective. Your official training begins now. Be careful of the ghosts that will appear beside you. No one, other than the player the ghosts copy, can do anything to them. If these ghosts kill you, not only will you lose a level, but you won't be able to log in for a day. Surpassing warned as he watched Zero Wing's members fight these phantom monsters. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range was no ordinary location. The map's inner region was actually considered a forbidden land. Every forbidden land in God's domain has some mechanic that made survival particularly difficult. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region had this curse. Surpassing neither knew exactly what this curse was, nor did he know who was responsible for it. But he knew that an endless stream of ghosts would appear to attack and harass any player resting within a town or city established in this area. preventing anyone from remaining in the region long term. Zero Wings, many members gasped when they heard Sure Feng's warning. How was this training? This was simply an execution. They had now fought these ghosts, so they knew the spirits had the same combat standards as the players they cloned. Unlike players, however, the ghosts weren't affected by the harsh environment. Hence, the monsters commanded their players' peak combat power. In other words, the ghosts were stronger than the clone players. To make matters worse, they would lose a full level and be banned from the game for a full day if they died. Just how were they supposed to catch up with mainstream experts in this situation? While many of his guild mates complained to themselves, Blue Frost, who was engaged in a bitter battle with his ghost, realized something, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Players were at a disadvantage against these ghosts, and they couldn't even manipulate the ambient mana due to its violent, biased nature. The only option they had left was to find a way to manipulate and use the mana within them to defeat the phantom clones. Since these ghosts mimicked both the player's behavior and combat standards, players could also predict their opponent's moves in certain situations. With this thought in mind, Blue Frost found his ghost counterpart much easier to fight. He also discovered many of his own flaws, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, these fights wouldn't benefit Tier 2 players as much as it did Tier 3 players like himself. However, Tier 2 players could still use their skills and spells in this harsh environment, where Tier 3 players struggled. As long as Tier 2 players steadily trained their combat standards and skill and spell completion rates, they were more than capable of defeating their ghosts. Not only weren't these ghosts the problem they had all assumed, but they were also the perfect training partners for experts like them. Only this kind of training was a little too risky. It wasn't long before the rest of Zero Wings members realized the same, and many stopped complaining, fully immersing themselves in battle. Guild leader, this place is amazing. It is like a natural training ground. Although using it is costly, everyone's training efficiency will be several times greater than normal. The Tier 3 experts who haven't unlocked their mana body's full potential will likely do so after spending a month here. Aqua Rose said, her eyes glowing brightly as she watched the Zero Wing members before her grow steadily stronger. Zero Wing's main force members had already unlocked a sizable fraction of their mana bodies. If they trained here, they'd complete the task in no more than 10 days. Once they did, the guild would have over 100 Tier 3 experts with 100% of their mana bodies under their command. Just thinking about this elated Aqua Rose. Training here was brutal and dangerous, but compared to its benefits, the cost wasn't overly high. Even if players died, they'd only lose a level and some time. Zero Wing's main force members were already much higher levels than the various superpowers peak experts, so the loss wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Lost Town now occupied a level 120 neutral map. Grinding for levels would be easy here, and trading levels for progress in unlocking their mana bodies was certainly a worthwhile exchange for Zero Wing. While Zero Wing's members worked hard to improve, Shurfeng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower. He didn't pay everyone's battles much mind. The mysterious curse was only an additional benefit for relocating the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. The Extraordinary Tower was still the town's most valuable aspect. The Extraordinary Tower had always been the best location for players to grasp the realm of truth principles. Training in this tower could shuttle players from the truth realm all the way to the transcendental realm. However, Shurfeng had only been able to unlock the tower's 2nd floor, which offered guidance for reaching the Ascension realm, due to a lack of magic crystals. As a result, he hadn't gained any guidance or clues about progressing to the next realm. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now. However, Zero Wing's magic crystal income had skyrocketed due to Stone Forest City's popularity and the Dark World's teleportation gate. After the past few days, the two sources have provided more than 300,000 magic crystals, utterly surpassing Shurfeng's expectations. And this now allowed Shurfeng to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor. Once he reached the tower, Shurfeng called up the tower's interface and unlocked the 3rd floor. As he did, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, The Extraordinary Tower's first 2 floors have already been unlocked. Do you wish to pay 1 million magic crystals to unlock the 3rd floor? Unlock it. Chapter 2593. Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor unlocked. The instant Feng chose to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor. 1 million magic crystals disintegrated inside his bag, transforming into a stream of mana that flowed into the tower itself. As the torrent of mana flowed into the Extraordinary Tower, the carved divine runes on the inner walls lit up and repaired themselves. While the divine runes became more complete, the tower's exterior changed significantly. With the Extraordinary Tower in the center, the violent mana that filled the lost town began to obey. The mana around the tower became denser, and the tower itself released an old, sacred aura that spread throughout the town, instilling anyone it touched with serenity. One amazing aura! My hungers even disappeared. That's not all. My mind feels much clearer, and my stamina and concentration have begun to recover as well. I feel like I can fight these ghosts for an entire day without rest. As the sacred aura filled the town, Zero Wings fighting members rejoiced. They had been at an absolute disadvantage against their ghost counterparts, and they had known death was only a matter of time. The foreign energy was corroding their bodies too quickly. However, the situation had changed. Although their surroundings still lacked any elemental mana other than ice, this sacred aura had cleansed the area of foreign energy. As a result, their minds had cleared during their fight, which would prolong their survival. Meanwhile, every ghost had spawned with a mana life buff, which indicated their remaining lifespan and only had a 6-hour duration. If they could last against these phantoms for more than 6 hours, the ghosts would automatically disappear, even if they couldn't defeat them. In addition, Feng had informed them that these ghosts only appeared for each player once a day. If they held on for the full 6 hours, they could spend the rest of their day resting easy in the Lost Town. Of course, players who wanted to dedicate themselves to growing stronger, especially those with high combat standards, wouldn't be satisfied with 6 hours of training. As a result, these players cherished their 6-hour combat session even more than the rest. Moreover, ghosts wouldn't appear for everyone. At the end of the day, these ghosts' appearances were the result of a curse. The stronger a player was, the less effective the curse would be. Ghosts might not even appear for the stronger players and would almost never appear for players who had already unlocked their mana body's full potential. While everyone was surprised and elated about the new changes to the Lost Town, the Extraordinary Tower's sacred aura had finally filled the town. At the same time, a translucent barrier formed around the Lost Town, isolating it completely. This barrier also calmed the violent, ice-type mana in the town, creating a stable mana environment. The mana wasn't very dense, but it was enough to clear the players' minds of unhelpful thoughts. What did the guild leader do? Aqua Rose was shocked when she sensed the changes. She had felt this strange sensation before. To be precise, she had experimented with it during her travels within the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate. The only difference was the town's much lower mana density, which resulted in a much smaller boost to her mental capacity. Overall, the Lost Town's training efficiency was barely 1/3 of the Legacy Gate's. Even so, that was astounding. The Lost Town could accommodate far more players than the Legacy Gate, and while it wouldn't be quite as helpful, it was an ideal training ground for Tier 3 players as they try to unlock their mana bodies. Moreover, the magic barrier substantially increased the town's defenses. With the barrier in place, defeating the monster tides would be far easier. While Aqua Rose and Zero Wings, other members fortunate enough to enter the Legacy Gate, were shocked over the Lost Town's transformation. Something else within the Extraordinary Tower had shocked Feng. This is the result of unlocking the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor. He was at a loss as he sensed the ancient aura filling the hall. Normally, only an ancient fortresses could contain all 7 mana elements, yet the Extraordinary Tower brimmed with all of them. Moreover, the mana here was even denser than in the Starlight Fortress. If Tier 3 players trained here, breaking past the 100% threshold would no longer be just a dream, not to mention fully unlocking their mana bodies. He had been worried about crossing that threshold himself, but the tower's new environment had just increased his chances by 10%. If his chances had only increased by 10%, others would have an even greater boost. If players who hadn't yet unlocked their mana body's full potential trained in the Extraordinary Tower, they could definitely accomplish the task in a short time. In fact, their training efficiency here might be twice as high as it was against the humanoid ghosts. Fighting in an area with all 7 mana elements would yield completely different results than fighting in an area with almost none of them. Players would have a much easier time recognizing and controlling the flow of mana in the former. Unfortunately, while this environment was idyllic, there was a limit to the number of players who could take advantage of it. This mana was contained in the Extraordinary Tower's training grounds. The first floor could only accommodate 100 people at a time, while 50 could fit on the second floor, and only 10 would fit on the third. In total, only 160 people could use the Extraordinary Tower at the same time. That was only under ideal circumstances. In reality, far fewer players could train in the Extraordinary Tower at a time. If players wanted to use the second or third floors, they'd have to clear the previous floors first. Surefeng didn't give the matter much thought before he instructed Zero Wing's main force members to train in the tower during their free time and to ignore level grinding and raiding monster dens. Unlocking their mana bodies was far more important than raiding monster dens and level grinding. Furthermore, they had unlocked a considerable percentage of their mana bodies after consuming the exotic legacy potions they had obtained from Poison City. Normally, unlocking their mana bodies would require at most 2 full weeks, but with the tower's third floor unlocked, they could accomplish the feat in even less time. Once all of Zero Wing's main force members unlocked their mana body's full potential, the team's grinding efficiency would improve. Securing the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation point would also become easier. With his guild mates desperately training, Surefeng made his way to the tower's second floor to begin his ascent. He had reached his limit during his last visit to the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, unable to improve further regardless of how hard he had tried. Even after creating Sword's transmigration, he hadn't been able to reach the top of the second floor staircase and had been thrown after reaching the 30th step. Now, however, he had fully unlocked his mana body and gained a newfound understanding of mana. He had even learned a mana technique, and he was ready to challenge the second floor again to push himself through that final barrier. Neither his Tier 4 promotion quest nor the Divine Dragon's trial would be easy to complete. If he failed, he would suffer unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, both trials focused on testing players' individual strength. Advancing through the realms of truth would undoubtedly provide immense help in both upcoming trials. This was why he had decided to activate the Extraordinary Tower's third floor now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU controlling his emotions, Surefeng climbed the first step on the second floor staircase. 2 silver-armored swordsmen then appeared, charging at him with the intent to kill. As Surefeng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower's third floor, a group of level 110 experts arrived before Stone Forest City's gates, causing a commotion at the city's main entrance. So, this is Zero Wing's Stone Forest City. An elegant, middle-aged man amidst the group commented as he gazed at the magnificent city before him. With a surprised tone, he continued, "It is truly extraordinary. With such dense mana and natural terrain advantage, wonder should have grown much stronger here. Don't forget our orders, Elder Hermit. We are not here to sightsee." A bald, middle-aged man in black robes scolded, rolling his eyes. "No matter how much stronger she's grown, wonder must return with us. The time for her willful rebellion has come to an end." "I know. Isn't that why I tagged along in the first place?" Hermit replied. Instead of getting upset at the bald man's comment, he breathed a deep sigh as he led his team into Stone Forest City. Chapter 2594, Half-Step Grandmaster Stone Forest City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Following the NPC, Hermit and the bald man arrived at one of the basic meditation rooms on the trading firm's top floor. They were greeted by the sight of a woman in luxurious, dark blue robes and enveloped in a faint layer of mana. The woman was steadfastly focused on brewing a potion, her every action smooth and dexterous. A short moment later, the woman lifted her hand, holding a potion that radiated dense mana. She can brew the master-ranked advanced magic resistance potion so easily. She must not be far from becoming a Grandmaster alchemist. The scene had astonished Hermit and his companion. Master-ranked magic resistance potions were quite rare and costly on the market. They could, after all, enable Tier 3 players to roam level 100+ maps with harsh environments. However, Master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions were even stronger. Not only could they help Tier 2 players survive in the severe environments in level 100+ maps, but the potion's effects would also last 24 full hours. Level 100+ maps had abundant resources, particularly those level 110 and above, but their environments were severe and dangerous. Only Tier 3 players could survive in these maps without aid. Unfortunately, the various powers had too few Tier 3 experts at this stage of the game, and they had to rely on their Tier 2 members to gather resources for their development. Hence, the demand for master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions was incredibly high. However, crafting master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions wasn't easy. Even a master alchemist wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate, and the potions took a long time to brew. Including the current rarity of master alchemists, there wasn't enough supply of these potions to meet demand. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, could effortlessly brew these potions. Moreover, she had completed her last potion with astounding speed. She was efficient enough to take on the work of 3 or 4 master alchemists. With those skills, she was likely on the brink of becoming a Grandmaster alchemist. Rather than Silent Wonder's alchemy standards, Hermit and the Bald Man were far more surprised to see that she had reached level 111. She was actually one level higher than they were. It seems the rumors calling Stone Forest City a sacred leveling ground were true. After all, Hermit muttered, staring at the level displayed above Silent Wonder's head in shock. Silent Wonder wasn't a pure combat player. Although players could gain EXP through their subclasses, they didn't earn nearly as much as combat players, who relentlessly grinded monsters in the fields. Despite that, Silent Wonder had still surpassed both of them. This fact alone made it clear how extraordinary a Guild Zero wing was. Fifth Uncle, Elder Hermit, isn't there still some time before the family competition begins? What's with the sudden visit? Silent Wonder asked, curious to see the two people enter the room. The Ajar Chamber of Commerce held a competition between its main shareholder families once a year on the same date. The next competition would begin in 6 days. Even if her family intended to escort her to the Western continent, she had expected they'd only show up the day before. She had no clue why they'd show up so early without prior notice. Moreover, Hermit, the man responsible for Demonstone Town's safety, had come to see her. These two didn't seem like they were simply here to escort her. There is indeed still some time before the competition, but that's not the only reason we've come, the middle-aged man informed her. I'm sure you are aware that the Zeus Corporation support is a large part of the reason Ajar enjoys its current success. Has something happened with the Zeus Corporation? Silent Wonder asked. The Zeus Corporation was one of the top 10 corporations in the world. The corporation's support was also a large part of the reason that the Ajar Chamber of Commerce had grown over the years and achieved its current status in God's domain. Moreover, the Zeus Corporation had a considerable portion of the Super Guild, Violet Sword shares. Violet Sword was relatively ancient, with over a century of history. It was one of the oldest super guilds to rise in the virtual gaming world. Its long history was only second to the 5 great super guilds, and the guild's relationship with the Zeus Corporation was why Ajar had developed so smoothly on the Western continent. That's right. Violet Sword urgently needs lifestyle masters, so Zeus has decided that Ajar will offer support. Since you are the greatest talent among our family's younger generation, you cannot avoid developing in Violet Sword. We have come to escort you to the guild's headquarters, the bald, middle-aged man explained, nodding. Develop in Violet Sword? But Silent Wonder was stunned. I know you wish to remain in Zero Wing, seeing as it has helped you so much. Helplessly, the bald man continued. However, you know how much the Zeus Corporation has helped Ajar. Zeus's help is the very reason that Ajar maintains its hold on a grade 1 or vein. You are one of the lifestyle masters the corporation handpicked. If you don't go, not only will our family lose Zeus's support, but we might also lose our hold on that vein, which Ajar relies on to survive. The Zeus Corporation was rich and powerful. It also commanded considerable strength and influence in the West. One word from the corporation is all it would take to throw the Ajar Chamber of Commerce to the wolves. Can you give me some time to think, fifth uncle? Silent Wonder hesitantly requested. We might have allowed you to do as you wish until now, but this concerns the family's future. We cannot allow you to continue this willful behavior anymore. The bald man snapped. Once the family competition has ended, you will travel to Violet Sword to continue your development. Take this time to prepare. You don't need to worry about your situation with Zero Wing. We will help you settle it. With that, the bald man and hermit turned and left the room, leaving Silent Wonder stupefied. After leaving the Candlelight trading firm, the two men headed straight for Zero Wing's residence. Don't you think you're being a little too impatient, Wushang? We should have given Wonder some time to accept the situation, Hermit commented, sending a sidelong glance at his companion. Accept it? Do you assume I don't want to? The bald man, Long Wushang, solemnly replied, offering a bitter smile. The Zeus Corporation has given us an ultimatum. In fact, the corporation has already delivered the other family's younger members to train with Violet Sword as a means to harass the Long family. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even so, I'm afraid Wonder will not go obediently, Hermit said. With as stubborn as she is, persuading her will be difficult. That's why we're going to meet with Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing willingly lets her go, she'll be easier to convince, Long Wushang said. What if Zero Wing refuses? You must realize that the guild is not to be trifled with, Hermit worriedly countered. Isn't that why you're here? Long Wushang replied, rolling his eyes. He shifted his gaze toward the nearby guild residence, sneering as he continued. Zero Wing doesn't have a choice. If Zero Wing refuses to let Wonder go, it will suffer the Zeus Corporation's wrath. Chapter 2595, True Ascension Realm Lost Town, Extraordinary Tower's second floor. As Shifeng ascended the staircase to the third floor, more and stronger swordsmen continued to appear. On the first step, he had only faced 2 silver swordsmen. When he reached the 89th step, his opponents were 4 golden swordsmen. Not only had all of these golden swordsmen commanded combat standards nearly on par with the Refinement Realm, but all 4 had reached the Truth Realm as well. Combining both aspects, their combat power was far stronger than ordinary Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, the 4 golden swordsmen's coordination was as seamless as if they shared one mind. There were no gaps in their offense or defense, and they all possessed incredible basic attributes. Even Shifeng struggled to cope with the golden swordsman's assault. If he hadn't had Sword's transmigration to defend himself, these golden swordsmen would have long since thrown him back down the staircase. I can easily handle these swordsmen one-on-one, but avoiding their coordinated attacks with the physique of a Tier 1 player is impossible. It seems my only option is to force my way through. After 3 minutes of fighting these 4 golden swordsmen, Shifeng realized that continuing this battle was a waste of time. He couldn't find any weaknesses to take advantage of. The only method he could think of to reach the next step was to force his way past these swordsmen. Following which, Shifeng stepped forward and sucked in a deep breath. He then raised the abyssal blade above his head, gathering mana around the weapon. A phantom of a gigantic great sword immediately appeared above him. Although the extraordinary tower suppressed his physique to that of Tier 1, it did nothing to hamper his mana body. He could easily command his own mana in combat. In retaliation, the 4 golden swordsmen launched a joint attack, aiming for 16 of Shifeng's weak points. Before they had a chance to strike, Shifeng swung down the abyssal blade. Lightshadow. Boom. After the phantom greatsword's descent, all 4 golden swordsmen stumbled back several steps, falling out of formation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shifeng charged at the nearest opponent. His target reacted quickly. Although the golden swordsman hadn't regained its posture, It used a horizontal slash in an attempt to stop Shifeng's charge. However, Shifeng didn't give the Golden Swordsman a chance to defend itself, as his sacred sword transformed into a streak of light, deflecting the horizontal slash. He then thrust the abyssal blade at the Golden Swordsman's chest. Pung! Sparks flew as the fragmented legendary weapon collided with the Golden Swordsman's armor, shoving it back a few more steps before it fell. Finally, Shifeng tore a hole in the 4 Golden Swordsman's formation. Now, with his target on the ground, Shifeng used Void Steps to confuse the 3 remaining Golden Swordsmen and escape their encirclement. He then leaped onto the 90th step. The moment Shifeng landed on the 90th step, a swordsman in black robes appeared before him. This black swordsman then thrust his weapon at Shifeng. The thrust was surprisingly powerful, and the instant the black swordsman's blade shot forward, it transformed into numerous particles of light that shot toward Shifeng. It was impossible to tell which attack was real and which was fake. An advanced combat technique? Shifeng's expression darkened when he recognized the move as a combat technique. This black swordsman's basic attributes and combat standards were even higher than the golden swordsman Shifeng had just faced. In fact, the black swordsman was on the cusp of reaching the flowing water realm. Combined with its advanced combat technique, Shifeng was no match for this opponent with just a Tier 1 physique. Of course, this disadvantage wasn't enough to make Shifeng give up. Instead, he brandished Killing Ray in response. Sword Transmigration. The instant the 2 weapons met, a deafening boom echoed throughout the 2nd floor. The impact was so powerful that Shifeng stumbled back down to the 89th step. He hadn't had time to readjust his posture, and the 4 golden swordsmen he had left behind subsequently threw him back down to the base of the 2nd floor staircase. The 90th step's black swordsman is amazing. I saw no excess movements, and it perfectly integrated an advanced combat technique. Not even domain realm experts could find any opening to take advantage of and would be forced to face its attacks head-on. Shifeng wasn't disappointed about returning to square one. Actually, he seemed rather excited. The Black Swordsman had highlighted some of his own flaws. He had reached the realm of Truth's Ascension realm, and his every action resembled a combat technique, but they weren't. His movements lacked the power of combat techniques. They only possessed the deception of true combat techniques. To put it simply, he hadn't made much progress in the Ascension realm, and his foundations were unsteady. He had only grasped the vague concept of the realm, lacking its crucial concepts. The Black Swordsman, on the other hand, stood firmly in the Ascension realm. Because of this, Shifeng couldn't yet ascend to the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor, despite having reached the Ascension realm. If he could gain even a portion of the Black Swordsman's mastery over the Ascension realm and perfectly integrate basic combat techniques with his every action, his combat power would definitely rise by a large margin. Meanwhile, during the time Shifeng was reflecting on his own flaws, a few other Zero Wing members were sent flying down the 2nd floor staircase as well. I did it. I finally did it. Shadow's sword shouted ecstatically as he looked at the dense mana his body radiated. Turtle Dove, Alluring Summer, and the others who had fallen down the stairs similarly radiated dense mana. They had obviously unlocked their mana body's full potential. Moreover, Blue Frost, Flying Shadow, Stubborn Bone, and a few other Zero Wing members, who had only begun to unlock their mana bodies, revealed excited expressions. They had made significant progress during their climb on the Extraordinary Tower's 2nd floor staircase. Training in the Extraordinary Tower is really this effective? Shifeng looked at the players around him, astonished. While the Extraordinary Tower's mana provided quite a bit of help to players developing their mana control, Shifeng didn't think it'd be such an effective tool in helping them unlock their mana bodies. Learning the rules and how to manipulate mana wasn't an easy task, not to mention adapting those methods to one's mana body. Shifeng estimated that although Shadow Sword and the rest had been close to unlocking all of their mana body's potential, they should have still needed 3 to 5 days to reach 100%. And yet, they had succeeded in less than half a day. If every one of Zero Wing's main force members could make this much progress, Every one of them would fully unlock their mana bodies in less than 10 days, becoming true powerhouses in God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU just as Shi Feng turned his attention back to the second-floor staircase. However, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, Ajar's representatives have come to our residence. They wish to speak with you about taking Wonder to develop in the West's Violet Sword. They're hoping we won't hinder her future, and just let her go. They visited Wonder before coming here, too, but it seems Wonder's reaction wasn't positive, Melancholic Smile reported. Violet Sword, huh? Shi Feng could not contain his smile. Ajar is certainly crafty. Will you meet with them? Melancholic Smile asked. That won't be necessary. Have Hell Rush send them away. Also, have him convey a message. I'll personally take Wonder to visit Violet Sword after the family competition to have a proper conversation with the Super Guild's people, so they don't need to bother. Shi Feng calmly stated. Chapter 2596, Mighty Zero Wing. Times have changed. Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's residence. Long Wushang and Hermit sat by the French window, clearly unhappy, in Zero Wing's large, luxurious reception room. So you're saying that Guild leader Black Flame has no intention of meeting us, Commander Rush? Long Wushang demanded, glaring at Hell Rush, who had just notified them of Shi Feng's reply. That's right. He knows what you wish to discuss and requested that I relay a message. Once the family competition is over, he will personally take Silent Wonder to visit Violet Sword. So you don't have to bother, Hell Rush coolly informed the two men, nodding. The message stunned both of them, particularly Long Wushang. Long Wushang had considered many possible outcomes before visiting Zero Wing's residence, and had prepared a variety of arguments to persuade Shi Feng to let Silent Wonder go. However, he never considered that Shi Feng would simply refuse to meet with them, turning them away. However, what truly surprised the bald man was the fact that Hell Rush had followed Shi Feng's instructions, conveying the message personally. The alliance between Netherworld Empire and Zero Wing was no longer a secret among the various superpowers, especially after the battle at the Dark World's Teleportation Gate. That battle had exposed the relationship between the two guilds. Hell Rush, however, was a famous slaughtering god on the Western continent. He even commanded Netherworld Empire's strongest Trump Legion. Even Violet Sword's guild leader would have to take him seriously, yet he obediently played the role of Shi Feng's messenger. Good. Since guild leader Black Flame understands the situation, we won't overstay our welcome. Long Wushang decided, after calming himself. He then stood to leave the room with Hermit. After they left Zero Wing's residence, the air around Long Wushang dropped a few degrees, becoming so cold that nearby players shivered. Even the Ajar experts that had tagged along shuddered as Long Wushang's frosty aura swept over them. To think that even the famous Hell Rush would obey Black Flame. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to have such a close relationship with Netherworld Empire. Violet Sword might make concessions if they find out about this, Hermit surmised, glancing at the twisted expression his comrade was making. Concessions? Long Wushang laughed. I admit that Zero Wing is clearly close with Netherworld Empire, but after all is said and done, they are only allies. Zero Wing has barely any power in the West, while Violet Sword is a titan. It is obvious who holds the advantage on the Western continent. How much help would Netherworld Empire possibly be willing to offer Zero Wing? Moreover, this matter involves Violet Sword's future and prestige. The guild won't budge just because of Netherworld Empire's interference. Violet Sword aims to join the 5 great super guilds, after all. So what if Zero Wing and Netherworld Empire are close allies? And as for Black Flame's plan to negotiate with Violet Sword personally, that's nothing more than fool's talk. Regardless, we have, more or less, completed our goals here. Will you return now? Hermit asked. Of course, I am returning, Long Wushang growled, sneering at Zero Wing's residence. Violet Sword has already warned the Long family. Since Black Flame wants to be stubborn, he can't blame me for passing his message on to Violet Sword. I can't wait to see his confidence vanish. Long Wushang then left Stone Forest City and promptly returned to the Western continent. He planned to inform the rest of his family and Violet Sword of everything that had happened. Shortly after Long Wushang's group left, Silent Wonder received news of Shifeng's reply. "You're not really planning to visit Violet Sword, are you, guild leader?" Silent Wonder asked as she watched Shifeng's image on the screen before her. Refusing to meet with her fifth uncle might have been fine, but Shifeng was playing with fire by declaring that he'd resolve the matter personally. Zero Wing had become a titan in the east, but its roots were still weak on the western continent. Trying to convince the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword to abandon their plans would be impossible with the power Zero Wing currently commanded. If this matter weren't handled carefully, Zero Wing could become the Zeus Corporation's enemy, which wouldn't be good news for the guild. "I've already committed to it, so naturally, I'll pay Violet Sword a visit," Shifeng declared. "And we'll be going in style." Going in style? Silent Wonder could not help but wonder if Shifeng had finally gone mad. They were talking about Violet Sword, and the meeting venue would be in the west. Once the Super Guild learned about today's events, whether or not they reached Violet Sword's headquarters alive would be a problem, not to mention arriving in style. "I've heard that Ajar's younger generation has been invited to train with Violet Sword. Since that is the case, you should take a break from potion making and focus on training in the Lost Town," Shifeng said, paying Silent Wonder's exasperated expression no mind. "We'll show your family and Violet Sword Zero Wing's strength. But there are only a few days left before the family competition. I'm afraid it's too late to start training now," Silent Wonder complained. Her trust in Shifeng's abilities, particularly his ability to help players level up, was unwavering. He had proven this with Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members. However, the upcoming competition wouldn't be in the form of a standard duel between players. Rather, it would be a competition of combat standards and techniques. The Azure Chamber of Commerce considered weapons and equipment to be external strength. The chamber was powerful enough that acquiring the best items was only a matter of time. Hence, Azure didn't need its younger members to rely on items, but their potential. However, one couldn't just improve their combat standards and combat techniques in a short time. They would have to train arduously for long periods. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now, there were only 6 days left until the family competition. Seeking a qualitative transformation within such a short time was simply unrealistic. Moreover, while her combat talent was outstanding among Azure's younger generation, she was nowhere close to a match for the top geniuses that devoted themselves to combat. From what she had learned during the previous competition in Demonstone Town, 2 of the younger generation were already close to the domain realm. One individual had already reached the domain realm. In contrast, she had only reached the half-step Void Realm standard. There was no way she could defeat those geniuses. "I know, but beggars can't be choosers. Besides, combat comes in various forms," Shifeng said, realizing Silent Wonder's concerns. "In any case, just make your way here. I've already given you access to the Lost Town. You can head to the residence to purchase a transfer scroll."